Chapter 1. The System's Prize Pool, Unruly Temper. That night, Tai Shuzi. Is anyone willing to help me with chasing the reading? Tai Shuzi. Worship.jpg. A young man glanced at the group chat messages and cheerfully replied, sure. Tai Shuzi. Thank you, great one. Why don't you ask again? I'm sure someone will be able to help you. Tai Shuzi. Tai Shuzi recalled a message. Gain source points, 1 negative. Gain source points, 1 negative. Gain source points, 1 positive. As he read the subsequent messages, the young man momentarily set aside his playful demeanor and fell into contemplation. His name was Bai Nian, a traveler who had arrived in this seemingly parallel world merely 3 days ago. In an unfamiliar rental apartment, surrounded by disjointed memories and the sudden binding of a system. Initially, Bai Nian felt an exhilarating thrill. Having read numerous web novels, he was no stranger to the concept of a system. But this system didn't offer a newbie gift pack, nor did it provide clear functionalities for him to explore. After 3 days, he had only managed to discern 2 useful methods. The first, eliciting emotional fluctuations in others, would yield him source points. Source points were divided into positive and negative, corresponding to positive and negative emotions respectively. When he earned these points, the system would directly indicate their nature, and if he focused on a specific source point acquisition notice, he could identify the precise emotion involved. The second, the collected source points could be used for a lottery. Every 1,000 source points permitted a draw, with 2 distinct prize pools, one for positive, the other for negative points. Thus far, aside from differing UI styles, the 2 pools appeared identical. Bai Nian had yet to amass 1,000 of either type, making a comparison impossible for the time being. However, the negative points were nearing 1,000, and with continued efforts in the group chat, he estimated he would reach that threshold today. His primary focus over the past 3 days had been just that. Incidentally, the original host was an orphan, 22 years of age, and an unremarkable, failed web novel author. Despite missing the mark and becoming a literary success, he had left a few inheritable assets for Bai Nian. A bank card with a balance of 2,000, half a month's rent due, and a Huawei account needing repayment in 7 days. Someone seriously inherited a Huawei account after crossing over. Bai Nian lamented, "This is absurd. What a pity. If only I had the writing skills, I could just copy over a few bestseller novels from my past life." Bai Nian shook his head, discarding that unrealistic thought. Forget it, I should just continue grinding for source points. Opening the author's backend, he found that after 3 days of inactivity, the comment section was overflowing with criticism. Though he was a failed author, he still had a few readers. The original author was gone, and the new user was tasked with writing. How was he supposed to produce anything? If only the Huawei account could be absolved due to the user change. Has the author been imprisoned? Are you still going to write? If not, just give us a clear answer. 3 days without an update? Refund us in Geneva. Bai Nian scrolled through these comments, chuckling as he replied to each one, informing them not to wait any longer. The author was finished. To be fair, these readers could also be considered a part of the inheritance left by the original host. During these 3 days, many of the source points he acquired had come from these interactions. Even if he did nothing, simply lying around would result in a few source points credited to him, albeit all negative. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have accumulated nearly 1,000 negative points in just 3 days. With a smile, he continued engaging in the group chat. These author chat groups were, in Bai Nian's eyes, another form of the original host's inheritance. Time ticked away amidst the cheerful banter, and before long, it was midnight. Negative source points, 997, just 3 more points left. I hope this system's lottery will surprise me. Please don't let me draw something like peanuts or bottled water, otherwise I might really have to go work at a construction site tomorrow. After 3 days, he had already found a suitable construction site and had inquired about the prices. With the lottery now within reach, Bai Nian felt a small surge of excitement. Finally, enough. With the last 3 negative source points credited, Bai Nian rubbed his hands together and suppressed his excitement, exclaiming, "System, start the lottery." The negative source points prize pool was primarily a dark crimson hue, giving off a somewhat oppressive vibe. As Bai Nian focused on his wish to draw, the prize pool unexpectedly soared into the air, forming a vortex that consumed him. Countless dark red figures streamed forth, though their faces were unrecognizable. Every silhouette seemed to exude a deep-seated resentment. The atmosphere turned intensely oppressive. Bai Nian even felt a peculiar sensation, as if these figures wanted to lash out at him. Other than boasting, what else can you do? In the haze, Bai Nian thought he heard someone curse at him. Then, a dark red figure spat at him viciously. Caught off guard, the scene shattered. Congratulations, you have obtained Skill Design Blueprint, Beginner 1. Huh? Bai Nian gasped heavily, astonished. Who conducts a lottery like that? It's terrifying. Were those silhouettes the items from the prize pool? Why would the prizes spit at me during a draw? What a twist. For a while, he was lost in bewilderment. Unbeknownst to him, an ordinary A4 sheet had materialized in his hand. So, this is the so-called Skill Design Blueprint? Bai Nian scrutinized it from various angles, but it seemed utterly mundane, lacking any special characteristics. Could it be a counterfeit product? Bai Nian questioned in disbelief, frantically scratching his head. Am I really going to end up on a construction site tomorrow? No, at the very least, give me power enhancement or something. That would actually help with the manual labor. Just as he was growing anxious, a piece of information appeared in Bai Nian's mind. Skill Design Blueprint, Beginner. Effect. By writing the skill you imagine on this blueprint, you can master the corresponding skill. Note, when designing the skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. A specific skill name. 2. A relatively complete and reasonable skill operating principle. 3. Does not exceed the rank of the blueprint. 4. The host's current physical fitness or level must support it. 5. The host must possess the energy required to release the skill. Imagine skills? A relative complete and reasonable skill operating principle? And I need to have energy? Bai Nian pondered, slightly taken aback. The skill operating principle sounds fine, given my experience as a failed author. However, as an ordinary person, what energy do I have? Wait, author? Bai Nian contemplated for a moment. If a failed author possessed any energy, it would undoubtedly be imagination, right? With the merged memories of the original host, he certainly didn't lack that. System. Does imagination count as energy? Bai Nian inquired. The system did not respond, seemingly lacking the ability for autonomous queries, which made sense. It didn't even have a user manual, and the two prize pools didn't disclose any item information. If it managed to inform him about the skill design blueprint and how to use it, that was already quite generous. After some reflection, Bai Nian solemnly took out a pen, preparing to attempt writing his first skill, or rather, to experiment. Name, wish fulfillment. Operating principle. As the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the yield theoretically. As long as I dare to imagine, I can realize my wishes. Skill consumption. Recoverable imagination. Chapter 2. The meager fourth floor. This skill theory is far from perfect. It could even be described as hastily concocted. However, Bai Nian did not expect to succeed on his first attempt. He was merely probing the waters. The skill scripting blueprint, appearing akin to an A4 sheet of paper, bore his small handwriting on both sides, providing ample space for numerous trials. Should it succeed, it would be a cause for celebration. Even if it failed, he would not suffer any loss. The only concern was that each blueprint could only be utilized once. Nevertheless, collecting negative source points was not exceedingly difficult. If it were wasted, so be it. After all, this flawed system lacked intelligence. Skill assessment in progress. Skill scripting blueprint level insufficient. Skill cannot be generated. Please rewrite. In the next instant, the skill Bai Nian had just inscribed seemed to be engulfed in flames, disintegrating into ashes. Remarkably, the A4 sheet remained unscathed. Bai Nian's breath quickened. What had the system stated? The level of the skill scripting blueprint was inadequate, thus rendering it ineffective. Did this imply that, provided the blueprint's level were sufficiently elevated, the hastily composed skill he had just devised could indeed come to fruition? Realizing this, Bai Nian began anew. That he understood that even if he made errors, it would not consume space. It appeared that the skill scripting blueprint could be rewritten repeatedly until a usable skill was successfully created. He pondered deeply, persistently experimenting, and surprisingly found himself recalling the sensation of crafting narratives and plots as the original author. Time and again he wrote, failing repeatedly, yet relishing the process. Not to mention, the fact that unimplementable skill information would turn to ash was already astonishing enough, and Bai Nian was thoroughly enjoying himself. Elemental, regulatory, martial skills. Bai Nian attempted time and again, progressively diminishing the skill attributes. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, within the Enforcement Division's branch. Captain. Supernormal reactions detected. Energy level at the lower to mid-range of grade 5, exceeding 20 in number, and still increasing. Location: Longxiang Street. The director, sporting dark circles under his eyes, perked up instantly, seizing the intercom. Residual dungeon phenomena have emerged. Location: Longxiang Street. Exercise caution in communication during the mission. Do not incite panic among the citizens. Proceed. Understood. Understood. With repeated affirmations echoing from the intercom, the captain exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it has appeared. If it hadn't shown up soon, I would have reached my limit. Those scattered players, too. They have no prior experience with dungeons, yet refuse to adhere to regulations. Now look at the mess. Task failure. Reverse invasion from the inner world dungeon, and we must clean up after them. An operative monitoring the surveillance remarked. After all, it is a pathway to access extraordinary powers. The scattered players may be manageable. But the real concern lies with those organizations, the captain sighed. Fortunately, we discovered this early. The grade 5 dungeon. Let us hope no lives are lost. Xiao Lu, send the target coordinates to them. We must resolve this matter swiftly. Xiao Lu replied, rest assured. Captain, I just sent it. However, the number of targets is still increasing. Our manpower may be insufficient. The captain rose. Send me a copy of the coordinates as well. Grade 5. Nightmare Manor, given its relation to dreams. It is normal for the number of affected individuals to rise at such a time. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Longxiang Street. Shadows flitted through the darkness, visiting each location according to the coordinates provided by Xiao Lu. Bai Nian's rented room was also located on Longxiang Street, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events outside. Meanwhile, he had successfully acquired a skill. Name: Cloud Leaping. Operation principle: when the leg muscles contract, generating a force that acts upon the ground simultaneously exerts an equal and opposite force on the individual. Thus, the individual experiences two forces, downward gravity and the ground's reaction force. Enabling a jump. The limited jump height results from the two forces counteracting. Once airborne, there is no leverage point, and ultimately the ground's reaction force dissipates, causing the jumper to descend under the influence of gravity. Therefore, if one can find a suitable leverage point after jumping, they can continually refresh the ground's reaction force, achieving consecutive jumps. In theory, as long as I leap from one foot and before the reaction force dissipates, push off with the other foot, I can leverage the air to achieve consecutive jumps and remain airborne. Skill consumption. Stamina. Skill assessment in progress. Theory validated. Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill, Cloud Leaping. The skill scripting blueprint instantaneously transformed into a crimson black light, soaring into Bai Nian's body. Overjoyed, Bai Nian exclaimed, "It worked!" He could hardly contain his excitement as he began to experiment. He slightly bent his knees and then jumped with one foot, soaring 20 centimeters high. Quickly, before the initial force dissipated, he pressed his other foot down to it stung a bit, but that was inconsequential. He achieved another 20 centimeters. As he switched feet repeatedly, he astonishingly remained suspended at a height of 20 centimeters. Incredible! Bai Nian was elated. The reason he was only able to hover at such a height was due to the slow frequency of his foot switches. After all, he was in a rented room with limited height. If he could jump a bit faster, he might even achieve a form of flight. Bai Nian descended joyfully, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the system's power. I wonder what the situation is in the positive reward pool. It's a pity that the accumulation of positive source points is too slow. I've already drawn from the negative source points. Yet my positive source points haven even surpassed 300. Tomorrow, before heading to the construction site, I should help an elderly lady cross the street. Bai Nian mused contentedly. Wait a minute. This skill seems to be of no help for moving bricks. Bai Nian suddenly realized this, and his excitement waned that moment. Still not asleep? It's almost 3 o'clock. Why aren't you sleeping? Why aren't you sleeping? Not writing either, so anxious, so restless. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired source point 1 negative. A faint sound emerged. Somewhat familiar, tinged with annoyance. Bai Nian paused, instinctively glancing towards the source of the sound, but he noticed a shadow crouched in the bathroom, resembling a person, scratching their head incessantly and murmuring to themselves. Staying up late. Waking up groggy in the afternoon, Rider S blocked, slow updates, unable to earn any money. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired source point 1 negative. At first, Bai Nian felt a twinge of fear. But upon seeing the source points flooding in, he was no longer intimidated. He could always use cloud leaping to escape. Who are you? Why are you sneaking into someone else's bathroom in the middle of the night to air their dirty laundry? Are you hungry or what? As he spoke, Bai Nian stealthily moved to the window, assessing the stranger while preparing to jump out if things took a turn for the worse. The mere fourth floor was nothing in the face of his newly acquired cloud leaping skill. Chapter 3: Anxiety or a Ghost. The skill consumption of cloud leaping was designated by Bai Nian as his own stamina, that he had just tried it. The stamina expended for consecutive jumps was comparable to that of a normal jump. After all, he had jumped for quite a while, caught up in excitement, and hadn't felt fatigued at all. The individual hiding in the bathroom, though still unknown to him, had Bai Nian perched on the windowsill, firmly resolved to escape should the situation turn dire, feeling rather unconcerned about the stranger. I am. The figure raised their head, startling Bai Nian. Who are you? Why are you so handsome? Bai Nian exclaimed, only to quickly realize. Wait, why do you look just like me? A chill ran down his spine. Could this truly be a ghost? However, the figure opposite him seemed equally bewildered. What are you doing on the windowsill? Get down. This is the fourth floor. Are you trying to throw your life away? Suddenly, they sprang up and lunged at Bai Nian. Bai Nian was startled and instinctively jumped off the windowsill, intending to escape using cloud leaping. But he saw the figure's face turn as pale as a ghost. You, come back. I haven't paid my debts or rent yet. You can't die. As they spoke, their arms extended unnaturally, swiftly grasping Bai Nian, whose arm was painfully squeezed as he was yanked back with overwhelming force. Bai Nian was terrified. This was genuinely a ghost. Yet the ghost was in a frenzy, exclaiming, all day long you're writing your pathetic novel, never stepping outside, with less than 10,000 in your bank account. No driver's license, no proper job. You lack ambition, and now you want to jump off a building? What about your debts? What about your rent? You haven't even found a partner yet. Bai Nian was rendered speechless. Was this truly a ghost? Why would a ghost come to urge someone to strive for improvement? In middle school, I read novels. In high school, I read novels. I muddled through a vocational school, writing novels. The doppelganger, looking exactly like Bai Nian, was agitated, gripping Bai Nian's shoulders tightly, fervently stating, with a month's worth of expenses for food, electricity, and rent, how much do you have left from that measly manuscript payment? You can't save much over an entire year. Is this how you want to live your life? Can't you show a bit of ambition? How will you get by in the future? If you keep this up, you'll be 30 without a car, 40 without a house, and 50 without a partner. Who would want you? No car, no house, no savings. What good is being handsome, besides typing away at a keyboard? What else can you do? Are you not anxious at all? Are you not in a state of panic? Do you not feel any sense of unease? Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. The grip of the other party's hands grew increasingly stronger, and Bai Nian found himself unable to break free. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, then why did I just attempt to jump off a building? Why did you pull me back? He was uncertain whether this individual was a ghost, yet he bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The words spoken aligned perfectly with the experiences of the original owner. Perhaps even more coherently than the memories Bai Nian had inherited. Could it be that the original owner had been driven to anxiety-induced demise? In light of this, let us provisionally refer to this entity as the anxiety ghost. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. The anxiety ghost appeared bewildered. Surprisingly, Bai Nian's words seemed to possess a modicum of truth. Yet something felt amiss. The anxiety ghost stared blankly at Bai Nian, his expression shifting continuously, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts, caught in a loop of hesitation, as though his CPU had been overheated by Bai Nian's statement. Observing the peculiar state of the anxiety ghost, Bai Nian noted a marked reduction in the force of his grip, prompting him to attempt an escape. To his astonishment, he successfully broke free. Farewell! Bai Nian leaped forward, intending to jump out the window once more. The anxiety ghost panicked, swiftly seizing Bai Nian again, and it seemed this jolt had triggered a response in the anxiety ghost's mind. Are you out of your mind? Do you think that by dying, all your troubles will simply vanish? Let me tell you, that's impossible. With your current savings, you couldn't even afford a grave. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Bai Nian was taken aback. This fellow seemed to harbor no ill will towards him. The incessant influx of negative source points was merely rooted in anxiety. As he spoke, the anxiety ghost squatted down, anxiously tugging at his hair, repeatedly lamenting, "I'm so anxious. I really am so anxious. I'm going to die from anxiety. No, I can't die. I can't afford a grave. What should I do? I'm so anxious." Bai Nian. He observed the system's back end, where the negative source point revenue was consistently updating, all stemming from the anxiety, ghost anxiety directed at him. Bai Nian fell silent. Rather than fleeing again, he chose to endure silently, though unappealing to the ear. Upon witnessing the constant influx of source points, Bai Nian felt that the anxiety ghost's words contained a kernel of truth. After all, it wasn't he who was being criticized. The original owner indeed embodied such traits. Contemplating this, Bai Nian crouched down once more, gently patting the anxiety ghost's shoulder, and sighed, "Brother, you make a valid point." Instantly, the anxiety ghost perked up, excitedly exclaiming, Right. I didn't study well in school, and now I don't even know what to do after graduation. I learned nothing and can do nothing. Just sitting there writing your pathetic novel." Bai Nian nodded earnestly. "You are absolutely correct." After all, he was not the subject of the critique. Facing the anxiety ghost, his attention was largely diverted to the back-end revenue records of the system. Bai Nian noticed that while the source point records continued to refresh, the efficiency of source point generation when the anxiety ghost rambled was noticeably lower than when he directed his frustration at Bai Nian. Watching the anxiety ghost become agitated once more, tugging at his own hair and repeating, "I'm so anxious. I really am so anxious. I'm going to die from anxiety. No, I can't die. This is so annoying." Bai Nian realized that the influx of source points was slowing down, prompting him to declare, "Brother, upon reflection, you are indeed correct. Very correct. Is there anything else you think I could improve upon? Now is the perfect time to let it all out. I will change. I will change everything." "Great." The anxiety ghost was instantly invigorated, passionately beginning to enumerate Bai Nian's shortcomings. "Just look at you. You didn't study well, you're terrible at gaming, you haven't saved any money, and you've never made a firm choice in your life. Perhaps the immersion was too profound." As he lamented while frantically tugging at his hair and pounding his chest, gradually, Bai Nian's previously depleted negative source points, which had dwindled due to a prior stroke of luck, surged past 300 once again, eventually surpassing the positive source points. "Alas, you're right. Living like this is a waste of resources. Perhaps it would be better if I were to die." Bai Nian uttered this as he prepared to rise and leap from the building. The anxiety ghost, alarmed, felt an immediate spike in negative source points, urgently restraining Bai Nian. "You must not die, good heavens. How can you be so fragile psychologically? You have a glass heart." Bai Nian chuckled that he no longer feared this entity in the slightest. In fact, he felt an inexplicable urge to keep the anxiety ghost around. After all, listening to this fellow berate him daily could serve as a reliable source of negative points. As for whether the anxiety ghost might harm him, if he intended to, he would have done so already. A ghost prowling at midnight, seeking to encourage others to strive for betterment. What could be the motive? Moreover, whether this entity was truly a ghost remained uncertain. Target identified. The target's characteristics align with the description of the instance, birthed from the nightmares of individuals, closely linked to its essence, possessing regenerative abilities and immune to most physical attacks. Firearms are ineffective. Initially classified as a humanoid negative spiritual manifestation, temporarily codenamed Nightmare Creature, attempting to use martial arts energy attack. Attack effective. Target's regeneration halted. Martial arts energy can inflict sustained damage. Attempting to use Taoist techniques. Attack effective. Attempting to use witchcraft. Warning. Target's essence has fallen into a coma. Life signs are deteriorating. Use of witchcraft is prohibited. The target has been successfully neutralized. Medical team. Figures darted through the night, communicating via earpieces on a designated operational channel, reporting and coordinating seamlessly. The nightmare creatures were systematically eliminated. Soon, the number of nightmare creatures was under control, and they continued to dwindle as the red dots on the electronic map vanished one by one. These figures tightened their encirclement, drawing ever closer to the rental apartment where Bai Nian resided. Chapter 4. By anxiety, successfully eliminated nightmare creature. Remaining target count, 5. Remaining 4. Remaining 2. The red dots on the electronic map disappeared one after another, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. The captain, listening to the reports from the operational channel, suddenly paused. Wait, who killed an extra one? Why was that not reported? The operational channel fell silent for an instant as everyone pondered the question. Indeed. Why was there one less reported? However, they had indeed been reporting one at a time. What was going on? No, wait, Xiaolu, what is the situation on your end? Why did the target suddenly decrease by one? The captain pressed his earpiece, inquiring. Xiaolu's voice came through, sounding equally perplexed. I'm not sure. One target seems to have vanished for some unknown reason. Of course, it could also be due to a decrease in energy levels. In the monitoring room, Xiaolu wore a strange expression. I personally leaned towards the latter. The target's coordinates remained unchanged yet suddenly disappeared from the map. If the energy level has dropped to the 5th tier or below, it wouldn't be detectable by spiritual energy radar. Energy level decrease. Are you suggesting that the target might have detected our presence and used some special method to lower its energy level to conceal itself? Do nightmare creatures possess such high intelligence? Xiaolu hesitated. I'm not certain, but Captain, based on the current intelligence we possess, nightmare creatures are born from the hearts of individuals or perhaps represent some deeply hidden issues within the host character. According to the reports just now, most nightmare creatures merely embody a certain deeply concealed desire of the host that remains unfulfilled. The one that vanished might symbolize the host's will to survive. The captain fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Is there truly such a cowardly nightmare creature? He recalled the ones he had encountered earlier, each more ferocious than the last, exhibiting a strong desire for destruction, and many even took a particular interest in their female team members, so much so that this captain, who had never personally participated in the instance, nightmare manner, instinctively believed that all nightmare creatures behaved in such a manner. Yet now, Xiaolu informed him that some of them might even fear death. Who could be so cautious even in their dreams? After a moment of thought, the captain instructed, mark the last known location of the disappearing target. I'll take a team to investigate. Everyone, while this incident has been brought under control, we must remain vigilant. Before dawn, everyone must stay on high alert. An upper-tier 5th-level instance invasion, if initially subdued, is unlikely to cause further upheaval afterward. However, that is contingent upon the dawn, so keep a close watch. Understood. Received. Inside the rental apartment, Bai Nian listened with great interest, nodding from time to time. And then what? Thank you, brother. Had it not been for your words, I wouldn't have realized I had so many flaws. Please continue to go on, huh? Sleep. Sleep what? The early bird catches the worm. It's 3:30 in the morning. You could hardly call this morning. At 5 in the morning. After nearly 3 hours of incessant tirade, the other party appeared to be parched from speaking. Yet Bai Nian seemed remarkably invigorated. That it was perplexing. He began to mutter to himself, how anxious I am. Oh, so anxious. Observing this, Bai Nian once again urged the other to berate him. However, regardless of Bai Nian's insistence, the other party remained unresponsive, lost in his own murmurs. Bai Nian clicked his tongue, pondering, could it be that I have exhausted him too thoroughly? I hope not. I still rely on you for those source points. With this thought in mind, Bai Nian continued, by the way, my friend, I don't even know your name yet. Why do you resemble me so closely? This time, the other party responded, raising his head to gaze at Bai Nian, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, staring intently as he stated, my name is Bai Nian. Bai Nian was taken aback. You are called Bai Nian? Then what am I called? You are also called Bai Nian, the other party replied blankly. Bai Nian furrowed his brow. No, you cannot be called Bai Nian. I shall be called Bai Nian. The other party suddenly became agitated, his voice rising in volume, echoing as though many individuals were simultaneously screaming. Bai Nian was startled, finally snapping out of his delight over the source points. This fellow was likely not human. All right, you may be called Bai Nian. You may be called Bai Nian. Bai Nian hastily acquiesced, then pondered momentarily. Realizing this individual seemed quite reasonable, he hesitated before producing his identification card, extending it towards the others, saying, "But you see, I am truly Bai Nian. I possess an ID. Do you have one? ID?" The other party stared blankly at Bai Nian's identification card, his gaze somewhat vacant, that he then fumbled around his person, unable to locate his own ID. I do not have an ID. Where is my ID? Seeing this, Bai Nian boldly continued, "You see, my friend, I have an ID, and you do not. Thus you cannot be called Bai Nian." The other seemed to find this reasoning compelling, contemplating before asking. Then, "What should I be called?" Bai Nian tentatively suggested. "How about I help you choose a name?" "You help me? That would be acceptable." He seemed somewhat dazed from the prolonged berating he had received, his eyes unusually vacant as he squatted there, lost in thought. Bai Nian feigned deep contemplation. "Brother, you and I look identical. Why not share the surname Bai? All right. Moreover, since you appear so anxious, how about the name Bai Jiao L? All right, huh?" The other immediately looked bewildered. Source point 1, negative. "You make a valid point, but shouldn't I be called Bai Jiao L instead?" Bai Nian cheerfully responded, "As long as you are happy, you may choose any name you wish." Bai Jiao L murmured the name twice, then raised his head, stating earnestly, "I shall be called Bai Jiao L. You have an ID. You are Bai Nian. Excellent. We shall henceforth be brothers." Brother? Come, Brother Jiao L, let us converse for a few more hours." Bai Jiao L looked utterly perplexed. "Are you not going to sleep?" "Oh, what sleep? If I sleep now, I fear I will awaken to find it nearly dark. We young people are accustomed to staying up late. One sleepless night is hardly a concern." "Brother Jiao L, you are right. I cannot continue to be so indulgent. I have resolved that at first light, I shall venture out to seek employment." "Good." Bai Jiao L's eyes seemed to sparkle with some satisfaction. "It is good that you understand. Only by working diligently can one earn money, obtain a driver's license, buy a car, acquire a house, and so forth." Source point 1, positive. Source point 1, positive. Initially, Bai Nian was elated, but he soon noticed that Bai Jiao L's body was gradually becoming transparent as positive source points were accumulated. Panic set in. Hey, I merely stated that casually. I may not actually seek employment. You are too quick to rejoice." "Bejiaoe?" His expression shifted dramatically, joy evaporating as he resumed chastising Bai Nian. The once increasingly transparent figure now began to solidify once more. Observing this, Bai Nian let out a sigh of relief. 05:30. Bai Jiao L seemed to have been entirely drained by Bai Nian, his eyes devoid of focus, his expression bewildered, and the source points he provided sparse. Bai Nian noted with some lingering desire that his negative source points had returned to 900, however, recognizing the wisdom of moderation. He refrained from further pressuring him. "Brother Jiao L, you appear fatigued. Perhaps you should rest for a while, that I am still quite awake, and I shall take this opportunity to search for suitable employment." Gently assisting Bai Jiao L onto the bed, Bai Nian worried that he might become overly elated once more, adding, "But Brother Jiao L, do not leave. Henceforth, we are family. Even if I secure a job, you must not depart, and if you leave, I shall undoubtedly resign on the spot." Lying on the bed, Bai Jiao L's eyes widened in anger upon hearing this, yet he could utter not a word. He had been completely drained. However, before Bai Nian could exit, a knock resounded at his door. Chapter 5. What reward awaits? Guozhong. "Have you discovered anything on your end?" "Nothing." "Chongshan, what about you?" "Neither have we." The captain inhaled deeply. "Continue the search, be mindful of your phrasing, and avoid inciting panic." "Understood." "Acknowledged." The elusive nightmare creature vanished in a dilapidated alley, an area not particularly well kept, predominantly inhabited by non-locals. The buildings in this alley had been constructed at least a decade prior, long since converted into various rental accommodations, favored by the working class due to their affordability. "Continue," the captain urged himself, slapping his face to rouse his spirits. He had not enjoyed a single restful night in 4 days. Observing this, one of the team members remarked, "Captain, there is only one left. Is it necessary to be so vigilant? It is merely an incursion by a low-tier instance. Perhaps you should return to rest." We can handle the remainder. No way, the captain replied resolutely. Do not underestimate these instant incursions. The severity of disasters is not fixed, if given sufficient time to develop. Even a low-tier instance could potentially evolve into a mid-tier, or even a high-tier. Therefore, upon discovery, it is imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. The team member nodded, fully aware of this, but feeling a twinge of sympathy for their captain. While they had been surveilling and awaiting orders, they could still rotate for brief rests, whereas their captain had hardly closed his eyes. Another team member approached and knocked on Bai Nian's door. "Who are you?" Bai Nian inquired, somewhat perplexed by the trio at his doorstep, but he recognized their uniforms as those of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Yet, what time was it? Were these individuals truly on duty at such an early hour? "Greetings, comrade." The captain stepped forward, producing his credentials. "We are from the Law Enforcement Bureau. My name is Su Wanshan. Here is my identification." Bai Nian glanced at the ID, nodding. "May I inquire as to the matter?" "The situation is this, comrade. Last night, our police conducted an operation, dismantling a nearby den of thieves. However, one criminal remains at large that we have a general idea of their escape route, which is near Longxiang Street, that we have come to inquire if you happen to notice or hear anything unusual last night." Bai Nian's expression turned peculiar. Unusual occurrences? Did his jumping off the building twice count? Furthermore, to say they were strange would be an understatement. Let me think. Bai Nian feigned contemplation, discreetly glancing at the other two. The individual on the left seemed fine, but the one on the right was staring intently at Bai Nian. That it was still not yet 6 o'clock. Dawn had yet to break, and law enforcement had already arrived at his door. While the reasoning presented seemed plausible, Bai Nian sensed something awry. Although he had never encountered a situation like this before, the Law Enforcement Bureau's approach, revealing operational details so openly, felt rather irregular. Moreover, he had indeed experienced some unusual occurrences in his room last night. Specifically, the appearance of Bai Jiao. Bai Nian was certain that Bai Jiao was not human, and the sudden visit from the Law Enforcement Bureau was too coincidental to dismiss. Theoretically, Bai Nian should report the truth, allowing them to capture Bai Jiao. However, Bai Jiao posed no immediate threat, and he continued to provide Bai Nian with negative source points. "No, I was brimming with inspiration last night, typing away all night, and I did not notice anything amiss." Bai Nian resolved to protect Bai Jiao. Su Wanshan instinctively glanced at the team member on the right. The individual signaled with his eyes. "He is lying." Thus, Su Wanshan nodded and said, "As long as you didn't, that's good. However, comrade, should you uncover any clues, please report them immediately. That gang of criminals is ruthless and bears the weight of lives lost." Upon hearing this, Bai Nian felt a pang of anxiety. "They're that dangerous?" "Indeed," Su Wanshan confirmed with a nod. "But rest assured, comrade, we will enhance patrols in this vicinity. Should anything occur, if you report promptly, our team will respond immediately." The team member on the left added, "If you discover any leads, report them as well. Should the information prove viable, there will be rewards from our organization." Having spoken, Su Wanshan continued, "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, that we still have other places to inquire about. And I sincerely apologize for the disturbance at this hour." "Not at all, not at all. You are merely concerned for the safety of us ordinary citizens." As the three turned to depart, Bai Nian bowed his head in contemplation. "Captain, that fellow is lying. Why didn't he simply present a search warrant and conduct a search?" One of the team members on the left remarked. "I checked. He emits no psychic energy fluctuations. He is merely an ordinary person. But players from the strength class wouldn't exhibit any psychic energy either. Furthermore, even if he isn't from the strength class, he might possess some special item that conceals our probing methods." Listening to the voices in his earpiece, Su Wanshan replied, "All right, Xiaohua, let us not be overly alarmed. Although players are randomly qualified, not everyone can become one." I had Xiao Lu check his background. His name is Bai Nian. He is 22 years old, a web novelist who rarely ventures outside. His novels aren't particularly successful, yet he persists in updating. Any occasional hiatus is merely while he prepares a new book. A person like that is likely not a player. Wang Xiaohua was taken aback. "Why not?" The left side team member shot him a glance. "If you became a player, would you still write novels?" You could sell anything you found in a dungeon for a considerable sum. How much can you earn from writing? That, Su Wanshan added. However, Xiao Hua makes a valid point. We should keep this individual on our watch list, that if he is indeed a player, even if he is reluctant to join the organization, he must still be registered. Understood. The three communicated through the method of silent transmission, which Bai Nian could not hear. As he weighed his options. Wait a moment. Just as the trio was about to knock on the next door, Bai Nian suddenly called out to them. What is it, comrade? Have you remembered something? Bai Nian hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, May I inquire what reward there is for providing clues? The three exchanged glances. Su Wanshan stated, a banner and 500 yuan in cash. 500? Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback, then pondered for a moment before beckoning the three. Well, could you three come over here for a moment? Moments later, the trio stood in astonishment, gazing at the anxious Bai Jialv, who lay under the covers with a bewildered expression. You he this? Wang Xiaohua stared in shock at Bai Jialv, then at Bai Nian, unable to articulate a complete thought. Gain source point 1 negative. 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 Bai Jialv looked at the three law enforcement officers, equally stunned. Bai Nian cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, I understand you may be confused, but please do not be bewildered. Bai Jialv trembled as he raised his hand. I am confused too. Weren't you supposed to be out looking for a job? How did you end up with three enforcers? What trouble have you gotten into? Did you get into a fight? We can't afford to pay any compensation. The three responded with a collective. Earlier, Xiao Lu had speculated that the missing nightmare creature might possess a strong survival instinct. At that time, Su Wanshan had mocked, wondering what kind of person would be so cowardly as to be cautious even in a dream. Little did he expect. Su Wanshan turned to look at the pale-faced Bai Jialv lying on the bed, suddenly realizing that this nightmare creature seemed to be even more peculiar than he had thought. Chapter 6. Let us work, nightmare. The situation is roughly as follows. Bai Nian did not conceal anything and recounted the recent events. The three were even more astonished, with Wang Xiaohua in a state of disbelief, asking, Wait a moment. You're not afraid of him? A guy who looks exactly like you suddenly appears in your home in the middle of the night and you're not scared. Of course I am scared, Bai Nian replied as if it were obvious. That's why I jumped out the window in fright. I jumped twice and he caught me both times. The three were left speechless. Upon hearing this, Bai Jialv became agitated. You must not die. You haven't paid off your wabe. You don't have a partner. And your rent is due soon. You absolutely cannot die. You need to think positively and find a good job. The three exchanged glances. To be honest, they had been busy all night and had never encountered such a nightmare creature before. The appearance of nightmare creatures stemmed from a few reckless players challenging a dungeon beyond their means, resulting in a failed task that manifested the dungeon's content into reality, thereby causing a reverse invasion from the inner world. Those players had long been captured, and Su Wanshan's team had gathered detailed information about the dungeon from them. To put it bluntly, the dungeon known as Nightmare Villa, although merely a lower-tier instance, was rare in its involvement with psychological aspects. The reason those players were caught was that they had experienced some truly terrifying events within dungeon, Nightmare Villa, to the point where they could no longer distinguish reality from illusion after failing their task, nearly driving them to madness. However, Bai Nian's nightmare creature seemed to be far from terrifying. Bai Nian remarked, By the way, Bai Jialv is not a criminal, but he is a suspicious individual. If I report him, I will receive a reward, correct? Su Wanshan cast a complex glance at Bai Nian. There is. When can I claim it? Bai Nian asked eagerly. That Su Wanshan looked up at the ceiling, melancholy in his expression. You will be able to return with us to the office shortly to claim it. What do you mean? Bai Jialv paused, then became even more agitated, struggling. Did you sell me? How much did you sell me for? Bai Nian replied honestly, 500. Only 500? Bai Jialv was furious, dark energy radiating from him. His menacing demeanor revealed. Only 500? Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. The system backend for Bai Nian was inundated with notifications, dozens of source points accumulating in mere seconds. Su Wanshan and his companions were startled and immediately assumed a combat stance. This was due to Bai Jialv's energy level surging dramatically. The energy level that had previously been undetectable was now at a lower tier, rapidly approaching the mid-tier. Hey, everyone, please remain calm. Don't get agitated. Bai Nian, seeing Su Wanshan and the others preparing to act, quickly intervened. Captain Su, could you hold off for a moment? May I speak with Brother Jialv first? With that, Bai Nian leaned in close to Bai Jialv and whispered a few words. Are you serious? Bai Jialv's expression shifted in disbelief, and his soaring energy level came to an abrupt halt. Really? Bai Nian covertly glanced at Su Wanshan and his team, leaning closer to Bai Jialv's ear. Look, we only have 7 days until we need to pay back the Huabei. Even if I go out to find a job now, I might not get my paycheck in 7 days. Without a paycheck, I can't pay back the Huabei, and if I can't pay it back, my credit will drop. Just think about it. If my credit drops, what consequences will follow? Bai Jialv paused. If my credit is low, I can't take out loans, I can't buy a car, I can't buy a house, I can't board a plane or take a high-speed train. Wait, are you suggesting that you will use the money from selling me to pay back the Huabei? Exclamation point. Exactly. Bai Nian observed the negative source points skyrocketing in the back end and continued to manipulate the situation. You see, if you go with them, the 500 yuan will be instantly available and combined with our previous savings. We can pay back the Huabei. That makes sense. Bai Jialv was taken aback, then cautiously glanced at the three, whispering, But what about the rent? Will 500 be enough? Why don't you negotiate with them to sell me for a higher price? The three were left speechless. They were not ordinary individuals. From such close proximity, they could hear every word of the 2's intentionally lowered voices. Moreover, they are law enforcers, and you don't have an ID, which makes you an unregistered individual. It would be entirely appropriate for you to go with them. Not only that, if you cooperate with them, given your unique nature, you might even secure a formal position. Brother Jialv, do you know what a formal position represents? Bai Jialv's eyes lit up. A stable job? Exactly. Bai Nian was pleased as he observed Bai Jialv's enthusiasm. Continuing, in the future, you will be inside while I am outside, that we will work together, earning 2 salaries. Will we ever worry about not making money in the future? All your previous worries will be easily resolved as long as you go with them. You're right. Bai Jialv was filled with excitement, hurriedly rising to grasp Su Wanshan's hand with fervor and urgency. Comrade, I will go with you. Su Wanshan was left speechless. Observing Bai Nian's entire manipulation of Bai Jialv had thoroughly astounded him. As the captain of the Longxiang Street area of the Shenluo Division stationed in Yunqing, he prided himself on having seen it all. Yet even in this situation, he could only internally exclaim in disbelief. The crisis of this event originated from people's dreams, as nightmare creatures are the hidden desires and obsessions that individuals wish to pursue yet dare not confront in their hearts. Earlier, Xiao Lu had speculated that the suddenly vanished nightmare creature might possess a strong survival instinct, and Su Wanshan had already found that absurd. Little did he expect that there could be even more absurdity. How could someone even be dreaming about how to repay their Huabei? Bai Nian suddenly said, Captain Su, may I have a word with you privately? Su Wanshan looked puzzled. The two moved to a corner, where Bai Nian quietly asked, Captain Su, is my brother Jialv's situation something that rarely occurs? Su Wanshan's expression was intricate. You know, it's quite rare. There's something I would like to confirm with you. If Brother Anxiety were to join you, you wouldn't harm him, would you? Su Wanshan paused momentarily, about to respond when Bai Nian continued. I understand this request may be somewhat excessive, considering Brother Anxiety's nature as a spirit. But he possesses considerable research value. As long as you provide him with a salary, he can be quite obedient. Despite his demeanor, he is merely overwhelmed by anxiety regarding his current situation and future. I can empathize with that deeply. You could confine him, and as for the salary, it wouldn't matter if you didn't actually pay it. Just inform him that the salary has been deposited into my account. Additionally, there is one more small request. May I have the opportunity to visit him occasionally? Rest assured, I won't trouble you, and the matter of the salary having been deposited requires my personal assurance to him. Otherwise, he might harbor doubts. Su Wanshan gazed deeply at Bai Nian, having largely confirmed Bai Nian's identity. Why? Why do you wish to do this? Well, how should I put it? Bai Nian pondered, thinking he couldn't simply say he wanted to collect source points. Perhaps it's a feeling akin to seeing a reflection of my past. Su Wanshan's gaze was complex. Although it was against protocol, one must admit that having a fully cooperative and communicative nightmare creature would indeed be advantageous for them. This incident had occurred rather abruptly, although they at the Shinto Division had extracted the specifics of the Nightmare Manor instance. No one had yet ventured into it. With By Anxiety's cooperation, they could gain a deeper understanding of such instances. Compiling the research findings into a strategy could also provide convenience for their colleagues in the future. Contemplating this, Su Wanshan turned to By Anxiety. His name is Anxiety? Indeed, By Anxiety, a name I bestowed upon him. It shares my surname. Su Wanshan nodded. I can grant you this request. Bai Nian rejoiced. Thank you, Captain Su. Now, not only would he secure $500, but he had also addressed the potential issue of By Anxiety's future rampages, while additionally acquiring a consistent means to harvest negative source points. Truly a threefold gain. By the way, Captain Su, there's actually one more thing, speak. It's just, Bai Nian hesitated for a moment, cautiously stating, although I have only recently met Brother Anxiety, there is an uncanny familiarity, a sense of regret for not having met sooner. You might find it hard to believe, but he has indeed become my beloved friend, my brother. Su Wanshan was taken aback. What are you trying to convey? It's just, would it be possible to increase the salary? Bai Nian's expression was one of eager anticipation. Acquired, Su Wanshan took a deep breath, sensing that this individual bore a somewhat complex disposition. Bai Nian. Yes, Su Wanshan suddenly inquired. You are a player, aren't you? What? Chapter 7. Shinto Division, acquired source point 1, positive. Acquired source point 1, positive. Su Wanshan exuded an air of confidence, observing Bai Nian with a look that seemed to scream, don't hide it. You have already revealed yourself. Upon becoming a player, an individual would typically gain immediate awareness of the rules. Although Bai Nian displayed no psychic energy fluctuations, he appeared unfazed by the emergence of Bai Anxiety and their arrival. He even exhibited remarkable composure. At the dead of night, a doppelganger with a pallid complexion suddenly appearing in his home. Would a normal person remain so calm in such a scenario? He had even named the nightmare creature, and had jumped off a building, not once but twice. Who, in a single night, jumps off a building twice only to be retrieved by strange individuals, remains so nonchalant about it? If Bai Nian were not a player, his name could easily be inverted. Yet Bai Nian genuinely had no understanding of what Su Wanshan was referring to player. What on earth is that? Bai Nian was puzzled. Nevertheless, considering that Su Wanshan had begun granting him positive source points, he resolved to listen a little longer. Yet in Su Wanshan's eyes, Bai Nian's hesitation appeared as indecision. Do not be too quick to deny. I understand that you free-spirited players tend to be wary of us officials. But please allow me to explain. Su Wanshan stated. In reality, we are not enforcers but belong to a department called the Shinto Division. Shinto Division? Bai Nian was taken aback. Indeed, the so-called relevant authorities. As a novelist, you should find it quite comprehensible, yes? Bai Nian nodded. I thought it was called the Dragon Group. How classic. He had long suspected that their arrival was related to Bai Anxiety, and Su Wanshan's words seemed to confirm his suspicions. I want to inquire when you became a player. Su Wanshan disregarded Bai Nian's comment, continuing, based on the recent situation, it seems you do not pose an immediate threat. Our Shinto Division is not a particularly oppressive organization. We will not forcibly require you to join. However, the existence of individuals wielding great power can potentially lead to societal instability. Thus, even free-spirited players must register with our Shinto Division. Just registration? Bai Nian was taken aback. Yes, merely registration. Su Wanshan nodded. I understand you may harbor some reservations towards us, which is perfectly normal. Moreover, do not overthink it. The so-called registration merely allows our Shinto Division to acknowledge your identity as a player and record your initial abilities, without requiring you to disclose your player ID or showcase any inventory items. Once registered, you will become a legal player, and as long as you refrain from actions that endanger society, our Shinto Division will not excessively interfere in your life. In fact, we can even offer you some assistance. Bai Nian fell silent. He did not quite grasp the professional jargon. However, one thing became clear to him. This world appeared to be quite complex that Su Wanshan, noticing his silence, continued, "Let me first share the benefits following your registration. If I'm not mistaken, you have recently become a player. Haven TU, you might not have even entered an instance yet." Bai Nian nodded. He had not only never entered an instance, but he also was still unclear about what a player even was. Nevertheless, since Su Wanshan had misunderstood, he decided to let him continue under that misconception. Curiosity was one aspect, and the occasional influx of positive source points was rather enticing. You should have noticed that Bai Anxiety's emergence was due to a player's instance task failure, which led to the reverse invasion of the instance. Bai Nian continued nodding. After Su Wanshan's explanation, he indeed recognized the situation, albeit with some lingering confusion. The information void among free-spirited players, combined with their wariness of our Shinto division, often leads to such occurrences. Thus, aside from strategizing for instances, our Shinto division is also responsible for managing free-spirited players and addressing such situations. Once you register as a legal player, you will gain access to our Shinto division's official player forum, jointly established with other organizations. Whether you seek instant strategies, wish to recruit teammates, or aim to buy or sell items, you can utilize this forum. Of course, you may also use it to learn more about what our Shinto division is and then consider whether to join. Merely registering would grant access to the basic benefits of a legal player, namely, opening the forum for Bai Nian. Choosing to join the Shinto division would provide even more benefits, albeit with certain responsibilities. Bai Nian was still not entirely clear on what being a player in instance entailed. Although the benefits of joining the Shinto division were appealing, Bai Nian was not a player himself. What if they required collective instance runs? How would he participate? While Bai Nian was quite tempted by the Shinto division's benefits, including their insurance and various subsidies, he believed it best not to join for now. He would first gather more information from that player forum, perhaps even find a way to become a player. However, given he possessed a system, even if he couldn't become a player, it wasn't a significant issue that he asked for the abilities required to disclose during registration. He could traverse the clouds. Surely, an ordinary person couldn't do that. Yet, before registration, can players increase their salary? If so, then I can be a player. Acquired source point 1 negative. It's good that you can agree. Su Wanshan's expression stiffened momentarily, and he managed a smile before stating seriously, "Additionally, I must emphasize one point. Whether in the forum or during instances, do not casually reveal your true personal information. The player organizations are not solely comprised of our Shinto division and various official organizations. There are numerous unofficial organizations as well. To my knowledge, those unofficial groups possess the capability to seize items from your inventory and even have methods to transfer player qualifications. Those methods are exceedingly brutal. In short, remember, do not let others know you are a player." "I understand." Bai Nian nodded earnestly. Yet he was not the least bit concerned about his identity being exposed. After all, he was not a player. He merely had a system, and that was a source of amusement that he asked for the Shinto division. They had already guessed correctly, so no salary increase? Enough of this. Acquisition. Bai Nian smacked his lips, lingering on the moment, and said, "All right." Bai Nian, along with Su Wanshan and others, returned to the law enforcement department with Bai Jiao LV. "Brother Jiao LV, be obedient while you're inside. Cooperate as much as possible. I'll come to see you whenever I can. Rest assured, for the sake of a brighter future, I shall work diligently." Bai Jiao LV clenched his fist, brimming with enthusiasm. "You mustn't be idle out there either. Let's strive together, working 2 jobs to earn double the income." The others from the Divine Luo department could only look on in silence. Following this, Bai Nian accompanied Su Wanshan for registration. "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Lixue, who primarily handles various information and registers new players. Xiao Lu, this is Bai Nian, the one I asked you to look into. He has just recently become a player." "He's a player?" Lu Lixue exclaimed, surprised. "How can he be a player?" She had assisted in gathering Bai Nian's information, so she certainly understood what kind of person he was. How did he become a player and still spend his days in a rented room writing novels? Wait a moment. Lu Lixue suddenly realized. "You became a player 3 days ago?" Bai Nian froze, scratching his head. "I suppose so." Lu Lixue nodded in understanding. "No wonder your novel hasn't been updated since 3 days ago." Bai Nian, curious, asked, "You read my book?" "Not exactly. I did a personality profile while checking the information," Lu Lishua winked. My initial ability is mental enhancement. What about yours? It's a martial skill. Chapter 8. The prizes in the negative reward pool have their issues. You call that a martial skill? Lu Lishua stared in astonishment at Bai Nian, who was hopping from one foot to the other, achieving an unusual form of flight. Indeed, Bai Nian landed gracefully. This is called Cloud Ladder, and it is my initial ability. No, I've seen martial skills before, but none have been like yours. Bai Nian proceeded to describe the principles of Cloud Ladder, leaving Lu Lishue and Su Wanshan utterly bewildered as they continued to provide negative source points. You can keep jumping as long as your stamina holds out. Absurd, utterly absurd. Absurd? Bai Nian scratched his head. I thought it was quite reasonable. Lu Lishue and Su Wanshan exchanged glances. Those alternate world instances and various abilities, while fantastical, still adhered to logic. Yet the logic behind Bai Nian's martial skill seemed utterly nonsensical. After completing the registration, Bai Nian received a special URL. The address was written on a slip of paper, and as Bai Nian finished reading it, the characters vanished and the paper spontaneously ignited. Of course, Bai Nian memorized the URL. Truly ephemeral, Su Wanshan reiterated some final advice before allowing Bai Nian to leave. Divine Luo Department Player Instance Alternate World. Bai Nian mused that he had inexplicably become a legitimate player. And aside from the fact that he was not actually a player, nothing seemed amiss. Let's take a look then. He pulled out his phone, entered the URL he had committed to memory, and accessed the player forum. Once the website finished loading, a plethora of bizarre posts filled his screen. Beastmasters are thriving, low combat power and instances, huge profits in the pet industry. Discussing the feasibility of mass-producing Thunderstruck wood at nuclear power plants. Ding Tier Intermediate, Demon Realm Survival Mission Guide. Paid viewing, Wu Tier Lower Body Enhancement Beauties on Call, Solo Chicken Dinner. Add QQ Group. 734554836. Bai Nian casually clicked on the fourth post. Although he couldn't fully comprehend it, he read it with great interest. There were even pictures. Unfortunately, just as he was engrossed, the post was deleted. Beyond these, the forum was filled with numerous recruitment posts. Some sought teammates for instances, while others were grassroots player organizations looking for members. After browsing for a bit, Bai Nian noticed that the perks offered by these grassroots organizations seemed quite appealing, far superior to those from the Divine Luo Department. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that these posts carried a whiff of deceit, akin to luring individuals into organ trafficking in northern Myanmar, so he refrained from pursuing further. Subsequently, Bai Nian opened the search bar and looked up the keywords Su Wanshan had told him. New Player Guidelines. This post was officially published by the Divine Luo Department, detailing what alternate world instances are, the hierarchy of powers, and some popular power systems, along with various precautions. Bai Nian clicked in. The first section covered players themselves. Player slots are randomized, but all initial player panels are identical. The attribute values on the initial panel vary from person to person, though the discrepancies are not significant. Furthermore, there is a 3-slot backpack and a one-time random initial ability extraction. Of course, this isn't limited to abilities. Items, enhancement potions, training manuals, and more are all possible rewards. However, the likelihood remains that only a single ability awakening will occur, encompassing but not limited to supernatural abilities, Taoist techniques, witchcraft, magic, martial arts, and so forth. Next came alternate world instances. This phenomenon has existed for less than a decade. Initially, players believed that instances were merely that instances and there was no concept of an alternate world. However, as time passed, players gradually discovered that all instances seemed to exist within the same realm. Many instances held subtle connections with one another. The instance missions, therefore, represent genuine events occurring within that realm that require resolution. Moreover, should an instance mission fail, it may reverse invade reality, materializing within the real world, and if not addressed promptly, could evolve into a significant crisis, even an apocalypse. Furthermore, not only does the alternate world influence the real world, but events occurring in the real world may also affect the alternate world, creating instances that players from the real world must then tackle. It is precisely for this reason that this realm is dubbed the alternate world, as its ties to the reality are exceedingly close. Mishandling a situation could transform what was originally an ordinary event into a supernatural occurrence. Instances come in myriad forms. If categorized according to web literature, they include, but are not limited to, supernatural, fantasy, martial arts, urban science fiction, illustrating the vastness of the alternate world. By the way, the timing for instances is standardized. When players enter the alternate world, time in the real world comes to a relative standstill. And only upon the completion or failure of the instance do players return simultaneously. The triggering times for instances of varying levels also differ. For example, Wu-tier instances have a cycle of 3 to 5 days. Representing the most numerous and least difficult type, Ding-tier instances span from half a month to 3 months. Beyond that, there is no further information, as this is merely the new player guidelines. To know the triggering cycles for Ding-tier and above instances, one must no longer be a novice. Furthermore, the difficulty of instances of the same level correlates with the number of participants. The higher the instance's difficulty, the more players are involved. Then there is the power hierarchy. Due to the multitude of power systems in the alternate world, labeling them according to their respective terminologies would be rather cumbersome. Thus, various organizations have convened to standardize the nomenclature of power levels. It is worth mentioning that there are actually 2 sets of designations for power levels. Point 1 is the Great Xia system of A, B, C, D, E, with each level further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The other consists of designations from organizations outside of Great Xia, such as A, B, C, D, E. Bai Nian couldn't help but chuckle at this, feeling a tinge of pride belonging to Great Xia above these levels. There may be more, but this post does not elaborate. Bai Nian couldn't be bothered to read further. After all, he wasn't a player, and perusing this information was merely for amusement. Indulging too much would serve little purpose. He tucked his phone away, boarded the bus, and planned to return to his rented room for some rest before reporting to the construction site the next day. Indeed, he still intended to start hauling bricks. Even with the 500 yuan reward from the Divine Luo department, his current circumstances had not improved significantly. Life remained quite strained. He aimed to earn some quick cash at the construction site before contemplating other matters. Upon returning to his rented room, Bai Nian summoned the system, gazing at the source point balance with excitement, rubbing his hands together. Source points, 292 positive, 1117 negative. The Divine Luo department and Brother Zhao LV are truly good people. I've just accumulated enough for another lottery draw. Drawing upon his previous experience, Bai Nian took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, and silently recited, "Draw." The familiar black and red vortex reappeared, engulfing Bai Nian entirely. Subsequently, a multitude of faceless black and red figures manifested. One figure appeared particularly aggressive, swinging its fist toward Bai Nian's head. Faintly, Bai Nian seemed to hear someone cursing at him. "You just love to show off. Truth is, you're nothing at all." The scene shattered. "Congratulations. You have obtained transformative mask. X1, hiss." Bai Nian broke out in a cold sweat. The lottery draw effect was rather terrifying, providing an immersive experience. Just moments ago, he genuinely believed that punch would land squarely on his face. With a thought, a pure white mask materialized in Bai Nian's hand. This mask bore no patterns, not even holes, entirely pristine white. Not a single hole. Bai Nian examined it thoroughly, feeling perplexed. "Wouldn't he wearing this make me blind?" Amidst his confusion, information about the mask flooded into Bai Nian's mind. Title: The Versatile Mask. Function: Versatility. The wearer can transform into any non-living entity they can comprehend, temporarily acquiring its characteristics for a duration of 20 hours, with no cooldown. Note: the size limit upon transformation depends on the wearer's height, with a minimum of 1% of their height. Any non-living entity? Bai Nian pondered. It's not just the mask that changes, but the entire person? Let's give it a try. He donned the mask, yet the anticipated sensation of blindness did not manifest. He remained capable of seeing normally, as though the mask were non-existent. Rushing to the bathroom, he gazed into the mirror, discovering the mask still adorning his face. Interesting, others cannot see my face, but I can see theirs. Bai Nian grinned widely, leaning back as he commanded inwardly, "Transform clothes drying rack." In an instant, Bai Nian saw his reflection morph into a slender, elongated drying rack propped against the wall, indistinguishable from an ordinary one that, however, upon attempting to move, he realized he was immobile. "I can't move? It seems my various senses have been dulled, or rather, temporarily vanished. So I can only think and observe. This feels a bit lackluster, but in the face of danger, I could transform into a small stone or a marble to evade. Temporarily acquiring the characteristics of the transformed object, aside from immobility, is akin to being indestructible. Delighted, Bai Nian attempted to revert to his original form, heading back to bed for some sleep. Huh? Why no response? Bai Nian tried again, but still, no reaction. That he experimented with transforming into other non-living entities and succeeded. Bewildered, he suddenly seemed to realize something. Could this be the case? The transformation lasts 20 hours. Is this a side effect? Chapter 9. Inheriting debt bills from crossing over. The next day, Bai Nian emerged from his transformation, still feeling a lingering apprehension that it was indeed true that he could temporarily acquire the characteristics of the transformed object. But correspondingly, he was rendered incapable of movement, given the limitation of only transforming into non-living entities. While gaining certain traits, he also inherited the associated restrictions. Unable to move or speak, only capable of thought for a continuous 20 hours, and unable to cancel the effect voluntarily. Had he not stayed up all night prior, he might have truly struggled. This item is rather peculiar. Didn't they say products from the system are all top-notch? TSK. After being forced to sleep for 20 hours, Bai Nian now felt remarkably energetic. Noticing that dawn was still a while away, he engaged in some light activity, prepared a bowl of noodles, and then set off to the construction site. This left Lu Lixue, who was secretly monitoring Bai Nian through street surveillance, utterly speechless. Previously, she had harbored doubts about how someone could become a player and, upon gaining abilities, remain so composed, spending time at home typing away while also planning to toil at a construction site. As a mental enhancer, Lu Lixue's ability, while seemingly unremarkable for combat, granted her extraordinary information processing capabilities. However, one should not judge solely by appearances. Her mental enhancement was comprehensive. That is, if she had been a conspiracy theorist before her enhancement. Afterward, she became an upgraded version of one. Even a normal person, post-enhancement, would find it easier to distrust others. Of course, Lu Lixue bore no malice. Her job required her to be observant, hence her earnestness. Or perhaps her meticulousness. Nevertheless, there were benefits, such as her sleep duration being significantly shorter than that of a typical person, yielding her more working hours. Well, that didn't seem like much of a benefit. It's astonishing that someone can remain this composed, becoming a player yet still so reclusive without any updates. Did they really just sleep at home all day yesterday? Lu Lixue found herself incredulous. However, upon witnessing Bai Jiao's anxious demeanor in the observation room, her incredulity only deepened. Bai Jiao had already spent an entire day in the observation room, exhibiting no signs of antisocial behavior. On the contrary, he even inquired from time to time if there was anything he could assist with. He appeared quite anxious. Meanwhile, the researchers at Shinra Bureau observed that Bai Jiao, as a nightmare creature, seemingly required neither food nor sleep. And his strength far surpassed that of an average person, nearly reaching the standards of a Class V lower-tier strength player. However, whether he truly required no sustenance or rest still warranted further observation. As it stood, "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" Bai Jiao called out anxiously from the observation room. "Officer, is there anything else you need me to assist with? I've finished reviewing all the materials you provided yesterday, and I understand that my existence is not suitable for the outside world. However, we agreed on all this yesterday, so I won't cause you any trouble by going out, but if you don't have anything else for me to do at the moment, could you lend me a computer? Bai Nian is looking for a proper job, and surely won't have time to update. I'm just idling here. Could you lend me a computer to write and update? Although the manuscript fee isn't much, 1,000 or 2 is still money. Hello? Officer. Is anyone there?" Lu Lixue. Unbelievable. There is truly someone who is so cautious even in their dreams. She rubbed her temples, striking Bai Nian's name off her key attention notebook. Such a person cannot be a villain. Today marks the day when Class V dungeons open, and it will also be his first dungeon. I hope he can survive. Shaking her head slightly, Lu Lixue consulted Su Wanshan before arranging for Bai Jiao to receive a non-networked laptop, instructing that once he had completed his updates, they would come to collect it. For now, Bai Jiao could not be allowed direct access to the internet. Bai Nian had already coordinated with the foreman, so he could head straight to work. The tasks were all labor-intensive. However, he might have misinterpreted something, although the original owner was a homebody. He wasn't overweight and was quite handsome, but he hadn't engaged in much exercise, leaving him rather physically weak. While moving bricks sounded straightforward, in reality, Bai Nian was panting within half an hour. This body is in terrible shape, Bai Nian inwardly complained. At this rate, after a day of labor, not only would he fail to earn money, but he would also be fortunate not to be dismissed by the foreman for slacking off. "Hey, young man, can't handle it anymore?" An older man nearby grinned, revealing a simple smile. "But you're just a recent graduate, all delicate. What brings you to a place like this? Shouldn't you be sitting in an office?" Bai Nian, breathless and struggling to move bricks, replied, "Some issues at home, no choice. Rent, credit debts, food." Having only crossed over a few days ago, Bai Nian was already acutely aware of the pressures left behind by the original owner. Inheriting credit debt upon crossing over was truly absurd. However, the older man seemed to misinterpret his words, falling silent for a moment before sighing. "Every family has its own troubles. Alas, young man, you're commendable, quite a man, but you can't keep this up. It's too strenuous. Even if you grit your teeth and endure today, tomorrow you'll be sore and miserable. Here, let me show you. Acquired source point 1, positive. Acquired source point 1, positive. Acquired source point 1, positive." Bai Nian was somewhat taken aback. The older man began imparting some brick-moving techniques to him. "Thank you, uncle." Bai Nian expressed his heartfelt gratitude that in truth, what the older man taught was not particularly useful, merely some minor tricks he had summarized from his own experiences. While it wouldn't save much effort, it was better than nothing. However, the unexpectedly increasing positive source points were a pleasant surprise. The older man chuckled. There's no need for thanks. Just keep at it. Young man, you might be a bit weak now, but with perseverance, you'll improve. Our site provides lunch, and after work in the evening, you can dine at that star fast food over there. Their clay pot dishes are 15 yuan per person. And you get a pot to choose your ingredients. Eat as much rice as you like, delicious and filling. Understood, uncle? Thus, after another half hour of perseverance, Bai Nian's arms ached to the point of being intolerable, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Darkness began encroaching upon his vision, and he felt on the verge of collapse. As it stood, the only reward seemed to be the imminent accumulation of 500 positive source points. The older man appeared to be quite chatty, and within this brief time, news about this young man coming to the construction site due to family troubles had spread, garnering Bai Nian considerable sympathy and a modicum of empathy. Suddenly, detected the opening of a Class V lower-tier dungeon. "Would you like to spend 100 source points, positive, to enter?" Bai Nian was momentarily stunned that it turned out that he wasn't a player but could still sneak into a dungeon. He had read the beginner's guide and was aware that dungeon contents were diverse and bizarre, and even a Class V lower-tier dungeon could be deadly. To Su Wanshan had informed him that Bai Jiao's emergence was due to a failed of a Class V upper-tier dungeon called Nightmare Manor 5 days ago. Coincidentally, the day before Bai Nian had crossed over. Now, 5 days had passed, and the Class V dungeon was opening. "There's danger in the dungeon. Should I enter?" Bai Nian contemplated briefly. It was known that upon entering a dungeon, time in the outer world would effectively come to a standstill for the duration of the dungeon. In such a moment, Bai Nian cast a glance at the brick in his own gloved hands, which were still marred despite the protective covering. Is it truly such a burden to rest in the dungeon for a while before returning to brick lifting? With the transformative mask at hand, should danger arise, I could simply turn into a small stone and wait until the dungeon concludes. It's not that I wish to go, it's just that lifting bricks is exceedingly exhausting. What can I say? The original body rarely engages in physical exercise. To move a brick is to gamble with one's life. His vision had begun to dim. Contemplating this, Bai Nian greeted a nearby worker, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and then hurriedly departed, donning his mask. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Enter the dungeon. Source points, positive. -100. The world suddenly plunged into darkness, only to be illuminated once more. Upon entering the dungeon, Bai Nian immediately turned to observe that 5 teammates had already taken their positions. Chapter 10. The 6th member of the 5-man team at this moment, Bai Nian found himself on a modest, desolate hill that he and his teammates were situated halfway up the slope, with a dilapidated shrine not far off. After surveying the surroundings, Bai Nian turned his attention to his teammates. Each of them wore masks. This was also noted in the beginner's guide for novice players, where concealing one's identity was of utmost importance. Even those unregistered, pure novice players would likely opt to wear masks or employ other forms of disguise upon their initial entry into a dungeon. After all, ordinary individuals would generally be made aware of the rules when they assumed the identity of a player. While Bai Nian appraised the others, one individual donned in a mask reminiscent of Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul furrowed his brow. 6 members? Is the difficulty of this dungeon truly so significant? The Wu-tier Mountain God Temple, 6 is already the standard for mid-tier teams, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Bai Nian's mind stirred. He had not entered through the player identity. Hence others were aware of the dungeon they were currently in and its associated tasks, while Bai Nian remained oblivious. He was not a player at all. He lacked a player panel. Bai Nian scanned his surroundings, aside from Kaneki. The remaining 4 teammates were Zhu Beiji, Green-Headed Fish, Robber, and Spider-Man. Among them, Robber sported a black knit cap that only revealed his eyes and mouth. Green-Headed Fish appeared to be female based on her physique. Bai Nian assessed the others. They too scrutinized him. The reason for their gaze was clear. Bai Nian's mask was the most peculiar, devoid of any openings, raising doubts about whether he could even see. Except for Kaneki, the others were notably silent, their eyes brimming with suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, Kaneki spoke. Everyone, I trust you are all aware of the task at hand for this dungeon, that we are required to survive for 7 days. This is a survival mission. Throughout these 7 days, unforeseen events may transpire. However, there is no need for undue concern. Wu-tier dungeons are designed such that, even without any special abilities, one can succeed using the intellect of an ordinary person. So the other individuals exchanged glances, remaining silent, lost in their thoughts. Observing this, Bai Nian crossed his arms, looking towards Kaneki with a hint of admiration. You identified the issue rather swiftly. Quite impressive. You possess the finest quality among this group. Kaneki : Gains source points 1 negative. Kaneki cast a glance at Bai Nian's head, slightly hesitating. May I inquire your identity? Bai Nian understood what he was looking for, merely the player ID. However, he had none of that. Yet he was aware that players had various means to conceal their ID. Though typically, in Wu-tier dungeons, no player possessed such capabilities. The dungeon's tier not only related to the task's difficulty, but also to the player's strengths. You may call me the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. I am a seasoned player, having experienced no less than 10 Wu-tier dungeons. No less than 10. The group was taken aback. Gained source points 1 negative. Gained source points 1 negative. Gained. Kaneki appeared utterly baffled, hesitating for a moment before saying, having experienced no less than 10 and yet not advanced a tier. Are you really this cautious, Tyrannosaurus warrior? Bai Nian? It is worth mentioning that aside from the initial entry into a dungeon, which invariably led to a Wu-tier dungeon, subsequent dungeons could be selected. There exists a connection between dungeons, akin to a task chain. After completing the initial dungeon task, players could choose to continue along this task chain and challenge higher-tier dungeons, or opt to abandon the chain and engage in random selections. The difficulty of the dungeon would fluctuate based on the player's own strength within the same tier. As for the type of dungeon, that was entirely random. It was quite possible that one might find themselves in a classical martial arts dungeon one time and a youthful campus setting the next. If one continued to randomly match without adhering to the task chain, the rewards from the dungeons would progressively diminish until ultimately, no benefits would be obtained. Even the extraordinary pathways hidden within the dungeon would be of the most basic variety, merely due to the initial task dungeon's nature. Overreaching can lead to downfall. Possessing too many skills is not necessarily advantageous. Having ample experience in dungeons of the same tier ensures safety. Yet it can also result in a sheer waste of time. Upon hearing Bai Nian's words, Zhu Beiji let out a sigh of relief, then mocked. So you're just a coward. You startled me, thinking you were some big shot. Negative source points continued to accumulate. Bai Nian appreciated this aspect of the system. Regardless of others' opinions of him, he still reaped rewards. What an absurd statement, Bai Nian retorted, displeased. This is not cowardice. It is caution, as the saying goes. He who preserves the Green Mountains need not fear the lack of firewood. Those who survive long are the true victors. Do you not understand? Just now, I possess a hidden ID item. Do you? Ah, you're still a coward. Zhu Beiji continued to jeer. This fellow was indeed deserving of his mask. He was a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall and rather stout. The others watched in silence as the two engaged in their dispute. Kaneki, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. All right. Since we are all here, we are temporary allies. We must find a way to survive within the confines of the mountain god temple over these 7 days. We cannot afford to quarrel at this juncture. Furthermore, what the Tyrannosaurus warrior says is correct. Only by surviving can we discuss anything else. Speaking thus, Kaneki turned to Bai Nian, sincerely stating, Tyrannosaurus warrior, I am with the Shinra Company, though it may be presumptuous. I assume you have not registered with us. In fact, our Shinra Company, he proceeded to recount the various benefits and privileges associated with their organization. These words were not solely directed at Bai Nian, but also intended for the other teammates. Indeed, upon completion of his speech, the others appeared somewhat swayed, though they still grappled with their thoughts. After sharing this information, Kaneki continued, Of course, these discussions can wait until after we conquer the dungeon. For now, our immediate priority is to deliberate on how to navigate this dungeon. Our operational area for this dungeon is confined to this mountain. While this mountain appears quite desolate, I believe we need to be cautious of potential unforeseen events and various dangers, as well as locate sources of water and food that, if necessary, roots, tree bark, and even ants or earthworms. Anything that can satiate our hunger must be consumed, because in a state of hunger, the body's functions will significantly decline, and recovery of stamina will slow. Kaneki spoke eloquently, demonstrating a wealth of theoretical knowledge. To be fair, the Shinra Company members were quite commendable. Upon entry, they immediately shared their insights for the operational area. Bai Nian understood that regardless of the dungeon type, the operational range was always limited. The beginner's guide had introduced a grayish-white, vast canopy that stretched across the horizon, the size of which depended on the dungeon's tier. This was what was referred to as the dungeon boundary. Bai Nian turned to glance. He saw no grayish-white canopy. There were no boundaries in this dungeon for him. After Kaneki shared his expertise, he added, For now, we should focus on these key points. Given that it is still early, let us explore this dungeon. Its name is Mountain God Temple, which should refer to the nearby shrine that we should investigate it first, and then search for food and water. As he spoke, Kaneki looked toward Bai Nian, seemingly seeking his input. Bai Nian chuckled. Indeed, the Shinra Company members are quite seasoned. Let us proceed. With that, Bai Nian slowed his pace, falling back behind the group. I possess considerable experience, so I shall bring up the rear. The group. Gained source points 1 negative. Gained source points 1 negative. Gained. After boasting a bit, Bai Nian enhanced his character profile, accumulating hundreds of negative source points, while simultaneously becoming the 6th member of this 5-man team. Chapter 11. I have a bold idea. Let us worship in the shrine. Kaneki stated earnestly, This is of great importance. Regardless of the shrine, not only must we enter, but even merely passing by necessitates a visit to pay our respects. Do not underestimate this dilapidated mountain deity temple merely because of its small and shabby appearance. My company has previously witnessed a formidable individual of the 3rd-tier parish during a quest simply for neglecting to pay homage upon passing such a decrepit shrine, subsequently attracting the wrath of the wild deity within, leading to their untimely demise through relentless torment. The crowd gasped, nodding in acknowledgement, their memories sharpened by the tale. The temple, indeed, was in a state of disrepair. Its interior even more so than its exterior. Shattered pottery, skittering insects, ubiquitous spider webs, rotting wooden beams, and an indiscernible idol all contributed to the atmosphere of decay. The statue, crudely carved from a single stone block, appeared so rough that, were it not for its placement on the altar, Bai Nian might not have recognized it as a deity at all. Of course, the authenticity of this altar remained in question. It stood centrally positioned and seemed relatively well preserved. Jin Mu Yin led the group in reverence before the idol. O great mountain god, we, mere travelers, humbly seek refuge upon your sacred ground for a few days. Rest assured, we shall not impose without recompense during our stay. We pledge to assist in the restoration of your temple, that we ask nothing of you, O revered mountain god, but if you could grant us your benevolence in these days, it would be most gracious. Bai Nian, along with several other companions, stood bewildered. Was this truly the manner in which one paid respects? The green-head fish sister exclaimed, "Wait a moment, is this how one venerates an idol? Though I must say, your words are rather too forthright." Jin Mu Yin shot her a glance, raised a finger in a gesture for silence, and whispered, "I shall explain later." Just as doubts about this member of the Shenluo division began to surface, a sudden crackling sound echoed through the air, prompting the group to look up in astonishment. To their shock, the idol was suddenly riddled with fine cracks, fracturing before their eyes. In an instant, a beautifully crafted statue, the material of which was indiscernible, emerged from the debris. The fallen stone fragments had even formed the character for benevolence at the statue's feet. "What on earth?" the robber gasped in disbelief. "Are there truly deities within this dungeon?" Jin Mu Yin, equally astonished, replied, "Indeed, the dungeon is essentially a vast world intricately connected to our own. Through the research of our Shenluo division, it has become apparent that the ancient myths and legends of our world likely stem from genuine events that transpired within this realm, preserved through unknown means." From his reaction, it was clear he was familiar with the concept, yet was encountering such phenomena for the first time. Bai Nian felt a spark of curiosity. After all, this was not covered in the new player guidelines. Jin Mu Yin rose and urged everyone to join in the worship. Witnessing the extraordinary occurrence, the group began to take the matter more seriously. Though their faces were hidden behind masks, their sincerity was palpable. Observing this, Bai Nian felt a stir of inspiration as the group finished their homage. All eyes turned to Bai Nian, only he had not participated. The invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior? Jin Mu Yin inquired, somewhat puzzled. Bai Nian pondered for a moment before asserting, "Please address me by my full title, the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior." The group looked on in confusion. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Language is an art, and within the span of a single utterance, one can accrue numerous negative source points. So, invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, will you not pay your respects? Jin Mu Yin asked, slightly exasperated. Although this is merely a Tier 5 lower dungeon, as you can see, our number has already placed us at the threshold of Tier 5 mid-dungeons. Even with your extensive experience in dungeons, the dungeon's name, Mountain God Temple, clearly related to this very shrine. Furthermore, what had just transpired was not lost on him. Or was it? He felt uncertain, for Bai Nian's mask bore no openings. Could one truly see through such a disguise? Bai Nian nodded, internally reflecting that he had been unaware of the dungeon's name until now. However, he replied, "I saw it." Well, as an experienced player, you should know that the rewards obtained from completing dungeon tasks are merely the most basic tier. Within the dungeon, there are undoubtedly numerous elements to explore to maximize our benefits. We cannot solely focus on task completion. As Jin Mu Yin spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Bai Nian. Before entering the dungeon, Bai Nian had been hauling bricks at a construction site. Hence his attire was far from pristine, that he wore cheap cloth gloves, and if one disregarded his mask, he appeared akin to a newly arrived laborer. Nevertheless, Jin Mu Yin suspected this was merely a facade for the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. They could not see Bai Nian's player ID, clearly indicating that despite lingering in low-tier dungeons, he was indeed a figure of significance, at least within the 5th tier. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Mu Yin continued, "Moreover, we have already received the mountain god's consent to temporarily reside within the mountain god temple. I trust you understand what this implies." Before Bai Nian could respond, Spider-Man asked, somewhat bewildered, "What does it imply?" "It means that during our task, we shall receive a measure of protection from this mountain deity, significantly enhancing our safety," the green-head fish sister interjected, then turned to Jin Mu Yin. "I am not mistaken in this assumption, am I? But is it wise for us to discuss this in the presence of the mountain deity?" Bai Nian was taken aback by this ID. Jin Mu Yin, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Just call me Nai He. In my youth, I was unaware that player IDs cannot be altered, and I deeply regret IT.AS for mentioning this before the mountain deity. It poses no issue, according to our Shenluo division's research. Deities of this nature typically seek abstract energies such as offerings and faith. While the mountain god may possess some strength, it is unlikely to be overwhelmingly formidable or pose a threat to us. Otherwise, this dungeon would not merely be classified as a Tier 5 lower dungeon. Such deities have a characteristic. They do not constantly manifest upon their idols, but only descend when needed. Thus, if we wish to gain the mountain deity's favor, we must frequently pay homage during these 7 days, with sincerity being paramount. Otherwise, should we encounter danger, the deity may overlook us. Furthermore, as players, discussions regarding dungeons and tasks are suppressed in this world. The natives cannot overhear us, of course. If they are perceptive, they might deduce some clues, but that is of no concern for now, so rest easy. I see, said the green-head fish sister, nodding. I understand now. Bai Nian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Frequent worship within 7 days? The more sincere, the better. A bold idea began to take form in Bai Nian's mind. Chapter 12. Are you still accepting applicants? The robber contemplated briefly and remarked, so, under the assurance of safety, we should explore everything this dungeon has to offer. Naihe nodded. Aside from the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, I believe this is your first venture into a dungeon, correct? I do not insist on exploration, but the gains we make could significantly impact your ability to directly enter the ranks of the extraordinary after leaving this dungeon. Moreover, gathering more information will aid us in future dungeons. After all, dungeons are generally interconnected, and what we learn and acquire in this one will likely influence the difficulty of subsequent dungeons, akin to. The green-head fish sister interjected. Similar to the main storyline's phase dungeons, completing a full cycle of main tasks yields more substantial rewards. Naihe regarded her with surprise before she explained. After becoming a player, I learned about this through special channels. Completing a comprehensive task chain guarantees at least a relatively complete path to the extraordinary or some unique skills. The group was taken aback, their eyes alight with fervor. Naihe nodded in agreement. That is a reasonable interpretation. They turned their gazes to Bai Nian. Bai Nian shrugged. I am open to it, but I need to pay homage alone. Naihe, you should understand, as a seasoned player, I have a unique method of worship. Oh, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, intrigued. A unique method? How special is it? If it proves useful, will you teach us? Teach you? Bai Nian chuckled. What gives me the right to instruct you? To be honest, I do not even know myself. How could I teach? Zhu Beiji was momentarily taken aback, then grew somewhat irritated. What do you mean? We are all in this together. Did you not claim to be an experienced player with numerous dungeon runs? Naihe has already explained so much, and you have a good method. Why not share it with us? Ha! Bai Nian laughed softly, realizing that the green-head fish sister's player ID was indeed Bubble Teapot. A clever play. That old joke suddenly resurfacing. Bai Nian kindly reminded, just a heads up, there are boundaries within this dungeon. Moral coercion and the like. Should anything occur, timely medical assistance may not be available. We spent half the day moving bricks and are utterly exhausted. If it comes to blows with your size, you could easily leave me on the brink of death. And after the mission ends, wouldn't you feel guilty for the rest of your life? You, Zhu Beiji grew even more infuriated. However, sensing the tension, he quickly intervened. All right, De Zhuang, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If the unyielding Tyrannosaurus warrior chooses not to share, that's his prerogative. We are all players here. And in this mission, life and death can be unpredictable. What I just shared with you was hard-earned knowledge from our predecessors in the Shinra Corps, meant to show you that we genuinely mean no harm and wish for you to join us. Yet, the unyielding Tyrannosaurus warrior is not part of our Shinra Corps. His secrets may have cost him dearly as well. It turns out Zhu Beiji's player ID is De Zhuang, and it seems he possesses a clear understanding of himself. Indeed, he is quite robust. Nevertheless, even after all this, De Zhuang still appeared somewhat unconvinced. So what if it was hard-earned? As you mentioned, ISNT, every dungeon dive a fight for survival. If he has good methods, he should share them. Unable to persuade him, he leaned in to whisper a few words. Immediately, De Zhuang's expression shifted, his eyes now filled with a hint of terror as he glanced at Bai Nian. Bai Nian suspected that perhaps he was enlightening De Zhuang about the harmful tactics of extraordinary beings. Regardless, it was certainly something Bai Nian would never engage in. However, given Bai Nian's current persona, being such a cautious individual, despite having participated in several dungeons, his capabilities were still limited. Naturally, he was still stronger than when they first entered the dungeon. Nahi then shifted the topic, saying, "Since the unyielding Tyrannosaurus warrior wishes to pay his respects alone, let us explore other areas of the temple for now. We should tidy up a bit. And when we venture out later to find food and water, we can also look for suitable materials to repair the mountain god temple." Bai Nian observed the unfolding events with amusement. Surviving for 7 days was not a significant concern for him. If danger arose, he could always transform into a small steel ball and blend in. His desire to pay Solo respects stemmed from the somewhat unique nature of his prayers. The group swiftly departed to explore other parts of the mountain god temple. Leaving space for Bai Nian and the deity, Bai Nian was still an ordinary person without any perceptive abilities. He was oblivious to whether they were secretly watching him. Yet, that was of little concern. Getting closer was sufficient. Bai Nian felt a heightened sense of tension. Ever ready to morph into his small steel form, he cautiously approached the ear of the mountain god statue and whispered, "Great mountain god, I have a query for you. Are you seeking assistance in your duties? I see you have been here for quite some time. You must be weary, yes? How about I help you with your duties for a few days? Or we could rotate shifts. I could work 20 hours a day without requiring any compensation." The statue did not explicitly reject his offer. The group began to explore the dilapidated mountain god temple. That IT was not large, and perhaps due to the passage of time, many wooden structures had rotted away. And the air was thick with an odor of decay. Nahi shared experiences he had learned from the Shinra Corps as they explored. The teapot occasionally interjected, creating a relatively harmonious atmosphere. As for food and water, "We shouldn't hold out too much hope," Nahi remarked. "Before entering the temple, I observed that this mountain is quite barren. Even if there is something edible, it likely won't be anything worthwhile. However, you all should have prepared some food and water in your backpacks before coming in, right?" The teapot nodded. "I had prior knowledge, so I came well prepared and even consulted some veteran players. I packed my food and water into a single large bundle. It's enough for me to last a month." Nahi was somewhat taken aback, thinking to himself that this teapot in the outer world must possess an impressive identity that players' backpacks initially only have 3 slots, capable of holding 3 types of items. However, if the items are bundled together, they can be treated as a single entity. Naturally, the bundle must also be manageable for the player to lift or carry. This is a rather practical player tip. As they spoke, the teapot expressed some concern. "I also heard that we might encounter natives in the dungeon, of various types, some friendly and others malevolent, but all capable of normal communication. For that reason, I even prepared a bag of golden beans to trade with the natives, but who would have thought my first dungeon would be in such a desolate place? I wasted a backpack slot for nothing." "Golden beans?" Bai Nian, who had concluded his prayers, leaned in closer. "How many golden beans did you bring?" "Why do you ask?" The teapot responded suspiciously. "As a seasoned player, you shouldn't be short on funds, right?" "Of course, I have ample funds," Bai Nian fibbed. "However, I just spoke with the mountain god, and he mentioned that having offerings during prayers would yield better results." The group stared at him in confusion. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Chapter 13. Wealthy lady. Hungry. Food. Nahi was stunned. "Did you receive a response from the mountain god? What do you think?" Bai Nian remained non-committal. The teapot, hidden beneath its cap, frowned slightly. "How do we know if what you say is true?" Bai Nian shrugged. "That is fair. I have no way to prove my words." "Well, I just said it casually. Believe it or not, that is up to you." The group fell silent, seemingly pondering the truth of Bai Nian's statement. Subsequently, no one continued the discussion, and they resumed exploring the mountain god temple. The temple was not vast, and many areas had already decayed, with even the names of the mountain and the deity missing. Nahi remarked, "While food and water may not be an immediate concern, we should still prepare for the worst. Let us head out to search for materials to repair the mountain god temple. If all else fails, we can at least help clean up." Agreed. The group nodded in unison before leaving the mountain god temple together. Bai Nian was unsure why they said food and water were not an immediate concern, but he refrained from asking further. He couldn't risk revealing that he was a TA player. The robber suddenly said awkwardly, Could you lend me some food later? I thought I could only store 1 item per slot, so I put noodles in 1 slot and a jug of water in another. 7 days might not be enough to eat." Bai Nian understood now. So, When they mentioned not worrying for the time being, they meant their player backpacks. Noodles and water. Nahi raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing back. How do you plan to cook the noodles? The robber scratched his head, his embarrassment growing. In the third slot, I brought a pot. I thought it could defend and cook noodles, seemed quite suitable. The group fell silent. The teapot face-bombed. I can lend you some. I brought extra. So sharing some is fine, and your pot can be borrowed as well. Just eating dry rations for 7 days isn't feasible. Thank you. The robber expressed his gratitude. I feel quite ashamed. I initially thought what I brought was quite impressive, perfectly aligning with my abilities. But after hearing all of you speak, I realize how naive my thinking was. Your ability? Spider-Man inquired curiously. What is it? Nahi frowned. Directly asking another player about their abilities was quite rude. However, since these two were merely novice players participating in their first dungeon, they didn't perceive anything amiss at the robber. Not hiding anything, replied promptly. My initial ability is a magic called Fire Spark. Fireball? Spider-Man reacted with excitement, then realized and stammered. Wait, Fire Spark? Ahem, yes. The robber cleared his throat and snapped his fingers. Snap, a small flame flickered to life at his fingertip, dancing in the breeze. This is it. Despite wearing a mask, it was evident he felt embarrassed and attempted to defend himself. But don't underestimate this small flame. It's genuine magic and doesn't require chanting. Just a snap of the fingers. Very convenient and quite impressive. De Zhuang chuckled. No wonder you're called the Heart Arsonist, ha ha. The Heart Arsonist blushed. What about your ability? He asked. Spider-Man did not shy away, stating, Mine is a martial art, the turtle breathing technique, which allows me to enter a state of suspended animation, minimizing my metabolism, so I could survive for half a month without food or water. That is why I only brought a pack of biscuits, but it seems that it's not very useful now. As they chatted and explored, their bonds grew significantly closer without them realizing it. Bai Nian did not partake in the discussion, but gleaned valuable information. Suddenly, the teapot said, By the way, Heart Arsonist and Holy Bible Prologue. Can I trade for your abilities? Trade? The two were taken aback. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I brought a considerable amount of golden beans, originally intending to trade with the natives here. But, however, your abilities are magic and martial arts. They can be learned, right? Would you be willing to teach me? Don't worry, money isn't an issue. The bubble teapot spoke, her slender wrist moving slightly, and in an instant, a large backpack materialized. She lifted it with some effort and then set it down on the ground. As she unzipped it, a dazzling array of golden orbs swayed, nearly overwhelming the onlookers. Except for Bai Nian and Nahi, the breaths of the other three quickened. Their attire made it clear that these individuals were not particularly wealthy. As for Nahi, being a member of the Divine Luo Division, he was not lacking in funds, with his involvement in various quests and the operations of the External World Organization. Whether through exploration gains or organizational subsidies, he had ample resources and thus remained unconcerned. Bai Nian, on the other hand, was utterly flabbergasted. He had previously speculated that the bubble teapot held a significant identity, but he never imagined it was of such magnitude. Each golden bead, no larger than a pinky finger, was densely packed, filling half of the backpack. With so many, it must weigh over 100 kilograms. Poverty had severely limited Bai Nian's imagination, that he had thought that the bag of gold beans referred to by the bubble teapot was akin to the money pouches depicted in ancient costume dramas. Not realizing it was a mountaineering backpack. Let me teach, the pyromaniac enthusiastically exclaimed. I can teach too. Spider-Man, also known as the biblical sequence, was equally excited. None of them had ever seen so much gold in their lives. De Zhuang's eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Sister Teapot, would you like to learn my abilities? I can teach you. The bubble teapot shook her head. I cannot learn your abilities. De Zhuang's power was akin to superhuman abilities, enabling him to subjectively control the rapid secretion of adrenaline, thereby gaining temporary enhancements in strength and speed. However, excessive use could cause irreversible damage to the body and shorten one's lifespan. Moreover, it was not something that could be taught. That De Zhuang felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, his gaze discreetly drifting back to the small, golden beads in the backpack, his thoughts turning mischievous. However, encountering each other in this quest must be fate, the bubble teapot suddenly said. If there is a continuation to this mountain god temple quest, it seems we will need to collaborate for quite some time. After all, I originally intended to use these golden orbs for the quest. How about this? Everyone can take a handful. Consider my gift to you all, that I end the days to come. I hope for your guidance. The group fell silent. Even Nahi lost his composure. What on earth? Everyone gets some. And what kind of divine measurement is a handful? Is this what it means to be rich? Love it, love it. Ah, Sister Teapot, you are too generous. How could we accept such kindness? De Zhuang laughed heartily, being the largest and heaviest among them. Although he said otherwise, he spread his palm to its fullest extent and plunged it into the backpack to grab a fistful. Rest assured, sister, from now on, in this quest, your affairs are my affairs. If anyone dares to bully you, they will have to ask me first whether I agree. The bubble teapot smiled slightly. Then thank you, Brother de Zhuang. The pyromaniac and the biblical sequence hurriedly took their handfuls as well. But due to their smaller hands compared to de Zhuang's, they could not grab as much. Though it was still a substantial fortune, it felt somewhat lacking compared to de Zhuang's haul. They still had to teach the bubble teapot magic and martial arts. It felt like a loss. The bubble teapot cheerfully said, "You two can take a couple more handfuls. Consider it payment for teaching you both." Upon hearing this, the two were elated, nodding eagerly as they quickly grabbed 2 more handfuls to stash away. In the end, after 3 grabs, each of them ended up with more small golden beads than de Zhuang, though not by much. All 3 were quite satisfied. Bai Nian cast a deep glance at the bubble teapot. This woman was no ordinary person. He then took a handful himself, feeling quite pleased. With the money for rent and expenses taken care of, the inner world quest truly was a marvelous place. De Zhuang remarked, "Hey, invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, having received the benefits from sister, are you not going to say anything?" Bai Nian glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Rich lady, hungry, food the crowd. Obtained. Chapter 14. I know you may be a bit scared, but do not fear just yet. After everyone had taken their share of the small golden orbs, the backpack still appeared well-stocked, indicating the thorough preparation of the bubble teapot. Bai Nian mused that given her ample provision, the initial 3-player inventory slots, 1 for food, 1 for golden beads, left the final 1 shrouded in curiosity. Surely it couldn't be filled with cosmetics. Yet, the bubble teapot did not strike him as foolish. Most likely, the last inventory slot contained weapons. Or perhaps powerful items purchased at a high price from seasoned players. Bai Nian's curiosity was piqued. His current status as a veteran was not as impressive as before, with the interspersed explanations from the aloof Nai He and the bubble teapot. Everyone understood that consistently undertaking low-level quests was indeed safer, but the rewards would diminish over time. Bai Nian might possess some strength, but not much. He could merely dominate them, that if he continued down this path. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. At least, this was how de Zhuang perceived it. The pyromaniac, feeling the weight of gold in his pocket, was elated. Even if he gained nothing else from this quest. The gold alone had already justified the endeavor. All he needed to sacrifice was a trivial little magic trick that was not much different from sleight of hand. Miss Teapot, let us head over there. I'll teach you the ember technique. Don't worry, it's not difficult. You'll learn it easily. The biblical sequence added, my turtle breathing technique is also simple. It's just a special breathing method. Wait until the pyromaniac finishes teaching me before I teach it. Can we teach here? The bubble teapot inquired. The bubble teapot continued. Let us all learn together. We still have to live here for 7 days, and who knows what dangers we might encounter. Having an extra means of protection would be beneficial. Of course, if you all feel it's inappropriate, consider it my treat for you to learn. How about it? I'll cover your tuition, and you can take a couple more handfuls. The pyromaniac and the biblical sequence exchanged glances. They certainly wouldn't refuse. They had gained so much, and all it required was 2 trivial tricks. Why would they disagree? De Zhuang chuckled. This girl was certainly a naive one with plenty of money. His last lingering thoughts of mischief dissipated. Murder and theft would weigh heavily on his conscience, and such actions could lead to exposure in the future, not to mention the meager profit. However, keeping this naive girl around could yield even greater rewards. This was their first meeting, and without doing anything, they had already gained tens of thousands. Imagine how much more could be gained with time. This naive girl must be protected. Anyone who dared to harm her would have to answer to De Zhuang. The aloof Nai, observing the unfolding events, discerned something. He resolved to engage more with the bubble teapot in the future, not out of greed, but because someone like her, if not integrated into the organization, would indeed be a loss. Bai Nian stroked his chin. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Although he could not fully comprehend the complex emotions reflected in the gazes of the three, he sensed their minds were teeming with thoughts he could not help but inwardly sigh, wishing he too had such wealth. First give away the money, garner some positive source points, and then reclaim the funds. Netting a wave of negative source points. Repeating this cycle, Wu Ti, he soared to great heights. Soon, the pyromaniac began teaching the group the Ember technique. This magic was indeed not difficult, though termed magic. It resembled hypnosis more closely. The core of the technique lay in using one's mental energy to communicate with the elemental forces drifting in the universe. However, ordinary individuals could not muster such mental strength. Hence the need for a snap of the fingers. The purpose of the snap was to provide a form of self-suggestion, somewhat hypnotizing oneself to draw out their mental energy. It was roughly like that. The pyromaniac endeavored to explain it in an easily comprehensible manner, and aside from De Zhuang and Bai Nian, the others quickly grasped it. The bubble teapot snapped her fingers, and a small flame flickered to life at her fingertip. The other two followed suit and also mastered the trick. De Zhuang, however, was unable to succeed due to his inability to snap his fingers. As for Bai Nian, he did not even attempt it, being no player. He lacked the convenience of a player's panel and could not temporarily sense the so-called elemental forces. However, he had memorized the trick, and with some practice later, he should be able to master it. At this moment, Bai Nian stood with his hands in his pockets, softly humming an unknown tune, exuding an air of "I known this skill all along." Next, it was time for the biblical sequence to impart the turtle-breathing technique to the group. As he had stated, this martial art was also quite simple, with the key lying in its unique breathing method and rhythm. It was said that mastering it could even cultivate internal strength. Even if one did not develop internal strength, consistent practice could prolong life to some extent. Similarly, Bai Nian merely remembered the technique without attempting it right away. He feared that any alteration to his breathing rhythm might cause him to cough, thereby ruining his carefully crafted persona. Everyone gained something from the lessons, their steps lighter as they had explored a significant portion of the desolate mountain. Exploration merely entailed wandering around to see if there were any noteworthy spots. "Wait, there's someone over there," Nai suddenly remarked. The group turned to follow his gaze and saw a figure leaning against a withered tree trunk, seemingly taking a nap. They appeared to be a local inhabitant of the quest. "Everyone should exercise caution," solemnly remarked. "However, let us not overdo it. If possible, we might still inquire whether there are any noteworthy places nearby." "Indeed," Bai Nian nodded. "Let us approach slowly. As per our usual practice, I shall take the rear. Given my extensive experience, acquired shortly thereafter, it is a corpse." Nai furrowed his brow. The deceased was clad in coarse linen garments, their skin already beginning to decompose, emanating a foul stench as they leaned against a tree trunk. Traces of terror still etched upon their face. "I can see that," Bai Nian nodded, suppressing his nausea, stepping back 2 paces. "This must be a villager from down the mountain, right?" Nai speculated. "It seems this instance is far more perilous than we initially anticipated." A heavy silence fell upon the group. They were all novice players, experiencing a dungeon for the first time, and this was perhaps their first close encounter with a corpse, which was now in a state of decay. Utterly tragic, a faint wave of fear lingered in their hearts. Suddenly, Bai Nian paused in astonishment. "I understand you may be feeling a bit frightened, but please, do not panic." The teapot looked at Bai Nian, puzzled. Without warning, Bai Nian turned and fled, shouting, "That thing just moved its fingers. We must flee." The group exclaimed in confusion. "Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired." In a moment of stupor, the corpse actually stood up, its joints creaking grotesquely as it contorted into an inhuman shape, dragging its decaying body forward with slow yet deliberate steps, approaching the group in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Bai Nian glanced back, internally screaming, "Isn't this dungeon supposed to be set in an Eastern fantasy? Why on earth are there zombies here? Chapter 15. I am here to save you. Ah, the teapot, the arsonist of affection. And the Bible prologue screamed in terror, turning to follow by Nien in flight. What in the world is this? Zombies? De Zhuang gasped in horror, but despite the size of the creature, he did not flee immediately. With a flick of his wrist, a fire axe appeared in his hand, his face flushing with rage as he roared. If you're dead, then lie still. With that swing, he severed the zombie's shoulder blade. But it became lodged in the creature's remaining bones. The corpse was cleaved partially in two, its lifeless, murky eyes fixated on De Zhuang. De Zhuang, terrified, abandoned his fire axe and screamed as he joined the flight. Everyone, remain calm. Despite his own fear, Naiwei was professionally trained, as a member of the Shenluo division. He was far better prepared than De Zhuang and the others that I in the next moment. Naiwei produced a black box, half his height, gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. The box was evidently heavy. Veins bulged on his forehead as he let out a low growl of frustration. Die. One side of the black box sprang open, revealing a revolver with a 20mm bore, resembling a hand cannon more than a mere handgun. With fierce determination, Naiwei aimed and fired, the powerful recoil lifting his hand skyward. The shot struck the zombie squarely in the head, at such close range. Combined with the massive caliber, the single shot obliterated the zombie's skull, grotesque and foul matter splattering everywhere. Naiwei, being so close, was inevitably doused in the dark red, viscous fluid, cold and repugnant. Ugh! Naiwei gagged, relieved as the zombie finally collapsed motionless. However, amidst the disgust, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, it's all right. This zombie has been dealt with. Oh no! The gunshot had been deafening, and though the fleeing companions glanced back, they did not halt their escape. This was due to the ground nearby heaving, as decayed, foul-smelling arms clawed their way up from the earth, followed by more zombies emerging. What the hell? Is this the difficulty expected in a lower-tier dungeon? Exclamation point. Naiwei was struck with panic. His black box contained only this one gun, the rest being ammunition and a cold weapon. Moreover, he could only access it temporarily within the dungeon, upon its conclusion. The box would be confiscated, and he would have to submit a report on weapon usage. Yet, none of that mattered now. The gun's power was impressive, but its limited capacity was a concern. Even if Naiwei was an exceptional marksman, ensuring every shot hit the zombie's head, once he ran out of ammunition, he would be unable to reload in time to escape. Damn it! Naiwei muttered under his breath, hastily stowing the black box back into his player inventory while clutching the revolver as he hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, due to the earlier calmness, he found himself separated from his teammates by the sudden onslaught of zombies. Some of the zombies pursued his companions, while others, with silent howls, charged towards him. Naiwei felt a sense of despair. Ever since entering the dungeon, although not explicitly stated, he had harbored a sense of pride. After all, being part of a significant organization set him apart from the novice players like De Zhuang. Not to mention, the information and resources available to him far exceeded those of other players. He had even felt a slight disdain for Bai Nian, the so-called veteran, surviving a dozen dungeons. What did that amount to? Even if he had thoroughly explored each dungeon and attained several extraordinary cultivation methods, they were still merely foundational, lacking in growth potential. But now, he recalled Bai Nian's earlier reaction. He was the first to notice the anomaly and the first to run. As a veteran, he didn't even consider whether he could fight. His instinct was to flee. No wonder he has survived. Naiwei, while frantically running, chuckled bitterly to himself as a member of the Shenluo division. Although he too was entering a dungeon for the first time, he had undergone training. Shenluo division provided a breathing technique that could grant immense explosive power for a brief period, without hindering subsequent cultivation systems. However, such explosive force would lead to exhaustion, significantly draining stamina, that if he used it, now he could not be certain he could resolve the current predicament. As of now, he could still run, but after the burst, he would be unable to. The mountain god temple should be able to save him, but he was growing ever more distant from it, his stamina depleting continuously. Will they come back to rescue me? Probably not, right? We are mere acquaintances, and they are all just ordinary people. Am I destined to die here? How frustrating, knowing so much. Naiwei's mind was in turmoil as memories flooded back. suddenly causing his nose to tingle. "It seems like you need help." A voice, tinged with excitement, rang out. Soon, De Zhuang's ecstatic voice followed. "Damn! Big shot! Over here! Come help me! Save me first! Save me first! Big shot! Help me! I can't run anymore!" The voices of his teammates echoed one after another. "Now," he exclaimed. He turned in astonishment, witnessing the number of zombies on the desolate mountain multiplying, with his other teammates scattered, seemingly on the brink of demise. Yet, at this very moment, Bai Nian, who had fled first, burst forth from the mountain god temple, racing towards them, flanked by the seemingly daft green-headed fish, Teapot, cradling the intricately crafted statue of the mountain god. Wherever he passed, the zombies recoiled. Bai Nian, beneath his pure white mask, wore a radiant smile. "I am here to save you. Acquired source point 1 positive. Acquired source point 1 positive. Acquired." The source point notifications flooded the screen, in the face of death's threat. Bai Nian's return was like a ray of light piercing through the depths of despair, the 5 of them contributing source points at an extraordinary rate, all stemming from positive emotions. In no time, Bai Nian had fully recovered the 100 positive source points he had expended upon entering the dungeon, and they continued to soar. "Everyone is so kind," Bai Nian beamed at the system panel displaying the source point increase, his heart brimming with anticipation. "I wonder what rewards will come from the positive reward pool. Given how troublesome it is to collect positive source points, the rewards should be quite remarkable, right?" These zombies were not at all like those depicted in films, who would frequently roar. Rather, their mouths moved as if they were growling. Yet no sound emerged. Soon, Bai Nian rescued the teapot, the Bible prologue, and the arsonist of affection from the horde. The mountain god statue was somewhat heavy, and after having eaten only a bowl of noodles that morning and moving bricks for most of the morning, Bai Nian's stamina was severely depleted. His vision began to darken. He had no player inventory and had not brought any food. Darkness encroached upon him, his heartbeat thundering in his ears, rapid and heavy. Besides the sound of his heartbeat, Bai Nian also heard other noises. Chapter 16. Mountain God, follow me. Time rewinds slightly. Bai Nian was the first to flee and the first to return to the mountain god temple. Before he arrived, however, zombies had already begun to emerge along the route, surrounding him on all sides, from nearly every direction. This was no mere desolate mountain. It was clearly a mass grave. Oh my goodness! Is it really so perilous within the copy? Upon witnessing the dire situation, Bai Nian's immediate instinct was to summon the system, intending to extricate himself from the instance. However, the system offered no response whatsoever. Bai Nian contemplated transforming into stone or a steel ball to navigate through, only to suddenly notice the dilapidated mountain god temple not far from him, surrounded by a conspicuous void. Within that radius, there were utterly no zombies. Even those that subsequently crawled out seemed to harbor a certain trepidation, deliberately avoiding the temple's vicinity. Could it be that this mountain god is genuinely of use? Bai Nian had no time for further contemplation, as he saw himself on the verge of being encircled by the zombies. He swiftly executed the technique of ascending the clouds, spiraling into the air with his left foot stepping upon his right, leaping into the sanctuary of the mountain god. Sure enough, after Bai Nian entered the temple, the zombies ceased their pursuit, merely encircling the temple, roaring silently, yet failing to advance further. Bai Nian exhaled in relief, but soon his thoughts turned to the others. Should I go rescue them? Alas, I am but an ordinary person. My strength is hardly formidable. How could I possibly save them? Yet if I do not rescue them, I cannot escape this instance for the time being that I cannot possibly endure 7 days confined within this temple. Can I? Lacking a player's backpack. Even if I do not starve, I doubt I would fare well. Bai Nian mused, having initially intended to utilize the time differential of this world's instance for rest, knowing he would have to return to labor afterward. Remaining within the mountain god temple, fasting for 7 days, this was hardly preferable to not entering at all. As for leaving the bounds of the mountain god temple, given the dreadfulness of this instance, and this being merely the lowest tier, who could say what dangers lurked outside? Transforming would indeed spare me from hunger, but all senses would be dulled, while I would be safe. Enduring 7 days with nothing to contemplate would surely be intolerable. Bai Nian pondered, suddenly smacking his forehead. Why overthink? The question is not whether to save them, but how to save them. He glanced at the zombies outside, then turned his gaze back to the exquisitely crafted statue of the mountain god. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Nian stepped forward and seized the statue into his arms. Come with me, mountain god. Let us rescue the people. You are rather heavy. Perhaps it is time for you to shed some weight. As Bai Nian turned, the zombies outside retreated a step in unison, taken aback for a moment. Bai Nian advanced another step, and the zombies retreated once more. Bai Nian chuckled. No wonder the new player guidelines state that instances like this can be navigated through wit. Ha! He stepped forward several paces, and the zombies hastily withdrew. Indeed, in their frantic retreat. Some of the zombies collided with one another, tumbling over in disarray. Bai Nian laughed heartily, then dashed out as the zombies continued to encircle him, yet within a radius of several meters around Bai Nian, an invisible force field seemed to ward them off, instilling a palpable fear within the zombies. Though they did not disperse entirely, they could only maintain a relative distance from him. As Bai Nian advanced, they retreated. That it was a pity that these zombies did not provide him with any source points. Soon, Bai Nian spotted the precarious situation of the teapot, bubbled at this moment. She exhibited agility far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, darting and weaving amidst the throng of zombies, leaping and twirling, evading their attacks to the best of her ability. Yet, even so, confronted with an ever-growing horde, her demise was merely a matter of time. Bai Nian laughed heartily. Taking riches from the wealthy to avert disaster. Hold on, my affluent sister. This warrior shall rescue you forthwith. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. Bubble exclaimed in ecstatic delight. My ability has a limited duration. Hurry over. I can barely hold on. Gain source point 1 positive. Gain source point 1 positive. Gained. The rapid increase in positive source points filled Bai Nian with surprise. Indeed, danger is always accompanied by opportunity. The ancients do not deceive me. The peril faced by others is my opportunity, Bai Nian contemplated, halting his steps. How much longer can you endure, affluent sister? There are quite a few zombies here. Bubble, in a state of panic, implored, hurry over. I truly cannot hold on any longer. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian paused with each step that Bubble's emotions oscillated wildly, experiencing no less than 3 drastic fluctuations in a short span. The duality of circumstances was vividly manifested at this moment. However, Bai Nian did not push his luck. He quickly jogged over to Bubble. Panting heavily, Bubble's jacket was torn in several places, yet she bore no injuries. The surrounding zombies recoiled, granting her a sense of having survived a catastrophe. Although Bai Nian had indeed delayed slightly, she was undeniably saved. Thank you, Tyrannosaurus warrior. Bubble expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Gained source point 1, positive. Gained. Another influx of positive source points made Bai Nian beam with delight. Hearing her words, he replied, Can you still hold on? Let us go rescue the others. Bubble was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes fell upon the mountain god statue in Bai Nian's arms, exclaiming in astonishment, How did you bring the mountain god out? What do you mean? If I didn't carry the mountain god out, how could I save you? Did you truly believe I could slay my way through the horde of zombies? Bubble paused at his words, her source points fluctuating between positive and negative, indicating her inner turmoil. Subsequently, the two began their quest to rescue others. Bubble realized that the zombies primarily feared the mountain god statue, rather than Bai Nian himself, causing her to unconsciously draw closer. However, she did not suggest taking up the statue herself. Earlier, Bai Nian had mentioned having communicated with the mountain god, and the statue had consistently demonstrated its miraculous nature, instilling a sense of reverence within her. Now, with Bai Nian carrying the statue to save her, and with such observable efficacy, she had begun to harbor some doubts about what Bai Nian had previously claimed. Although carrying the mountain god statue herself might offer greater safety, she feared inadvertently transgressing some taboo, and thus remained silent. As for Bai Nian, she had begun to entertain thoughts of aligning with him. Should Bai Nian not opt for a random selection in the next instance, they would have the opportunity to be part of the task chain that followed within this instance, with over a decade of experience in instances. Bai Nian could provide immeasurable assistance to her. Such potential was unfathomable. Even with her affluent background, enlisting the help of seasoned players for guidance would not be an issue, yet those seasoned players could never assist her within the instance. Thus Bai Nian's presence became crucial. As Bubble regained her strength, her mind raced with thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Nian was also experiencing his very first instance. One could only say, through a series of coincidences. Bai Nian's persona had become remarkably established. "Brothers, hold on. I am coming to rescue you." Bai Nian was oblivious to Bubble's thoughts, sprinting towards several others while still clutching the mountain god statue, calling out loudly as he ran. The mountains were rife with grotesque and foul zombies, yet Bai Nian observed the system's backend continuously flooding with positive source points, his tone brimming with exhilaration. "I am indeed a bit fatigued, but soon I shall be able to draw lots." Chapter 17, you guessed it right. Thank you, esteemed benefactor. Many thanks for the life-saving grace, esteemed benefactor. Esteemed benefactor, I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier. I apologize and assure you, I would venture through fire and water at your behest. Embracing the statue, Bai Nian jovially replied, "No need for such formality. Although we are meeting for the first time, it feels as if we are old acquaintances. You find yourselves in peril. Could I possibly stand idly by?" Upon glancing at the system panel, source points, 1221 positive, 1054 negative. Bai Nian's joy only amplified. With this, he could draw twice. Indeed, adversity reveals true friendship. The ancients do not deceive me. After this wave, no one had encountered any incidents. Those who were meant to survive did survive, and source points were duly acquired. Cooperation and mutual benefit. Bai Nian had yet to draw from the positive reward pool. But judging by the negative pool's track record, the drawing process would likely be immersive as well, making it somewhat precarious to do so now. As for the negative reward pool, it was hardly preferable. Being no better than the horde of zombies that at present the group had gathered, yet the zombies still encircled them. However, they no longer felt much fear. The creatures merely posed as a threat without daring to approach. Naiwahi, with a complex expression, remarked, "Tyrannosaurus warrior, I truly thank you this time. Had it not been for you, no need for such courtesy. A simple heartfelt gratitude is sufficient," Bai Nian cheerfully replied. "There is no need to voice it. Your intentions are what matter." Naiwahi paused momentarily, then gently nodded. Gained source point 1 positive. Gained. To be fair, the people from the Divine Luo department were indeed sincere, expressing their gratitude without delay. However, esteemed benefactor, Fong Xizonghua, glancing at the mountain god statue in Bai Nian's arms, hesitated. "Is it really all right to carry the mountain god out like this? What if the mountain god becomes displeased afterward and withholds protection from us?" Upon hearing this, Bubble interjected sharply. "What do you mean? If it weren't for the Tyrannosaurus warrior's quick thinking in bringing out the statue, we would have perished here. Now that we are alive, why discuss the future? The young lady with the teapot speaks the truth." De Zhuang's tone was far from courteous. "You, my friend, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, risked everything to save us without a second thought, and now that you're safe, you start blaming him. What kind of man are you?" Even Naiwi furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the arsonist of feelings. However, he refrained from saying much, instead turning to Bai Nian and inquiring, "Brother Tyrannosaurus warrior, you possess the means to communicate with the mountain deity, do you not? If your earlier actions have displeased the deity, could you negotiate with him to share the consequences of this matter?" Sheng Jing Su added, "Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex acted for our salvation. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have returned to the temple without a second thought, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Furthermore, Naiwahi and the others mentioned that the true value in this instance lies not in the guaranteed rewards for completing the task, but in the secrets that the instance may conceal. Had the Tyrannosaurus Rex been ruthless, he could have easily ignored us, for he has the protection of the mountain deity and would face no danger in this instance. Yet, even so, he chose to return and save us." Bai Nian cast a surprised glance at him. Upon hearing these words, everyone except the arsonist felt a surge of gratitude towards Bai Nian. Source point 1, positive, rewards. In truth, Sheng Jing Su had not mentioned one thing. Bai Nian was genuinely fearful of starving to death. Nevertheless, Bai Nian did not elaborate, merely nodding and saying, "Please address me by my full name. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior." The group responded with a collective pause of disbelief. Source point 1 negative. Rewards. You were supposed to follow up on that. The fleeting moment of emotion vanished in an instant, and the group's sentiments became disjointed. After a brief silence, they resumed their reproach towards the arsonist, who appeared flustered. Previously, he had been worried that Bai Nian's actions would anger the mountain deity and lead to their withdrawal of protection. But now he had incurred the wrath of the group. Whether the deity was pleased or not was uncertain, yet he sensed that he might not survive long enough to witness the deity's retribution. Just as he was about to apologize, Bai Nian patted him on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Little Fong, it's all right, this isn't your fault. You were merely considering everyone. Do not worry, the mountain deity will not lay blame upon you. I have already made arrangements with him, and I will bear the consequences alone. You all shall continue to receive the deity's protection." "That cannot be." Naiwa, he interjected urgently. Sheng Jing Su quickly added, "Indeed, Great One, you saved us. How can you be the one to bear the cost? Can't we negotiate and share the burden?" Source point 1 negative. Rewards. As they spoke, negative source points multiplied, and Bai Nian glanced at the influx, all labeled concern. "This fellow is genuinely sincere," Bai Nian remarked sincerely. Sheng Jing Su. "If this were a novel, you would certainly be a commendable supporting character, the type to cling to the protagonist's coattails until the very end. Your path is widening, my friend." Sheng Jing Su. "Can you not let people worry in peace? What time is it? And you are still joking around." Bai Nian laughed. "What I mean is, this is the real world, not some fictional tale where one has the luxury to haggle. That is a mountain deity we are speaking of. I merely managed to establish a tenuous connection through secret methods. How could I dare to make demands? Given the urgency of the situation, it is a miracle we could arrange it this way." But you cannot." Sheng Jing Su attempted to protest further. Bai Nian looked at the others seriously and stated, "You taught me the tortoise breathing technique. Little Fong taught me the flame technique. Pow Pow Teapot gifted me a handful of golden beans. And Naiwa, he shared invaluable information with me. Dr. Zhuang was the first to act when danger struck, buying me precious time to escape. You have all been kind to me. What is wrong with me repaying you?" Positive source points continued to flood in, while negative ones occasionally increased. Pow Pow Teapot remained silent, seemingly taken aback, though her green fish headgear did little to convey seriousness. Little Fong fell into contemplation. Naiwa He's eyes were filled with complexity. "But those were things you already knew, right? You are an experienced one. That information isn't a secret, and even those two abilities, having gone through numerous instances, you surely possess similar skills, do you not? As for the golden beans, I refuse to believe you lack funds. You say these things merely to make us feel better, don't you?" Bai Nian chuckled inwardly, thinking, aside from the erroneous information I fed you, you guessed everything wrong. However, he replied, Whether you guess it or not is irrelevant. Why speak of it?" In an instant, another wave of mixed positive and negative source points surged in, still predominantly positive. Dr. Zhuang pondered for a moment before asking, "What is the cost?" Bai Nian replied mysteriously, "I cannot disclose that." He himself was uncertain of what the cost entailed. How could he explain it? However, he had indeed discovered something. While saving others, he had suffered significant physical exhaustion, and his vision blurred, his heart racing. In that state, he heard peculiar sounds, akin to gears turning and mechanisms engaging. The sounds were faint. And had Bai Nian not been near his limit while physically holding the mountain deity statue, he might have missed them entirely. Yes, those strange sounds emanated from within the statue of the mountain deity. Chapter 18. The first draw from the positive reward pool. The atmosphere within the team grew somewhat heavy, yet Bai Nian's source points continued to accrue without pause. That he was pleased by this. Yet it could not persist indefinitely. Zombies still surrounded them. Bai Nian contemplated leaving to pay the price, which would be inconvenient. While we still have some time, let us clear these zombies. It is not ideal to have them lingering around, with the mountain deity's presence. These creatures will not dare to act. All right. Naiwa, he nodded solemnly and retrieved his half-man-high metallic black box once more. After a series of operations, the box transformed into a menacing chainsaw. and the specially crafted ammunition it had contained could now serve as fuel. Pow Pow Teapot flicked her wrist, producing an exquisite dagger, which emitted a faint hum as its blade vibrated at a high frequency. Even appearing somewhat blurred at the edge, it was evident that this was likely a weapon she had purchased at a substantial cost prior to entering the instance. Bai Nian looked at Nai Wei and Pow Pow Teapot with envy. He was not a player and lacked a player's backpack. At that moment, apart from his ever-changing mask and the golden beans gifted by Pow Pow Teapot, he possessed only a cheap, generic smartphone. Even if he discovered that the statue of the mountain deity indeed harbored issues, he could only hold it close, for otherwise he would have already put it away. The weapons wielded by Pow Pow Teapot and Nai Wei were exceedingly lethal, swiftly decapitating the zombies with no hesitation. Wherever their blades passed, corpses fell in an instant. While the act of beheading was somewhat gruesome, these were already deceased individuals, their blood long since congealed and dried. And under the pressure from the mountain deity's statue, they would not resist within a certain range. As long as one overcame their psychological barriers, the task was relatively straightforward. The remaining three stood awkwardly nearby. De Zhuang had once carried a fire axe, but had lost it, leaving him empty-handed and merely observing. Little Fong produced a frying pan, glancing at the half-decayed zombies and hesitating, ultimately lacking the resolve to strike. Sheng Jing Su retrieved a fruit knife, gestured with it, felt embarrassed, and put it away again. Bai Nian focused intently on the system's backend. Although the source point income did not display names, it did indicate the nature of emotions. Among the newly acquired source points were both positive and negative, yet notably absent were emotions such as anger, fear, or hatred. Given the persona he had established, he intended to bear the mountain deity's wrath on behalf of his teammates. How could they possibly harbor anger or resentment towards him? There was an abundance of happiness, but Bai Nian was too lazy to investigate who felt happy. After all, he was the one reaping the rewards to AS for these zombies. Half an hour later, under the pressure from the mountain deity's statue, the zombies that had offered no resistance were completely annihilated, leaving a scene of scattered remains, while the two primarily responsible for the task found themselves somewhat disheveled. All right, it's about time for me to leave. I cannot keep the mountain deity waiting too long. The group fell silent, unsure of what to say at that moment, while positive source points continued to surge, nearing the threshold of 1600. Bai Nian smiled. Do not worry. Remember, I am an experienced one with means to ensure my survival. I won't perish. However, it is likely that during this mission, you may not see me again, as I have promised the mountain deity certain matters. You must come back alive. Nai Wei stated earnestly. Our Shinra department needs someone like you, a person willing to step forward for teammates they have only just met. Disregarding their own safety cannot be a bad person. The Shinra department needs individuals of such caliber. Indeed, should I succeed in this mission, I will certainly join the Shinra department. Bai Nian affirmed his intention. He genuinely wished to join the Shinra department. They offered comprehensive benefits, various allowances, and exceptional welfare. After all, it was a formal position. It was merely unfortunate that he had not received a mission task. Afterward, Bai Nian urged everyone to leave first, as he desired to spend some time in solitude with the mountain deity. The crowd, each lost in their own thoughts, refrained from voicing any concerns. No one harbored doubts about Bai Nian anymore. Though less than a day had passed since the beginning of the instance, they had endured so much that they were physically and mentally drained. Even if something felt amiss, they were temporarily oblivious to it. Once the others had distanced themselves, Bai Nian eagerly settled in front of the statue of the mountain god, rubbing his hands together. All right, now it's just the two of us. Let me draw a prize first, and then we shall see what you truly are. System. Draw from the positive prize pool. In the next instant, 1,000 points of positive energy were consumed. The positive prize pool was dominated by shades of azure and white, possessing a style that starkly contrasted with the negative prize pool. There were no swirling vortexes to consume him. Instead, amidst a dreamlike haze, Bai Nian found himself transported to a world bathed in azure and white. The objects within this realm appeared somewhat vague, but the figures standing before Bai Nian were strikingly clear. These silhouettes were not as impulsive as those from the negative prize pool. They remained silent and exuded an air of tranquility and harmony. Just as Bai Nian was pondering, one of the figures stepped forward, a smile seemingly gracing its face as it extended a hand towards him. "Young man, you've done well, but your physical condition leaves much to be desired. You ought to exercise more regularly." In a daze, Bai Nian felt as though he heard someone speaking. Shortly thereafter, the draw concluded. "Congratulations, you have obtained physical enhancement." When the draw interface vanished and a warm current surged within Bai Nian, circulating through him, revitalizing his severely depleted stamina and causing it to continuously strengthen. The entire enhancement process was incredibly gentle, and Bai Nian nearly let out a hum of pleasure. Before long, the enhancement concluded. And while he could not precisely gauge the extent of his newfound strength, he distinctly felt that his physical prowess had indeed improved significantly. Contemplating for a moment, Bai Nian grasped the mountain deity statue with one hand and lifted it slightly. He felt no strain. Perhaps it has enhanced by over double. Lifting his shirt to inspect, he discovered well-defined abdominal muscles, perfectly shaped. The rewards from the positive prize pool are quite remarkable. Bai Nian's eyes sparkled. Unfortunately, he could only draw once for the time being, but the next opportunity was not far off that his teammates were still consistently providing him with source points, leaving him with a remaining positive source point total of 714. Bai Nian then drew once more from the negative prize pool. The familiar black and red vortex engulfed him, followed by the ever-oppressive atmosphere that a black-red silhouette kicked towards him, and the scene shattered. "Do you really think you can learn it? Congratulations, you have obtained skill learning blueprint." Functional. Bai Nian panted slightly, contemplating how the negative prize pool, regardless of how many times he drew from it, remained suffocating as if the oppression were not enough. The prizes also came with insults, truly absurd. He examined the new prize, skill learning blueprint. Functional effect allows the selection of one functional skill for learning. Mastery can be enhanced through practice. Note: skills obtained via the learning blueprint can only be improved through practice, not by consuming source points for enhancement. Remark: perseverance is, after all, a ludicrous endeavor. What does this remark mean? What constitutes a functional skill? Bai Nian pondered, yet found himself at a loss. That he attempted to use the blueprint to learn flame flicker, but was unsuccessful. Never mind. I shall investigate further later. Bai Nian turned his gaze towards the mountain deity statue, that he first raised his hand to tap the statue's forehead, producing a dull thud sound. Then, he pressed his ear against the statue. The physical enhancement he had drawn was comprehensive, and hearing was certainly included. This time, he distinctly heard a sound akin to gears turning and mechanisms operating. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Nian picked up a nearby stone and began to knock on the statue once more. Soon, he discovered that there seemed to be a hollow area at the base of the statue. Hollow. After further investigation, Bai Nian inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing the base of the statue to spring open, and a thumb-sized iron piece fell out. Detected primary skill inheritance. Would you like to spend 10 source points, positive, to learn? Huh. Bai Nian was taken aback. Why was it that he triggered not the skill learning blueprint, but rather a function seemingly inherent to the system? Without hesitation, he chose to learn. 10 source points were hardly a concern. He could afford to spend that many again in the next moment. Source points were consumed, and a wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind without causing him any burden. Skill acquired. Divine Mechanism Crafting LV.1 Max. This skill pertained to mechanism crafting, enabling the creation of mechanized puppets. However, it did not seem particularly powerful and was mastered upon acquisition. Yet, Bai Nian felt somewhat bewildered, for the system panel displayed, after the max, a striking sign. This clearly indicated that it could be upgraded further. Chapter 19. The mountain deity smile. The temple has collapsed? Upon returning to the site where the mountain deity's temple once stood, the group was astonished to find that the already dilapidated structure had crumbled into ruins after Bai Nian had carried the statue away. The zombies had lost all restraint and wreaked havoc, leading to the temple's collapse, rendering it a mere remnant of its former self. Now he felt somewhat dazed. They had previously promised the mountain deity to assist in repairing the temple. Yet before any repairs could commence, the temple had vanished entirely. It was simply too. Naui took a deep breath and said, "Let us first clear the ruins. There should still be salvageable materials. If all else fails, we may have to use whatever usable materials we can find in the wreckage to construct a rudimentary shrine for the time being." He gestured, indicating something about this size should suffice. It won't take much time. In fact, this might be a blessing in disguise. Holy Bible sequence questioned, how so? Before we arrived, the mountain deity's temple, though dilapidated, was at least still standing. Now, it's completely gone, no matter how good-natured the mountain deity may be. Surely they can't be pleased. When the Tyrannosaurus warrior came to our rescue, he likely never anticipated this situation. Back then, the temple might still have been intact. Otherwise, given the Tyrannosaurus warrior's character, he would have surely warned us. De Zhuang nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the mountain deity's home has been destroyed. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't be in a good mood. How can this possibly be viewed as a blessing? That does seem... No, wait. Suddenly, Pow Pow Teapot realized something, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, this might indeed be a blessing. She lifted her gaze to the others. None of us truly understand the mountain deity's temperament. The mountain deity's previous promise to protect us may have been a mere formality. In reality, they may not have been overly concerned with us. Whether the deity will be angered by the temple's collapse is merely our subjective interpretation. Our arrival has turned the already crumbling temple into ruins, regardless of whether our actions were intentional or not. The mountain temple was undoubtedly affected by us, and this is unmistakably our fault. However, this error is not irreparable. In the following days, we can work on rebuilding. Naiwi regarded Pow Pow Teapot thoughtfully, then clapped in approval. Exactly! This mountain deity's temple has long been in disrepair. Even if a deity exists, there is no incense to burn. Moreover, while we remain uncertain about the circumstances beyond this instance, it is highly probable that no living souls inhabit the vicinity of this desolate mountain, that we may very well be the only living beings around. Rebuilding the temple, based on previous observations, regardless of whether the mountain deity is reluctant or incapable, it is clear they will not take the initiative. Hence, this task falls to us. Until the temple is reconstructed, we will most likely remain safe, as long as we manage the pace of reconstruction. Neither doing nothing nor rushing, we stand a great chance of safely navigating this instance. Holy Bible sequence appeared contemplative. If that's the case, during the rebuilding process, we can delve deeper into exploring the instance. Right? And it won't seem out of place, nor will it imply usurping authority. Exactly. Naiwahi affirmed, then declared, without further ado, let us begin. We'll start by constructing a simple shrine, ensuring that when the Tyrannosaurus warrior returns, the mountain deity's statue at least has a place to rest. Will he really return? Fong Xian Zonghua Fan suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Holy Bible sequence frowned, displeased. Are you questioning him? It was evident that Holy Bible sequence was likely quite young, perhaps even a university student. Despite wearing a Spider-Man mask, his words betrayed a certain naive foolishness. He lacked guile and was very loyal. The others also wore expressions of discontent, though their masks concealed their faces. Not at all, Fong Xian Zong Huafan quickly replied. Just think about it. There's zombies in this instance, and in such large numbers. What if those who emerged earlier weren't the entirety? Within this instance, it seems that only the statue of the mountain deity has any suppressive effect on the zombies. And now that the statue has been taken away, I'm not doubting the Tyrannosaurus warrior. I'm merely suggesting that what if he was feigning it all along? He took the statue of the mountain god away, all by himself. Whether or not the mountain god had communicated with him remains a mystery, as it is merely his own assertion. The specifics are unknown to us all. Moreover, even if there truly exists something valuable or a hidden reward, the likelihood of it being associated with that statue is quite high. He has taken the finest treasure with him, and should zombies reappear, only he would be able to survive unscathed, while we... Then tell me, why did he save us earlier? Questioned the Bible sequence. If what you say is true, that the Tyrannosaurus warrior is selfish, then wouldn't it have sufficed for him to hide in the mountain god's temple? We would undoubtedly perish that if the statue indeed harbors a hidden reward. Once we are dead, there would be no one to contest it with him. Why would he go to the trouble of saving us and sharing so much with us? The arsonist of affection replied, How would I know? Although I am not well versed in the dungeon, I frequently play games. Hidden rewards and items often require certain conditions to manifest their potential. Perhaps saving us once is the trigger for the hidden reward or treasure. After all, it's a mountain god, a deity. Aren't the gods in those stories known for employing such tactics, rewarding mortals who pass their trials? The crowd fell silent, pondering the validity of this notion. However, enough. Naiwahi shook his head and said, regardless of whether your conjectures hold any truth, the fact remains that the Tyrannosaurus warrior saved our lives. Even if, as you suspect, there is some hidden reward or treasure, it is rightfully his. Or do you suggest that saving our lives, such a monumental favor, is not sufficient to exchange for a reward or treasure whose existence is uncertain? He turned to the arsonist of affection. One should not be overly greedy. Let us first assist in reconstructing the shrine. When the Tyrannosaurus warrior returns, what if he doesn't come back? The arsonist of affection exclaimed, her voice laced with agitation. If he doesn't return and zombies appear again, we will surely perish. The statue is in his possession. He is undoubtedly safe, while we silence. Bubble Teapot frowned and interjected. An experienced player once told me that entering a dungeon is no casual affair. A moment's carelessness can lead to death. You speak incessantly of hidden rewards, but have you considered what right you have to claim them? The Tyrannosaurus warrior once said, those who live long are the true victors. If it weren't for him, just now, do you think you could still be here unscathed, babbling away? Put away your odious greed. The arsonist of affection fell silent. Bubble Teapot continued, and I firmly believe that the Tyrannosaurus warrior is not that kind of person. She recalled the moment when Bai Nian had charged into the horde of zombies, rescuing her, and her heart quickened slightly. He will definitely return. An hour later, the new shrine was completed. 2 hours later, the group, having waited in vain, began to feel an unsettling tension. 3 hours later, even Bubble Teapot and the Bible sequence could no longer remain composed. See? I told you he must have run away, the arsonist of affection exclaimed excitedly. You still don't believe me. That statue is definitely a hidden reward. The crowd frowned, yet this time no one spoke up. Now he took a deep breath. Let us go take a look. If the mountain god is still in a good mood, we may also assist in alleviating the burden. His confidence waned. Now you see that I was right. Why didn't we act sooner? The arsonist of affection sprang to her feet. It's been so long. He must have already found a safe place to hide, and we want to be able to find him. De Zhuang hesitated, but inwardly he had already come to agree with the arsonist's words. The group made their way back to where they had parted ways. Moments later, the crowd stood in astonishment. The statue of the mountain god remained in place, yet Bai Nian's figure had vanished. The sun hung low in the west, casting a warm, golden light upon the statue, illuminating it as if it were not of this world. How can it still be here? Where is the Tyrannosaurus warrior? The arsonist of affection asked, bewildered that no one answered, for they too were at a loss. The statue sat solemnly amidst the wilderness, surrounded by the corpses of zombies they had previously vanquished. Aside from Bai Nian's absence, it seemed as if nothing had changed. Has the statue grown larger by 2 circles? Das uma remarque d'un certain. Still, no one responded. Naiwahi and Bubble Teapot exchanged knowing glances, contemplating a possibility in silence, overwhelmed by reverence for the mountain god and guilt for their earlier suspicions of Bai Nian. They stood silently before the statue, which had seemingly doubled in size. Suddenly, the expression of the statue shifted, revealing a faint smile. This sent a shiver down the spines of those who had begun to suspect a certain possibility. The mountain god's smile, to the onlookers, felt almost demonic. Chapter 20. Grateful for nature's bounty. Do you think the Tyrannosaurus warrior will? De Zhuang gazed at the statue's suddenly smiling face, unable to suppress a gulp. Speak cautiously, Naiwahi admonished sternly. Do not ask what should not be asked. The situation had grown increasingly complex. The atmosphere thickened with tension and unease. The Bible sequence opened his mouth, hesitantly voicing, should we still invite the mountain god back? He referred to inviting it back to the temple. Of course we should. Bubble Teapot's voice trembled uncontrollably. The arsonist of affection murmured, what will we do if we don't invite it back? You are right. The temple has collapsed, and the mountain god still needs our assistance to rebuild. For the time being, it should not act against us that we just have to be cautious and respectful, and under the mountain goddess protection, we can endure the next 6 days. At that moment, Aside from Naiwa, he and Bubble Teapot, the other three began to regret their earlier decisions. When they first became players and learned the fundamental rules, they were filled with excitement that I end this era. Who hasn't read novels? Who hasn't imagined themselves as the protagonist? Some, like De Zhuang, even fantasized that they could thrive even in the apocalypse. Yet now, they fell into silence. Just hours earlier, a living person had suddenly vanished. And the statue had grown larger. The connection was evident. Even without witnessing it firsthand, the impact of this event was even more profound than the earlier chase by the horde of zombies. Everyone had seen zombie films. And while they were frightening, they were also somewhat acceptable. But this, Naiwa sighed, let us proceed. Before nightfall, we must bring the statue back and perhaps communicate with the mountain god. Whether we shall face punishment will depend on the mountain god's disposition. Subsequently, the group moved forward in silence, first bowing in reverence, then cautiously lifting the statue together, so heavy. Naiwa exclaimed in shock. The mountain god statue weighed roughly 200 pounds, solid and cold to the touch. Although it had grown significantly larger, the change in weight should not be too drastic. Thinking of how the powerful Tyrannosaurus warrior had carried over 100 pounds for such a distance to save them, Naiwa felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Even such a strong warrior. No, if that were the case, then a part of the weight they were currently bearing also belonged to the Tyrannosaurus warrior. Everyone, be extremely cautious, pay close attention, and do not entertain any thoughts or actions that may overstep. Naiwa urged. The group understood the gravity of the situation, feeling a renewed sense of reverence and even fear towards the mountain god. Perhaps as a result, the smile on the statue's face deepened, appearing to convey both approval and mockery. Bai Nian watched as the source points on his system panel surged exponentially, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed, this statue of the mountain god was his creation. After transforming into the statue, both the guilt felt by Bubble Teapot and the others towards the Tyrannosaurus warrior and their reverence and fear of the mountain goddess statue were providing Bai Nian with source points. Moreover, he could still possess a degree of mobility. The shape-shifting mask was a marvelous item. Aside from the inability to transform into living beings, as long as Bai Nian could envision something with sufficient specificity, he could become nearly any non-living entity he could comprehend. In the previous hours, he had attempted to morph into vehicles and aircraft of a size comparable to his own. Unfortunately, they were merely shells, since Bai Nian did not grasp the intricate structure and operational principles of such creations. The results were akin to mere models. Even if he could understand, what he transformed into were still inanimate objects, while they could potentially function normally. It was akin to a car needing someone to operate it to start. Thus, the significance of the shape-shifting mask had not been very substantial for Bai Nian until now. However, things had changed. He had obtained the divine mechanism technique, according to Naiwa and the others. This technique was indeed the hidden reward within this dungeon, that it could also be considered a part of an extraordinary path, though this particular path did not emphasize the enhancement of personal strength. Its primary ability lay in the creation of various mechanisms. This profession, for now, let us call it a mechanic, although the title of puppeteer does sound rather cooler, doesn't it? In any case, the distinction is negligible. Bai Nian had merely acquired the most basic skill, and the name mattered little. According to Bai Nian's understanding, a mechanic's combat prowess primarily depended on the mechanisms they created. From the information this skill provided Bai Nian, it seemed to be a rather costly profession. The procurement of materials, the handling and assembly of components, and even the engraving of runes. This stage would consume a significant amount of resources, time, energy, and money. Even if one masters a skill, it is not as simple as striking it out with a hammer. However, for Bai Nian, none of these pose a problem, primarily because he does not rely on conventional means to create mechanical puppets. Rather, he transforms himself into a mechanical puppet. It must be reiterated that the versatile mask is indeed a remarkable asset. The transformation has no cooldown. It merely cannot revert during its duration. Throughout the transformation process, Bai Nian can continuously make slight adjustments to himself based on his imagination. He spent the majority of the previous hours experimenting with this. The level of divine feeding mechanism technique is not particularly high, and the strongest creation he can produce is at the level of a mountain deity statue. Nevertheless, it is capable of growth, albeit with a limited ceiling. This brings to light the significance of the term divine feeding in the skill's name. Theoretically, the earlier speculations regarding the mountain deity were indeed correct. It does have a requirement for spiritual offerings, the distinguishing feature of divine feeding mechanism technique from ordinary mechanical arts lies in its capacity to inscribe simple runes within the mechanical puppet. The rune referred to as divine feeding is not particularly sophisticated. It possesses only two fundamental functions. The first is the driving capability common to mechanical puppet runes, akin to a preset program that allows the puppet to perform simple actions autonomously under certain conditions. The second function pertains to the acquisition of driving energy. Unlike other mechanical runes, the divine feeding rune can absorb the beliefs of living beings, similar to how deities gather spiritual offerings that by nurturing itself with the spirit of living beings. The collected beliefs will be used to sustain the mechanical puppet, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it can give rise to the most rudimentary form of intelligence. However, due to its basic nature, even if intelligence is generated, it cannot truly be considered sentient. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as foundational intelligence, akin to the level of an artificial intelligence with limited capacity. Under normal circumstances, this would hold little utility. Yet when combined with mechanical arts, the situation changes. Once intelligence is birthed, the mechanical puppet can operate autonomously, and the previously preset simple behavioral programs will become its instincts, persisting until it is completely worn down or its core directives are altered, or until its intelligence dissipates. While this may sound complex, it simplifies considerably for Banyan. In essence, the role of divine feeding mechanism technique for Banyan is it enables him to transform into a mechanical puppet that does not tire, can act freely, and is impervious to pain and other physical afflictions. Although the behavioral logic of mechanical puppets is relatively straightforward, Banyan's transformations have no cooldown. If the preset behavioral logic proves inadequate, Banyan, having familiarized himself with the process, can effortlessly switch to a new set with but a thought. Moreover, according to the skill's description, the mountain deity statue, he currently embodies boasts combat capabilities comparable to that of a high-ranking entity. If the materials used for the body and the inscribed runes can be optimized further, reaching even higher tiers is not out of the question. With this thought in mind, Banyan glanced at the continuously increasing source points on the system panel. Internally rejoicing, I am grateful for nature's bounties. Upon returning, who on the construction site could possibly match his ability to move bricks? Chapter 21. Dungeons are not just about fighting before long. Banyan was collectively hoisted back to the ruins of the mountain deity temple. The makeshift shrine they had previously erected was no longer suitable due to the sudden growth of the mountain deity statue. With trepidation, they had no choice but to explain the situation to the mountain deity and hastily gather everyone to reconstruct the shrine. The members of the Divine Mechanism Society appeared increasingly humble, observing the bustling crowd. Banyan showed no inclination to lend a hand. Given the current circumstances, if he were to take action, they might be so frightened as to kneel and bow before him, yet with nothing else to occupy his time. Banyan continued to delve into the study of divine feeding mechanism technique. Although this skill is not of high rank, it surpasses basic introductory abilities. It involves runes, albeit just one, and cannot be compared to Xiao Feng's rudimentary fire spark technique meant solely for lighting. The iron plate he had acquired not only granted Banyan divine feeding mechanism technique, but also contained a wealth of foundational information about the profession. Fully comprehending it would require considerable time. Studying theoretical foundations is always the most arduous task. After attempting for a while, Banyan found himself on the verge of giving up. The various materials and mechanical arts described in the skill information were merely textual descriptions, devoid of any illustrations. It was challenging for him to grasp the concepts solely by reading. Moreover, having consumed source points, he had already mastered this skill completely. Whether he studied or not seemed inconsequential. Wait! Banyan suddenly recalled something. Since the divine feeding mechanism technique can strengthen itself by absorbing human beliefs, could it be that the previous statue was intentionally left here by someone? After pondering briefly, Banyan realized there were many uncertainties surrounding this matter. If that were the case, then those zombies must be part of the package as well. It wouldn't be safe to harvest beliefs without some danger. Setting aside other considerations, the mere appearance of those zombies seemed quite illogical. Why was it illogical? The statue was merely a mechanically crafted puppet, not a genuine deity. The statue lacked wisdom, and so did the zombies. How could the latter possibly fear the former? Could it be also programmed? An idea suddenly emerged in Bai Nian's mind. The earlier actions of the statue were driven by preset runes. Bai Nian had dismantled that statue and knew full well that its outer stone skin had shed due to Nai Wahi's meticulous ritual upon entering the temple, that it was precisely this action that triggered the conditions, eliciting the statue's corresponding behavior. Everything was preordained. Could it be that those zombies are also mechanical puppets? That seems unlikely, that I was right beside them when we fought the zombies. They were clearly flesh and blood. Although somewhat decayed, after a moment of contemplation, Bai Nian remained at a loss. Subconsciously, he directed his gaze towards his system panel, in the skill section. Divine Feeding Mechanism Technique LV.1 Max was clearly displayed, accompanied by a highlighted symbol. This indicated that the skill could be upgraded again, requiring the expenditure of 100 positive source points. To be honest, LV.1 of Divine Feeding Mechanism Technique was already fully mastered. Bai Nian had previously wondered why it could still be upgraded without considering adding points. Surely, saving the source points for a lottery was more enticing. The rewards in the positive prize pool were quite appealing, and this skill, which was only marginally above basic levels, might not yield results surpassing those from the system's prize pool if further enhanced. However, now that there were still over 6 days remaining in this dungeon, even if he did nothing, source points would continuously accrue. In that case, spending 100 source points to upgrade this skill didn't seem too unreasonable. With this thought, Bai Nian silently intoned the command to upgrade the skill. Instantly, 100 positive source points were deducted, followed by a surge of information flooding in. The substantial information previously contained in the iron plate was instantly comprehended and integrated into the upgraded skill. Furthermore, Bai Nian felt that his previously scant understanding of mechanical arts had also been incorporated. God Casting Mechanism Technique LV.2 Max. This was the upgraded skill. Building upon its foundation, the Divine Feeding Rune had been optimized. Evolving into the God Casting Rune, its primary function was, of course, to forge a simple consciousness akin to a divine spirit. Additionally, it provided greater understanding of modern constructs, allowing for their incorporation into the creation of mechanical puppets. For instance, plastics and silicones, Furthermore, without altering the materials of the puppet, the upper limit of its power had been raised to the lower tier of Ding rank, and with comprehensive optimization, it could reach the middle tier of Ding rank. Lastly, there were some hidden pieces of information. Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Wow, the inhabitants of this world are truly extravagant. Although he lacked a player panel, he had come to understand the purpose of this dungeon. Those zombies were not zombies at all. Instead, they were legitimate corpses controlled internally by small mechanical puppets resembling matchstick figures, each barely half a meter tall. In other words, when their heads were severed, they did not truly die. They merely became temporarily immobile. Moreover, those small puppets were in a hierarchical relationship with the statue, while neither were sentient beings, nor possessed any wisdom. The preset puppet program would dictate their actions. The purpose of this arrangement was twofold. Firstly, it aimed to select talents for an organization known as the Heavenly Craft Mechanism Flow. If an ordinary person could discern the key, they would be able to inherit the most fundamental mechanical arts and become a reserved disciple of the Heavenly Craft Mechanism Flow. Secondly, even if no suitable reserved disciples were identified, it would not matter. The already established special puppet program would ensure that anyone who inadvertently activated the statue's boot program would remain in a heightened state of mental tension, providing the statue with a continuous influx of extreme beliefs. Thus, during this process, those zombies would incessantly harass intruders day and night, instilling in them the notion that only within the statue's vicinity is safety assured. If one failed to discern the key, the only fate awaiting the intruders would be death. After the trespassers perish, their lifeless bodies will be occupied by diminutive mechanical puppets, severely decayed by the shell, transforming them into new zombies. Consequently, the statue will also benefit, allowing the divine feeding runes to grow rapidly until they reach maturity, after which designated individuals will arrive to replace the statue. Once the divine feeding rune core is fully cultivated, even if the physical form is damaged, as long as the core remains intact. It can be endlessly reused simply by replacing the body. Indeed, this world is rife with oppression at every turn. Bai Nian's anxious thoughts were justified. The end of the universe leads to civil service examinations. Bai Nian mused internally, glancing at the busy individuals around him, pondering. Should I perhaps remind them that the hidden legacy they seek is, in fact, abundant all around? After some contemplation, Bai Nian dismissed this notion. Never mind. We are not related. There is no need to rush to offer them treasures. What if I disclose the truth, and they fail to respect me afterwards? Upon this realization, Bai Nian noticed a slight decrease in the speed of growth of the system's source points and had a thought. Utilizing divine crafting mechanism, he modified the runes inscribed within his body at that moment. The next instant, a horde of zombies staggeringly emerged, congregating in groups, and under Bai Nian's control. They did not approach, but instead began to dance in the distance, twisting and turning in merriment. The onlookers? Source points gained 1 negative. Source points gained 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian felt quite satisfied. Now this is more like it. A quest is not merely about fighting. A balance of work and rest is the true path. While you construct the divine altar, I shall have the zombies serve as your cheerleaders. Ha! Chapter 22. The mountain deity harbors a great secret. The 5 were left dumbfounded. They glanced at the throng of zombies. Then at Bai Nian, contemplating. The mountain deity was still present. Were these zombies truly so audacious? Wait, why were they dancing at a safe distance? Mocking them? After a moment's hesitation, Naiwei cautiously inquired, Esteemed mountain deity, do you think this situation warrants some form of management? Bai Nian, grinning at the rapid surge of source points, had no intention of intervening. The hidden rewards of this quest lay concealed within these zombies, although dissecting corpses for their treasures may seem somewhat unethical. Would these deceased find peace otherwise? Before their bodies completely rot away, they must occasionally be taken out for a stroll. Is it not better to alleviate suffering than to prolong it? Allowing Naiwei and the others to assist these deceased in finding rest is far preferable to their continued control by mechanical puppets. Moreover, while Bai Nian did not intend to proactively disclose the information about the hidden rewards, he could certainly create more opportunities for them to discover it. This was, after all, a mutually beneficial endeavor. Ostensibly, Bai Nian merely sent these deceased out to dance and frighten people. However, in reality, through this process, Bai Nian garnered source points while Naiwei and his companions could accumulate experience, avoiding confusion should they encounter similar situations in the future. With their minds in a state of heightened alertness, they could finish their tasks sooner and enjoy rest sooner as well. Additionally, the increased interactions could significantly enhance Naiwei and his companions' chances of obtaining the legacy. Even more so, these deceased might find eternal peace as a result. A win-win situation for all. It could be regarded as a quintessential example of collaborative success worthy of inclusion in textbooks. Bai Nian chuckled to himself, offering no response. After a brief hesitation, the others, unable to gauge the mountain deity's stance, resumed their tasks. Before long, the divine altar had been reconstructed. Look, with a cheerleading squad present, how high was their work efficiency? Although, to be fair, there wasn't much alteration needed. After a flurry of activity, the sky gradually darkened. Though all 5 wore masks, it was evident they bore an air of profound exhaustion. The zombies seemed to tire from their dance, each digging a small pit for themselves before lying down again. The 5 gathered around, igniting a fire with decayed wood from the ruins, staring blankly into the flames, their expressions somewhat vacant. Today had been exceedingly tiring. Despite Bai Nian having resolved the greatest crisis, they had labored throughout the day, and this was merely the first day. 6 more days remained. So much had transpired today that they had little desire for conversation. Using the pot brought by the arsonist, they prepared a simple meal and then discussed and finalized the night watch personnel before settling around the campfire, drifting into a deep sleep amidst the wilderness. The flames licked the wood, crackling and popping. The bonfire danced in the night breeze, casting flickering shadows on the visage of the statue, Bai Nian, whose face flickered in and out of the light. The next morning, the one on watch, Chongjing Su, nodded his head repeatedly, overwhelmed with drowsiness, nearly asleep. Suddenly, A faint and peculiar sound erupted, and before Sheng Jing-su, still in a daze, could react, there was a loud crash as the rudimentary altar built yesterday collapsed significantly, jolting him awake that he then stood there stunned. The mountain deity has awakened? Sheng Jing-su exclaimed in shock. The others immediately stirred awake. Bai Nian felt a touch of embarrassment that he too had just awakened, momentarily forgetting that he was still in the form of a mechanical statue, inadvertently causing the altar to collapse. The others looked at Bai Nian with uncertainty, none having expected that the statue could actually stand. Esteemed mountain deity, may I inquire? Now he mustered the courage to ask. Bai Nian, intent on diverting attention from his awkwardness, prepared to do something. Just then, the statue's lips moved without motion, and a specially designed mechanism within the throat activated, uttering words that, though not human-like, resonated profoundly. The plan of the day lies in the morning. Strengthen the body, protect the nation. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. As he spoke, Bai Nian moved his mechanical legs and dashed outside. The onlookers? Source points gained 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian's mechanical arts were undoubtedly fantastical technology. At level 1, he had already mastered it, and at level 2, he had surpassed even the original. However, the internal runes had yet to gather sufficient belief, resulting in the absence of sentience in the body. But that was inconsequential. It merely required a bit of brain power to prepare several programs for real-time behavioral switching based on demand. When he ran, it was entirely unnoticeable that he was a mechanical puppet. Indeed, if one overlooked the faint golden hue encompassing him, he appeared no different from a regular person, and he moved with remarkable speed. "Quick! Keep up!" Naiwahi shouted. Although still unclear about the mountain deity's intentions, one thing was certain. The mountain deity had manifested, though this mountain deity appeared somewhat peculiar. Thus, the group began to run across the desolate mountain, while Popo, typically engaged in fitness routines, maintained a morning exercise habit. She never anticipated that even in a quest, she would be required to jog. The others each had their own grievances that a cascade of negative source points ensued. Observing this, Bai Nian pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. Yesterday, I had intended to explore this desolate mountain, but given the events that unfolded and my ignorance of the quest specifics at the time, it now seems prudent to seize this opportunity to explore roughly. After all, I'm already in motion. With this thought, Bai Nian began to devise modifications to the behavioral rune program he was currently equipped with. Suddenly, "Watch out, mountain deity!" The others cried out in alarm from behind. They had not lost focus. They all saw a stone block, standing nearly a meter tall, obstructing Bai Nian's path that resembled a stone tablet, but due to years of exposure to the elements, only a few indistinct characters could be discerned, making identification challenging. They wished to warn Bai Nian, but he was moving too swiftly and remained oblivious. Then, with a loud bang, the stone tablet shattered, disintegrating into numerous fragments that scattered around. Bai Nian merely slowed for a moment, feeling no impact. Mechanical puppets lack sensory capabilities unless they are specially designed for everyday use. Had Bai Nian not been an extraordinary mechanical puppet, transformed by a shape-shifting mask, his eyes would have merely been ornamental. Bai Nian turned back in confusion. The others, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, their hearts racing. Naiwahi forced a smile, saying, "Please continue." Source points gained 1 negative. Gained. Chapter 23. Synthesis scroll of identical equipment. At this moment, Bai Nian, due to his transformation, temporarily possessed the combat power of a low-tier rank. The mechanical puppets exhibit an unyielding stamina, devoid of suffering, and their attributes, be it strength, speed, or defense, are remarkably balanced. In fact, due to the materials from which they are crafted, their defensive capabilities surpass those of other extraordinary beings of the same level. Bai Nian himself remains oblivious to the fact that he has become quite formidable. Although he previously engaged in a skirmish with the seemingly displeased mountain god, the lack of sensory perception in the puppet's body rendered him indifferent to the encounter. Utilizing his agile program switching, he effortlessly dismantled his opponent and casually cast them down the mountain. The 5 companions behind him were struck with terror, their reverence and fear towards the mountain god intensifying. Half an hour later, under Bai Nian's guidance, they finally completed their inaugural circumnavigation of the mountain. Upon returning to the ruins of the mountain god temple, Even Nai Wahi, hailing from the divine realm of Shenluo, felt his calves weaken. Despite their regular training, a warm-up was still essential. This time, they had been roused from slumber only to be thrust into a sprint, a challenge for anyone to endure. However, not all was in vain. At the very least, they had confirmed that this mountain was indeed desolate, having encountered not a single green plant along their path. Bai Nian returned to the altar, settling into a meditative posture, once again enveloped in silence, as if he had not just led a morning jog. His companions cast him glances of deep resentment, but dared not voice their thoughts. Hastily consuming some provisions before commencing their tasks for the day, clearing rubble, searching for useful items, and attempting to reconstruct the mountain god temple. Progress, however, was disappointingly slow, and even with Bai Nian's summoned cheerleaders providing encouragement, it was still disheartening. Mountain god, will you not intervene? Saint Scripture could not help but inquire, glancing at the zombies engaging in TikTok-inspired dances, his lips twitching in agitation. His fear of the undead had nearly dissipated. Such antics were akin to an opponent dancing in front of one's respawn point during a game. How could the mountain god tolerate such behavior? Bai Nian pondered that since he had already spoken, adding a few more words would not be amiss. Moreover, he had a favorable impression of this individual. So he replied, "They are merely unfortunate souls." The group fell silent for a moment, their expressions shifting as they processed his words, their gazes towards Bai Nian tinged with less fear and more of an undefined emotion. In any case, the positive source points began to rise once more. Saint Scripture hesitated before asking, Mountain God, if I may be so bold, could I inquire about our previous companion? Where has he gone? The arsonist of affection gasped, rushing over to cover Saint Scripture's mouth. Are you trying to get us killed? Do you have any idea what you're saying? You're courting death, he whispered urgently in Saint Scripture's ear, then turned to Bai Nian with an awkward smile. My apologies. Mountain God, this fellow is rather impulsive. He let go of me. Saint Scripture wriggled free from the arsonist's grasp, defiantly stating, I know exactly what I'm doing. The mountain god is not malevolent. The Tyrannosaurus warrior is also a good person. There must be more to this situation than what you think. He glared at the arsonist, declaring, Aren't you just afraid of dying? Rest assured, I won't burden you if the mountain god becomes angry. I will bear the consequences myself. Just like yesterday, you can enjoy the life that the Tyrannosaurus warrior fought for while hiding behind and continuing to whisper. He was a high school student, often lost in youthful fantasies, naively foolish yet stubbornly loyal. These traits were emblematic of his age. However, he was not entirely foolish. He understood that a deity who could accommodate even zombies was likely not a malevolent one. Moreover, he genuinely wished to uncover the fate of Bai Nian. Saint Scripture's words were harsh, and the arsonist was incensed. Though he spoke the truth, it was precisely because of this that it stung. The other three, including De Zhuang, had intended to interject, but upon hearing Saint Scripture's willingness to shoulder the consequences, they fell silent. Nai He and Pao Cha, who appeared lost in thought. Bai Nian observed them. He had stayed up late the previous night. Perhaps it was due to the lack of physical constraints after his transformation, or maybe he had not reached the threshold of legendary mental fatigue. Regardless, he remained spirited despite his late night. The previous night, Saint Scripture had spoken in his sleep, the content somehow related to Bai Nian. Bai Nian was uncertain of what exactly had transpired in that dream, but someone had been continuously supplying him with positive source points. I sent him to assist me with the task. Rest assured, there is no danger to his life. Is that so? Saint Scripture sighed in relief. Smiling, then I can rest easy. Thank you, mountain god. You're welcome. Bai Nian smiled genuinely. He had high hopes for this young lad. Nai He, observing the mountain goddess' seemingly amiable demeanor, hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to engage in conversation. Of course, he was not merely chatting. He continued to labor diligently. Bai Nian, recognizing that he had some time to spare, engaged in dialogue, which in turn continued to boost the positive source points. Although his knowledge was limited, he could certainly improvise. After all, aside from praising Bai Nian, the rest was largely inconsequential. For more pivotal matters, Bai Nian deftly glossed over them, maintaining an air of mystique about the mountain god. As the others slowly relaxed their initial apprehensions, they joined in the conversation. Throughout this exchange, the positive source points in by Nian's system backend surged without cease. Initially, all seemed well, but as time passed, the group began to realize that the mountain god was perhaps a tad too loquacious. From morning until nightfall, the mountain god rambled on about various trivialities. The group's emotions fluctuated, and they found the mountain god to be quite bothersome. Thus, the next day passed in the wake of the mountain god's incessant chatter, and by Nian's source points transitioned from positive to negative, once again exceeding 1,000, allowing him to draw again. That night, Bai Nian hesitated briefly, retaining the positive source points while solely drawing from the negative pool. After the familiar oppressive visuals faded, a robust figure wielding an axe charged at Bai Nian. Despite being prepared, he was still startled. "You dare to act so arrogantly without even a weapon in hand." In a daze, Bai Nian felt as though he had just been reprimanded. "Congratulations, you have obtained named Equipment Synthesis Scroll 1. Can this lottery interface not be optimized?" Bai Nian couldn't help but grumble inwardly, then shifted his focus to the reward he had just drawn. Chapter 24. Is this really something I can see without spending money? Named Equipment Synthesis Scroll. Effect. Consuming this scroll allows for the synthesis of 2 pieces of equipment with the same name. The newly formed equipment can fuse or stack the characteristics of both components. Equipment with the same name? Bai Nian was utterly bewildered. So, ultra-thin and 0.01 can synthesize to be even thinner. The prize description remained as abstract as ever, including the skill learning blueprint. Functional. Bai Nian now possessed 2 prizes whose uses were currently unclear. Never mind. I'll figure it out after leaving this dungeon, he resolved. Bai Nian had come to realize that the rewards drawn from his 2 pools seemed to correlate with the sources of his collected points. For instance, the first draw from the positive pool appeared linked to the uncle at the construction site. The first draw from the negative pool seemed similar. That skill blueprint could either be a remnant of the original self's legacy or perhaps a boast made during idle chatter in a group. Moreover, recent encounters seemed to influence the pool's rewards. For example, the ever-changing mask was a product of his pretense of being a player in front of Su Wanshan. And now, the named Equipment Synthesis Scroll. The shadow wielding the axe bore a resemblance to De Zhuang. Thus, in the future, I can roughly determine the rewards based on this. Bai Nian felt a sense of delight. This revelation was exceedingly useful to him. I think I'll temporarily hold onto the negative source points, since we can now transform into mechanical puppets and possess D-rank lower-tier combat power. We don't urgently need to draw anything .as for the positive source points. For now, it seems more cost-effective to continue upgrading the divine mechanism crafting technique. Bai Nian contemplated .as long as he could make some improvements to the materials used for the transformed mechanical puppet's body. He could attain D-rank mid-tier combat power, and with further enhancements, it could continue to grow. Not to mention, the safety factor would undoubtedly be greatly increased. Although his knowledge was still limited, he understood the principle that higher levels equate to greater strength. Moreover, with the current LV.2 of the divine mechanism crafting technique, his control over the body remained somewhat tenuous until he could forge a simple consciousness akin to divine spirit through the beliefs of living beings. He had fully mastered the first level. The second involved integrating his understanding, a progression from blue to deeper blue. What level would the third entail? Bai Nian was quite curious. The first level required 10 positive source points. The second required 100, and the third would demand 1,000, each level multiplying tenfold. For now, he had no immediate need to draw anything. He could continue to accrue source points over the remaining days in the dungeon. After the strength of the mechanized puppet increased, he should be capable of handling any unexpected situations that may arise. After all, it was merely a lower-tier dungeon of the Wu rank, while he had already attained the power of the Ding rank. Dungeon, Mountain God Temple, Day 3 of Survival. Bai Nian awoke early as usual, leading the group on a morning run. After accumulating a wave of source points, Bai Nian returned to the ruins of the Mountain God Temple. Although it was their first venture into a dungeon, both the teapot and Nai, where he held significant identities and had prepared thoroughly in terms of water and food, even without counting the provisions for the other 3. They had ample supplies to sustain the 5 of them for 7 days. Coupled with the protection of the mountain god, their successful completion of the dungeon tasks was nearly a foregone conclusion. However, not all issues had been resolved. In the afternoon, the teapot approached Bai Nian alone. Due to Bai Nian's incessant chatter, Driven by his current form as a puppet that felt no fatigue, he had integrated dialogue into his behavioral drive runes, resulting in a continuous stream of conversation for 24 hours. Given by Nian's identity, the others felt both annoyed and hesitant to ignore him, thus seeking excuses to distance themselves slightly. "Great mountain god," the teapot said bashfully. "May I request your assistance with something?" "What is it?" Bai Nian inquired with keen interest. The teapot took a deep breath, seemingly conflicted, yet compelled to proceed. After a considerable pause, she finally gathered her courage, presenting a handful of golden beans with a voice barely above a whisper. "O revered mountain god, this is a tribute I have prepared for you. Might I implore you to accompany me to the restroom?" Bai Nian exclaimed in astonishment. Is this really a thing? Typically, he would pay to witness such scenarios. Yet today he found himself being invited to partake in one. Truly, the tastes of the wealthy are unique, he chuckled inwardly. The teapot felt mortified yet helpless. The other members were men, and in this desolate mountain, they could easily find a spot to relieve themselves. This dungeon was too barren, with limited conditions to accommodate any particular preferences. However, the teapot was a girl. If her life were genuinely at stake, she wouldn't be so finicky. The crux of the matter was that they currently possessed all the necessary conditions to navigate the dungeon safely. Under these circumstances, her modern sensibilities concerning modesty still held weight. She had been holding it in for 3 days and could no longer endure. Throughout these 3 days, the zombies would occasionally emerge to patrol, dance, and mock, with the timing being entirely unpredictable. The teapot dared not stray far from the mountain god temple. If she asked her teammates to accompany her, she was also concerned. While this mountain god had an eccentric temperament, their actions had been relatively kind, even showing tolerance toward zombies, indicating a broad-minded nature. Moreover, among those zombies, there were certainly females. As a deity, had the mountain god never encountered such matters? Additionally, with the mountain god present, her remaining teammates would not dare entertain any improper thoughts. After much contemplation, the teapot reached her decision. "I realize this request is rather presumptuous, but let us go." Bai Nian stood up immediately. "Do you want me to dig a pit for you?" "Ah!" The teapot was taken aback. Bai Nian clapped his chest heartily. "Rest assured, with me here, you can relieve yourself wherever you please." The teapot sensed something amiss, yet her urgent need overshadowed her concerns. Moments later, as she heard the sound of rustling and beheld Bai Nian's pale form, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Am I really witnessing something I didn't pay for?" The teapot's face flushed crimson, though her green fish headpiece concealed it. Smacking his lips, Bai Nian remarked with a hint of regret, "But alas, I have already transcended such mundane desires." In his mechanized puppet state, he was no longer flesh and blood, thus remained unaffected by such sights. Currently, Bai Nian's mind was as steadfast as tempered steel. Devoid of any ripples, he merely found the situation amusing. After some contemplation, Bai Nian did not go overboard, taking a few steps back and turning his back. The teapot sighed in relief. This mountain god truly possessed a commendable heart. Although they belonged to different species, the fact that he considered her modesty was quite thoughtful. "Please hurry, it's becoming a tad overwhelming," the teapot urged. Source points 1 negative. Acquired. Chapter 25. Why haven't you departed yet? Observing the system's back-end revenue record shift from positive to negative, Bai Nian couldn't help but chuckled. He had acted too hastily, becoming sentimental too soon. Of course, he couldn't detect any odors, as he currently lacked the sense of smell. Turning back was merely to gather the golden beans. Indeed, Bai Nian had now acquired a storage space that a faint click resonated as a small storage compartment revealed itself from his abdomen. Lacking a player's backpack, he could only resort to such a rudimentary method to conceal items for the time being, and he couldn't store too much. This was his Danteon storage compartment. After spending 1,000 positive source points to upgrade Divine Crafting Mechanism Art to Nurturing Divine Mechanism Art, a flood of insights surged within him. In that moment, Bai Nian even felt as if thousands were assisting him in exploring and practicing this mechanism art. Suddenly, Bai Nian realized, as the saying goes, 1,000 people possess 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Each individual's understanding of the same matter is unique. The diverse perspectives of different individuals collided at this moment, sparking the flames of wisdom. Ultimately, Guided by Bai Nian's personal viewpoint, a new, more advanced mechanism art was born. Is this the truth behind skill upgrades? Quite reasonable indeed. After absorbing all these insights, Bai Nian sensed a slight enhancement in his mental prowess, albeit not by much. Had it not been for the previous teachings of the Arsonist of Hearts regarding the spell of Fire Spark, he might not have even recognized this change. What a pity. I lack a player panel to view the specific values. Bai Nian lamented slightly. Even now, he remained unaware of how to obtain player qualifications. Nurturing divine mechanism art further amplified the strength of the mechanized puppet that Bai Nian transformed into, elevating its hard power to the Ding rank, and even allowing it to barely reach the Bing rank. Not only that, but Bai Nian's mastery of various materials and the manipulation of mechanism runes also saw a significant enhancement. The divine crafting rune evolved into the nurturing divine rune, enabling the puppet to develop rudimentary consciousness upon inscription. Even in the absence of specific behavioral drive runes, the mechanized puppet could comprehend and execute some simple commands. Moreover, as time progressed and the number of commands increased, the puppet could further nurture and refine itself. For Bai Nian, this meant a more seamless coordination between consciousness and physical form, that he could even fashion a layer of bionic skin for himself, allowing him to appear just like a normal human while in his mechanized puppet state. Upgrading so swiftly, surely this battle power system 1T collapse. Bai Nian mused with delight. The first dungeon was only halfway through, and he had already achieved combat power, nearly on par with the Bing rank. What lay ahead? However, Bai Nian also understood that he wouldn't be able to grow stronger in the short term. While the nurturing rune possessed growth potential, he was uncertain about its upper limits or the time required for nurturing. More importantly, his transformation could only last 20 hours, and although there was no cooldown period, each transformation reset his physical state, but the nurturing rune could only nurture for a maximum of 20 hours. What could it possibly yield if he were to upgrade his skills further, irrespective of the staggering 1,000 positive source points he would need to collect? He was only at LV.3, already capable of rudimentary consciousness. Wouldn't leveling up once more risk him becoming a sentient machine? If sentient machines were considered living beings, then Bai Nian would be unable to transform. Ultimately, he would remain in his current state, with no change in strength, rendering that 1,000 source points wasted. As Bai Nian pondered, he heard the teapot's voice, barely above a whisper. Great mountain god. I am finished. Bai Nian glanced back, noting that the teapot was fully clothed, and there was now a small mound where she had squatted. Then, let us return. The following days passed as usual, with little change in the progress of the mountain god temple's reconstruction. Bai Nian did not rush, as it was not his domain. On the fourth day, after their morning run, the group gathered and approached Bai Nian. They wished to confront the zombies. Oh, Bai Nian inquired with curiosity. Why is that? Aren't you afraid? Subsequently, Naiwahi provided a brief explanation. This was, after all, their first dungeon, although they currently felt safe with Bai Nian's presence. Merely completing the task for guaranteed income felt somewhat lacking. They had scoured the ruins, but found no hidden rewards. Thus, they turned their attention toward the zombies, reasoning that even if hidden rewards weren't found on the zombies, engaging in combat would allow them to accumulate practical experience, beneficial for future dungeons. With the mountain god observing, their safety was assured. Of course, they couldn't explicitly state this. Their excuse was that they wanted to help these poor souls find peace. Bai Nian had no objections. If they wished to proceed, so be it, as long as it provided him with source points. Thus, the fourth day consisted of morning runs, worshipping the statue, battling zombies, dining, and sleeping. The fifth day followed the same routine. Morning run, worshipping the statue, battling zombies, dining, and sleeping. On the sixth day, time swiftly elapsed, and the night of the seventh day arrived, after several days of fierce combat. The demeanor of the group had undergone varying degrees of transformation. Each individual bore the stains of dark purple blood, and Bai Nian, who had once transformed back to flesh and blood, discreetly caught a whiff of the overwhelming stench. However, they were oblivious to it themselves, as their sense of smell had grown accustomed to the odor, having suffered through it for so long. The few of them sat gathered around the campfire, their relationships having grown significantly closer than before. Yet, None of them had removed their masks as the mission drew to a close. They engaged in idle chatter, dreaming of the future, and discussing what to do with the game currency they would receive as a reward from the system. Naiwahi sighed. In the end, we still have no idea what the background of this instance is aside from having an extra 7 days compared to others. We have gained nothing. No, you have actually lost 7 days of life compared to your peers, Bai Nian interjected at an opportune moment. The others fell silent. Regarding the nonsensical declarations of the mountain deity, they had grown accustomed to it by now, and in the past few days, the sources of energy contributed by Bai Nian had dwindled. The teapot, however, maintained a good rapport with the mountain deity and had taken to sharing restroom breaks, albeit at their own expense. Hearing this, the teapot was struck with inspiration and presented a handful of golden beans with both hands, saying, "Great mountain deity, could you share some information with us?" Bai Nian paused for a moment. "I can, but the offerings are unnecessary." He had no more space within his body to store the golden beans, and altering the storage compartment would impede his operational capabilities. The storage compartment in his dantian was still too small to accommodate wealth. Another day of envy towards the players passed. After several days, they still had not uncovered the hidden secrets within the zombies. Their primary excuse was that they wanted to help these unfortunate souls find peace, and none of them were so twisted as to resort to dissection, aside from acquiring some useless combat experience. They had gained nothing. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Bai Nian said. The group exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Indeed, what could be more convenient than directly asking the mountain deity instead of exploring on their own? Had it not been for their concerns about being too abrupt, they would have asked long ago. Now that the teapot had spoken up, everyone was alert. "What we wish to inquire about is—" "Hold on a moment." Bai Nian suddenly raised his head, gazing into the distance. Those zombies that had been defeated and buried over the past few days were reappearing, and they had merged together. A terrifying giant corpse, towering over 10 meters, charged towards the ruins of the mountain deity's temple, causing the group to gasp in horror. The mechanized flow truly knows how to play, Bai Nian thought. Realizing this was not his doing, but rather a hidden rune program embedded within the small mechanical puppet's point, one of the main objectives of this instance was to nurture the statue, cycling every 7 days, culminating in a final wave that forced intruders to reach a peak in mental fluctuations at the last moment, thereby nourishing the statue. Bai Nian had known about this all along, but chose to let it unfold without interference. After all, there was no real danger. "Great mountain deity, what is going on? What is happening with these zombies? Great mountain deity, save me. I don't want to die." Fong Exen, the arsonist, Sheng Jingxiu, De Zhuang, and others screamed in terror. The teapot, however, did not scream. It merely trembled, so frightened that it could barely stand. Naiwahi was no better. Panic-stricken. "Do not panic." Bai Nian stood up, his body creaking as it shrank and transformed into a 3-headed, 8-armed golden statue. "You, my faithful followers, I shall protect you." As he spoke, 6 golden iron arms behind him formed various seals, seemingly casting some divine spell. But in truth, these arms were of no real use. They were merely for show. Only his original 2 arms were capable of movement. Yet the others were unaware of this. They only saw Bai Nian performing the 6-armed seals and then advancing to throw a punch. That power, comparable to the 3rd rank, erupted with a resounding force, shattering half of the terrifying giant corpse. Following that, Bai Nian delivered a whip kick, sending blood and flesh flying, as the small mechanical puppets concealed within the corpses were reduced to rubble. With just 1 punch and 1 kick, the terrifying giant corpse was vanquished. Maintaining his 3-headed, 8-armed form, Bai Nian sat cross-legged, calmly proclaiming, "With me, there is no enemy." The group truly felt the immense power of the mountain deity. Utterly astonished, the surge of positive energy was overwhelming. "I know that you are outsiders. After spending these days together, you have shown your faith. Today, I shall exhaust my divine power to save you, should fate allow, perhaps." Before Bai Nian could finish his sentence, he fell silent, as if the recent display had truly drained his divine power. Time passed slowly, and the group felt somewhat at a loss. Now he bravely inquired, "Great mountain deity, are you still there?" "Bai Nian, why haven't you all left yet?" The group. The energy turned from positive to negative. Chapter 26. The Brick Moving Prince by Nyen felt somewhat dazed that he had not brought a watch and had miscalculated the time, thinking he was about to return. This situation was rather awkward. In the next moment, the scene froze, and the world darkened before illuminating again, revealing the three-headed, eight-armed by Nyen in the construction site restroom. Fortunately, the timing is just right. I shouldn't encounter them again. This instance I sneaked and it must have been randomly triggered, right? By Nyen pondered, believing that the subsequent instances he triggered would not involve any so-called task chains. But then again, if task chains do apply to me, I might encounter the mechanized flow people in the next instance. However, since the original statue has already been buried beneath the mountain, and the teapot and the others have not obtained the inheritance of mechanical arts, they wouldn't count as reserved disciples of the mechanized flow. If I do end up encountering them next time, how intriguing. With this thought, Bai Nyen felt a bit melancholic. But those guys really are something. I had given them the opportunity. Those small mechanical puppets were right there, yet they chose to just stare at me instead of investigating them, wasting precious time. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Nyen's thoughts shifted. And he transformed again. This time, he had about 10 hours remaining in his transformation. He certainly could not revert back in the short term. This form was also not suitable for wandering in public. Subsequently, Bai Nyen's internal structure became mechanized, while a layer of silicone material enveloped the exterior, revealing his original visage. As for the skin tone, there were bound to be some discrepancies, and his gaze appeared somewhat vacant. However, unless one looked closely, it would not be discernible that he still felt no sensation. And the only difference from other silicone dolls was that he could move freely and possessed extraordinary agility. Maintaining human form. My strength should roughly be at the mid to upper tier of the third rank. Bai Nyen sensed this and then clenched his fist, murmuring, "From now on, no one is allowed to speak to me loudly." Bai Nyen. The foreman had approached without Bai Nyen noticing, launching into a tirade. "If you don't want to work, then get the hell out. How can you take a break while moving bricks?" Li Tu, I apologize. I have a bit of an upset stomach. I'll be right back." 7 days had passed in the instance, but time in reality had frozen. However, Bai Nyen had hesitated before entering the instance, wasting some time, and upon returning, he had spent additional time adjusting his body, resulting in a slightly prolonged restroom visit. Hastily, Bai Nyen exited the restroom and resumed his brick-moving duties, though now he had a belly full of golden beans, and selling them would ensure he would not lack for money in the near term. Nevertheless, one should always see things through to the end. Besides, he wouldn't tire easily, and finishing today's work would not be much trouble. Bai Nyen returned to the construction site and began moving bricks. His efficiency was incomparable to before. The older worker was taken aback. "Young man, did you leave your soul behind? Why does your face look so pale?" Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. The silicone skin was flawless, though slightly paler than Bai Nyen's previous complexion, and his eyes appeared somewhat strange. "You look rather off-putting, young man. Perhaps you should visit a hospital?" Bai Nyen, warmed by the older worker's concern, forced a somewhat stiff smile and replied, "I'm fine, uncle. I'm in great health." As he spoke, he lifted a stack of bricks and began hopping around with them. The older worker. The surrounding co-workers were bewildered but greatly astonished. Was this young man out of his mind? Why was he hopping while moving bricks? Could his body handle it? "Young man, stop jumping. If you keep this up, you'll tire yourself out in no time and won't be able to get up tomorrow. I am the brick-moving prince. I fear nothing." Bai Nyen continued with his antics. His strength at mid to upper tier third rank, allowing him to move bricks with astonishing efficiency. His little hops swift, leaving his co-workers dumbfounded and questioning their own lives. They certainly couldn't match his speed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the teapot, having returned to reality, removed its green fish headpiece, revealing a dirty face. "Miss!" The attendants, who had long been waiting, could hardly conceal their shock. They were not players. They had merely received a notification to wait here. Just a second ago, their young lady had donned the headpiece, appearing poised as if to embark on some endeavor that in but a fleeting moment, the young lady found herself in a state of disarray. Her once pristine windbreaker, now marred by numerous tears, sullied and emitting an unpleasant odor. The transformation was so stark that one might mistake her for a different person entirely. "Please leave. I must take a bath." The teapot, aware of its current state of uncleanliness, lamented that had it not been for the conditions within the instance, it would have bathed long ago. The attendant hastily interjected, "The hot water is ready." "Miss, the boss has instructed that you meet him after your bath." "Yes, I understand." The teapot nodded, then inquired, "How is the preparation for that matter progressing?" Another voice replied, "All the gold shops in the city have been monitored. However, time is a bit tight. Nationally, we've only managed to dispatch personnel to stake out about 50% of the gold shops. But rest assured, miss, those gold pearls are specially crafted. Once they enter the market, we will receive word." The teapot, upon hearing this, refrained from further discussion, allowing others to leave the room before commencing with her bath. Gazing at the modern, urban-styled bathroom, the teapot felt as though she had stepped into another world. "I only earned 60 game coins. The evaluation is far too low. Is it because we completed the task under the protection of the mountain deity? If that is the case, the difficulty of the instance is excessively high. Considering it is merely of the 5th tier." The teapot recalled the terrifying colossal corpse that had appeared at the end, still haunted by the memory. Could we truly have survived without the mountain deity's assistance? If the difficulty of the next instance escalates once more, then the teapot fell silent, introspectively acknowledging her lack of confidence in surviving the upcoming instance. The sound of running water filled the air. The warm stream cascaded over her, gradually revealing the original luster of her once dusty form. Suddenly, the teapot recalled something, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. The mountain deity, surely, it possesses no gender, although it is claimed to be devoid of worldly desires. But, oh dear, how embarrassing! Meanwhile, as Bai Nian joyfully toiled away, the teapot was in the midst of a complex emotional bath when a strategy guide for the instance quietly surfaced on the player forum. With the instance rated at the 5th tier, the guide initially garnered little attention, but it wasn't long before it sparked a flurry of comments. "What is this? How could a 5th tier instance possibly feature a deity? And the deity enjoys jogging in the morning? It's also quite chatty. It's one thing to have a deity, but what else with the zombies? While anything can happen in an instance, this is absurd. Those zombies even squatted by the spring dancing and taunting. Who authored this guide? This is how one deceives for points. What are the hidden contents of the instance? What is the task chain? There is nothing here, yet it dares to be published as a guide. 7 days of eating and drinking passed, and this is what it calls an instance guide." Comments poured in at an astonishing speed, all from players who had just emerged from the instance. Naturally logging onto the forum to glean information, it is well known that the realm of the instance constitutes a complete world, with various instances possessing more or less interconnected elements. Observing others' instance guides can enhance one's understanding, even if one does not encounter the same scenarios, and may even unveil hidden information based on individual circumstances. Yet this task guide was undeniably, a player who had successfully joined the technological flow was left utterly bewildered. Why does this description resemble a trial ground for selecting new members of an organization? I could craft such an idol too, but I don't recall idols being able to speak. Could it be a nurturing process? The corresponding location in Cloud City aligns with the realm of the instance. Perhaps I should go take a look? Chapter 27. Law-abiding by Jiao L. in Cloud City, at the Shinto Division. Bai Jiao L was in the detention room, typing away on an offline notebook that Lu Lishua had procured for him. As an exceptional struggling writer, Bai Jiao L possessed an abundance of inspiration that surpassed the ordinary. Alas, it bore little fruit, for his works lacked character depth and compelling plots. Otherwise, he would not have consistently failed as a writer. Yet now, Bai Jiao L discovered that he no longer required sleep, and due to his overwhelming anxiety, he could concentrate with remarkable ease. Realizing this, Bai Jiao L promptly entered a state of focused writing. 24 hours a day, he typed vigorously. The researchers outside the detention room shook their heads in disbelief. This individual, aside from exhibiting abnormal physical conditions, requiring neither food nor rest, was otherwise completely normal. They were at a loss for how to conduct their research. The key was that this fellow was particularly law-abiding. Aside from his desire to write novels for profit, he had no other demands. Su Wanshan approached the researchers to inquire about progress. The researcher sighed. Even if we were to release him, he wouldn't pose a societal threat. Give him a computer, and he could continue indefinitely. We can't harm him, and continuing his detention seems inappropriate. Wasting a detention room. Perhaps we should just release him? Su Wanshan was momentarily taken aback, then firmly rejected. No, he is ultimately not human. What he is currently exhibiting may merely be a fade. The risks of releasing him are too great. Until we are completely certain of his harmlessness, he cannot be let out. Very well. The researcher clicked his tongue. Regardless, I want to be able to derive anything further. I've read the novels he writes. They pose no issues, they do not involve Z or H, nor do they contain any antisocial sentiments. They could be published. In fact, we could even allow him to go online to finish and publish his work. Su Wanshan pondered for a moment. I will consider it. Inside the detention room, Bai Jiao El remained oblivious to their conversation, his fingers flying across the keys, imbued with fervor for his writing. Suddenly, there is still one left. Excellent, ha 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 ha. A strange voice echoed in Bai Jiao El's mind, causing him to look up in confusion. Who is speaking? You can converse. Quite impressive. If the description from Nightmare Manor is accurate, then this body is rather perfect. What is your name? Bai Jiao El glanced outside at Su Wanshan and the others. Puzzled. I am Bai Jiao El. Who are you? Bai Jiao El? Anxiety, is it? Very good, very good. That emotion is quite delightful. Don't be afraid. I am a good person. The strange voice laughed heartily once more. Bai Jiao El? I must inform you, your current situation is exceedingly perilous. There are many out there who wish to harm you. Bai Jiao El glanced around the detention room, stating, but I feel quite safe here. That is merely an illusion. Damn it, the dream essence is running low. Bai Jiao El, remember my words. I will soon contact you again. During this time, do not wander about or expose yourself, or else. The voice abruptly ceased. Bai Jiao El pondered for a moment, then raised his hand. Leader! Su Wanshan, noticing, activated the microphone and inquired, what is it? Was that a new testing method just now? Su Wanshan frowned. New testing? What do you mean? ISNT it. Bai Jiao El scratched his head. Just now. Someone was speaking in my head, seemingly aware of my background, and even mentioned that manner you spoke of. It praised my physique, but the voice didn't sound like a good person. Su Wanshan's frown deepened. What else did it say? It mentioned that I am currently in danger and that many people outside wish to harm me, but it seems something was running low and promised to contact me again. The voice was directly in your head. Yes. Su Wanshan contemplated. When it contacts you next, make sure to inform us immediately. Of course, no problem. Also, leader, may I make a small request? What request? Could you let me see the reviews of my book? Writing like this feels rather dry. I have no idea when I hit the key points. Su Wanshan replied, rest assured, there are no reviews for your book. Bai Jiao El paused for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically, frantically scratching his head. No reviews, so no one has read it. How anxiety-inducing. I am so anxious. The researcher, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to soothe him, casting a resentful glance at Su Wanshan. Why did you provoke him? Don't you know he is the anxiety monster? I'm truly sorry, truly sorry. Shortly after, Lu Lixue approached with a document, stating, Team Leader, we have compiled the statistics on the out-of-control instances. There are 3 within our jurisdiction. 3? Su Wanshan raked his fingers through his hair. That is quite a few. We are short on personnel. I feel I am about to become anxious myself. Typing away. The researcher gestured. ISNT, they're an empty 5th-tier nightmare creature here. Why not make use of it? That won't do. The researcher shrugged. If we continue to keep him detained, I want to be able to derive anything further. That IT would be better to take him out, gather more data, and alleviate some of your workload. Wouldn't it? Su Wanshan fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Lu Lixue, however, had a sudden thought and turned to Bai Jiao El in the detention room. Can you assist us in executing a task? A task? Bai Jiao El's eyes brightened. Is it the out-of-control instance you mentioned before? Yes. To have close contact with extraordinary powers would surely aid me in my writing. The 3 exchanged glances. This fellow was beyond saving, his mind filled to the brim with thoughts of his wretched novel. As evening fell, Bai Yin returned to her rented apartment after a day's work. 150 a day, that amounts to 4,500 a month. After transforming, I don't even need to eat. Saving on food expenses. Bai Yin clutched his daily wages, feeling a swell of satisfaction within. Upon glancing at the system, source points, 1517 positive, 3189 negative. His joy multiplied. Beyond these points, he had a treasure trove of golden beans that he intended to sell at a gold shop tomorrow, thus paving the way to financial freedom. As common folk, what a delightful day it is. Bai Yin hummed a cheerful tune as he rummaged through his belongings. Moments later, where are my keys? The attire he now wore was no longer his original clothing. It merely resembled it, yet was entirely transformed. Damn it, did I drop them in the dungeon? Bai Yin pondered carefully. No, I didn't take my keys when I left this morning. Should I just leap outside using my cloud jumping technique? After a moment's consideration, he dismissed the thought. What if another player lurking in the shadows spotted him? After a brief hesitation, Bai Yin's gaze landed on a small advertisement for professional lockpicking. Chapter 28. Lockpicking after borrowing a phone from the neighboring tenant. The locksmith arrived shortly, that he was a middle-aged man with a somewhat sleazy appearance. Master, I apologize for the trouble. Not at all, the locksmith replied, glancing at the lock before setting down his toolbox. Just to clarify, opening the lock will cost 80. All right. In the next moment, instead of reaching for his toolbox, the locksmith produced a wire. Bai Yin was taken aback. The locksmith explained, don't get the wrong idea. Your lock is rather old and easy to open. I am not trying to cheat you. 80 is the base price, and using other tools would incur additional charges. Observing the locksmith's adept maneuvers, Bai Yin mused that this master might have some side hustles. Yet, he had to admit, if he could learn such a skill, he would never have to worry about forgetting his keys again. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a system notification chimed. Detected functional skill, lockpicking. Would you like to use the skill learning diagram to acquire this skill? Bai Yin was momentarily stunned, exclaiming inwardly, so this is what functional skills are. With a click, the lock sprang open. Bai Yin handed over the majority of his earnings from today's labor to the locksmith. The master grinned, saying, Young man, if you have any more work, remember to call me. We are professionals. I can see that. Bai Yin replied cheerfully. With your skills, I wouldn't believe you hadn't been in the business before. Can you chat? Gained source point 1, negative. Having recouped a fraction of his source points, Bai Yin bid farewell to the locksmith and silently chanted, Learn. Consumed skill learning diagram. Functional. Gained skill. Lockpicking. Note. This skill cannot be upgraded using source points. Please practice diligently. Bai Yin waited for a moment, then widened his eyes. Is that it? He was still oblivious to anything. What about that sensation of knowledge flooding in? 1,000 source points drawn for a mere few system notifications. System, where's my skill? Please practice diligently. But I know nothing. How can I practice? Relevant skills and knowledge must be explored independently. What is the point of having this learning diagram if I have to figure it out myself? Bai Yin sighed in resignation. Upon returning home, he closed the door, opened his storage compartment, and retrieved over 200 golden beans, mainly gifts for the mountain deity during his temporary job. Initially starting with only a handful. Explore independently. The system panel displayed Bai Yin's newly acquired skill. Lockpicking LV0, Bai Yin thought for a moment, rummaging through his belongings to find a small wire. Mimicking the locksmith's earlier technique, he inserted the wire into the lock. With a pop, the lock was pierced by his finger. The sheer force of his innate power was formidable, and given the age of the facilities in his rented home, the lock could not withstand Bai Yin's unrestrained strength. How careless! I'll need to inform the landlord to replace the lock, Bai Yin lamented, yet he had not emerged entirely empty-handed, although the lock was breached. In a sense, he had successfully picked it. Following this experience, his skill on the system panel upgraded to LV1. Lockpicking LV1, proficient. However, Bai Yin still comprehended nothing, only sensing that he could now use a wire to pick locks. Feels like child's play. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yin tidied up and ventured out to purchase 2 new locks. One for replacement, the other for practice. His technique was somewhat clumsy, failing to compare with the locksmith's finesse. Nevertheless, the results were nearly identical. as long as he inserted the wire into the lock and twisted it a bit. The lock would yield. There's no proficiency involved, just practice. When will I level up? Bai Nian was utterly perplexed. What will the effect of leveling up be if simply inserting the wire and twisting it opens the lock? Then, Bai Nian surveyed his surroundings. Moreover, can I only open this type of lock, or others as well? Merely being able to pick locks seemed rather unhelpful. After some contemplation, Bai Nian concluded that he had indeed acquired a new skill, which was not a total loss. Thus, he approached his computer desk, intending to browse the player forum for intriguing developments. After the familiar boot screen, he encountered the device lock he had set up. A simple password of 0. Wait a moment, electronic device locks should count as locks too, right? This sudden realization struck Bai Nian, prompting him to experiment immediately that he gently inserted the wire into a specific port on his laptop and began to fiddle. Welcome, Bai Nian exclaimed in astonishment. Actually works? Consequently, his lockpicking skill leveled up, transforming into lockpicking LV2 Advanced. To be honest, this is a bit outrageous. Filled with enthusiasm, Bai Nian continued to experiment with other, more abstract locks, discovering that whether it was the lock on electronic devices or those requiring payment to unlock films, he could effortlessly open them with a wire, as long as there was a keyhole. It was unfortunate that the skill did not upgrade again. Alright, from now on, I can access paid content without spending a dime. Hiya. Upon logging into the player forum, Bai Nian found it brimming with fresh content. First were various guides for dungeon tasks, followed by posts seeking to buy items or other goods. There were even recommendations on skill allocation and cultivation insights. Although those cultivation insights required payment in points to unlock, Bai Nian could exploit them for free. Intrigued by such content, he found himself unable to comprehend it after using the wire to unlock the information. Realizing it was not applicable to him, players possess personal panels, which are semi-digitized, presenting their various abilities in numerical form. There are 4 attributes: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. These attributes can be enhanced by spending in-game currency, with each profession requiring different entry standards, and the criteria vary widely. Quite complicated, Bai Nian mused. Attribute allocation was a feature his system lacked, and as for those cultivation insights, Bai Nian had no knowledge of any cultivation methods. The paid posts offered no further content, but merely included personal contact information at the end, permitting offline transactions for those interested. Beyond that, Bai Nian stumbled upon a rather familiar post, authored by the ID Shinra Ao Naiwahi. This post had garnered considerable attention, with the author already receiving hundreds of scathing replies. I can't be blamed, right? Bai Nian scratched his nose, but this does give me a spark of inspiration. After organizing his thoughts, Bai Nian drafted a post. Newbie Classroom is now in session. The mortality rate in dungeons is alarmingly high. With a pure heart, I have compiled a comprehensive survival manual for newbies struggling to survive in dungeons. Available for purchase as a course. The first lesson is just 1 point. It's not expensive, and you won't have to travel to the United States or Singapore. 1 point is quite reasonable and affordable. Once edited, he selected to publish. Shortly thereafter, the post received its first comment. What the hell? A scammer. May your whole family die. Gained source. 1 negative. Gained. The intense resentment from this player stemmed from Bai Nian's paid content being. First lesson, don't easily trust others. Consider this a lesson learned. The second comment read, damn it. I can't be the only one scammed. I need to boost this post. Bai Nian chuckled as he continued editing additional posts. Second lesson, maintain a high level of vigilance. Don't believe everything others say. Third lesson, oh, how did you get scammed again? Fourth lesson, negative source points surged rapidly, nearing 4,000, but the forum management finally took notice, deleting several of Bai Nian's posts and issuing him a 7-day ban. Bai Nian was immediately displeased, preparing to use the wire to lift his ban when suddenly, his phone rang. Su Wanshan, why is he calling me? Could it be that he genuinely intends to pay me? Bai Nian pondered, somewhat perplexed. As he answered the phone, Chapter 29, A Dream of Nank. Hello, Bai Nian. Is this a convenient time for you? Are you also inviting me to the restroom? Su Wanshan was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, who asked you that? I'm inquiring whether you have time right now. I do know what's the matter, Captain Su. Did my brother get into some trouble? Bai Nian instantly became alert. Captain Su, don't let my demeanor fool you, that I also possess professional integrity. Having accepted your payment means my brother is already sold to you. Whatever mess he gets into is no longer my concern, that if you punish him, you can't penalize me again. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Su Wanshan took a deep breath. Bai Jiao Lu hasn't caused any trouble. He just completed a round of a level Wu dungeon. We have 3 instances out of control in our jurisdiction, and we're short on personnel that we plan to have Bai Jiao Lu accompany us on the mission. Accompany on a mission? There's a stipend. Right? Bai Nian's interest peaked instantly. My brother doesn't have a bank card. It's a bit inconvenient. You could just transfer the money to my card. My card number is 622,848. Could you let me finish speaking? Su Wanshan snap pet? Visibly irritated. Bai Jiao Lu, after all, is your nightmare creature, and it seems someone has contacted him through special means that we now suspect that the Nightmare Villa dungeon holds secrets we are unaware of, for your safety and to better record Bai Jiao Lu's data. You want to join you in action? And there's a stipend, right? You little rascal. Captain, let me handle this. Lu Lishue took the phone. Bai Nian, we are not joking with you that you've seen the player forums. There's information in the newbie guide about players being targeted by malicious organizations. The appearance of Bai Jiao Lu may not be coincidental, that we have reason to believe that you are being watched by a certain organization. So, with those words spoken, Bai Nian found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, given his current capabilities, if he were indeed being targeted, it was uncertain who would be the one to suffer. Su Wanshan, the captain of the Xinzhong division, was merely a lower-tier rank. The mechanical puppets possessed defense far surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary beings at the same level. So Bai Nian was not overly concerned for his safety. With his level 3 spirit cultivation mechanism technique, disregarding appearance, Bai Nian could even elevate himself to the lower-tier C level. However, idleness was still idleness. It wouldn't hurt to tag along and observe. All right then. Where to? Shishan Cemetery. Half an hour later, Bai Nian arrived at Shishan Cemetery and met up with the members of Xinzhong. Bai Nian, Bai Jiao Lu, clutching a small notebook, was overjoyed to see Bai Nian. I wrote 30,000 words today. How about you? Did you go to work? Upon meeting, Bai Jiao Lu immediately began to shower Bai Nian with anxiety source points, showcasing their deep brotherly bond. I did, Bai Nian nodded. I worked at a construction site and earned 150 today. Wow! You earn more than me writing novels, but I've stepped up my updates, so my royalties should increase next month. Bai Nian, let us work hard together and live a good life. As he spoke, he showcased his little notebook, filled with one inspiration after another. These are all insights I've gathered from discussions with the leaders. I'll refine my experiences from that dungeon and include them in my book. The members of Xinzhong were left speechless. Su Wanshan cleared his throat, saying, Bai Nian, come here. Let me introduce you to this mission. This mission was related to a sect called Ghost King's Sect in the Inner World, with a dungeon level of Wu upper tier. Bai Nian was unaware of the specific task, but since the dungeon was out of control, it was certain that it had already failed. Due to the significant increase in malevolent energy within the boundaries of Shishan Cemetery. If not addressed promptly, it could give rise to spiritual entities and trigger supernatural events. You've only just become a player. Just watch alongside Bai Jiao Lu. Also, remember to pay close attention to the matter I mentioned over the phone. If the other party contacts Bai Jiao Lu again, you must inform us immediately. Bai Nian nodded. Got it. I will remember. Then the members of Xinzhong began to spring into action, performing rituals, chanting spells, and utilizing talismans, showcasing their varied abilities that a dazzling array of skills and effects left onlookers in awe. Aside from these overtly fantastical methods, they had also prepared an assortment of small props at that moment. Bai Nian, being a mechanical entity, could hardly perceive anything beyond sight. He felt no unusual powers. Yet as time passed, the faces of the Xinzhong team gradually paled. Su Wanshan picked up the walkie-talkie, issuing commands. Are the exorcism talismans ready? Team members affected by the malevolent energy stepped back. Captain, this malevolent energy seems a bit off. What's wrong? It seems like, before the young team member could finish, his expression changed abruptly, and he shouted in panic, those zombies really can dance the yanga. I'm not joking. Bai Nian? Su Wanshan's expression darkened. Illusions? Retreat. Logistics team, check the physical condition of the team members. Bai Nian and Bai Jiao Lu watched as everyone busied themselves, with the latter's eyes gleaming as he continuously recorded something in his notebook. Suddenly, leader, Bai Jiao Lu raised his hand. The other party contacted me again. Bai Nian glanced at him in surprise, while Su Wanshan frowned and hurried over. What did he say? He wants to meet. No, he's already here. Just as he spoke, a cloud of white mist suddenly wafted up from Bai Jiao Lu's head, causing him to become dazed that in the blink of an eye. The mist expanded to 0.5 meter in diameter, revealing images within. The intense sense of DJ view left Bai Nian astonished. Was this not akin to scenes from an animated dream? Bai Jiao Lu, a figure gradually emerged from the dreamlike mist, and Su Wanshan's expression shifted dramatically. All units be on guard. Xinzhong. Humph. Why is it that you are everywhere? The person initially froze, then sneered. Fortunately, I came in person this time. Had I been any later, this nightmare creature would have. Before he could finish, a stunned Bai Nian raised his hand and slapped the dazed Bai Jiao Lu. With a sharp smack, Bai Jiao Lu spun around twice and instantly regained his senses. The dreamlike mist vanished in an instant, and the figure that had emerged was left with only its head protruding, which was severed as the passageway disappeared, rolling away in confusion. Not only was he bewildered, but even Su Wanshan and the others were left in shock. The head, despite its condition, was still alive. As the severed part writhed, it transformed into a palm-sized body. However, before it could stand, Bai Nian kicked it away. Captain Su, catch! Su Wanshan instinctively reached out to catch the head. Finally reacting. Dream transfer technique? You are from the Nank Dream? Bai Nian curiously asked. Dream legacy technique? Mail department? Chapter 30. Please, Marshal Saint, mount your steed. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil, and they were all in a daze. The opening remarks had barely begun, and Bai Nian had already interrupted the teleportation passage with a physical strike. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. How about you let me go first? The head said weakly. This head appeared to be quite young, a youthful male with a somewhat sinister allure. Upon hearing this, Bai Nian grinned. What are you dreaming about? Given the situation, do you think you can pretend nothing happened and resume the previous process? The head fumed. You shut your mouth. Damn it, if it weren't for you, how could I possibly? Mastering the dream transfer technique and possessing the ability to survive decapitation. This fellow must hold a significant position within the Nank Dream. Su Wanshan frowned and said, Xiao Xue, I've sent you a photo. Please help investigate this individual. The head let out a cold laugh. As I traverse the martial world, how could I possibly reveal my true face? Save your efforts. You won't find anything. I won't hesitate to inform you. I am the Lord of Nank, Lord of the Mail Department. Bai Nian inquired curiously, with a name like that, are you afraid others want to know you have kidney issues? The Nank Lord fumed in rage. Silence. I am endowed with the great dream heavenly skill, a true deity within dreams. How could I possibly have issues? As he berated Bai Nian, he secretly glanced at Bai Jiao Lu, his gaze slightly intense. Hey, getting anxious, are we? Bai Nian grinned. Did I hit the nail on the head? Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian, stop provoking him. Su Wanshan said, then inquired through a specific combat channel. Xiao Xue, have you found anything? Captain, there are no matching appearances in the database. Indeed. Su Wanshan intended to say more, but suddenly, the South Quan in his hand began to emit an inexplicable heat. Enveloped in billowing steam, the abrupt rise in temperature caused Su Wanshan to gasp, and he nearly dropped the object. How about this searing dream of mine? Did you truly think I lacked the ability to extricate myself? South Quan laughed heartily, his diminutive form expanding as he wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Those who are wise should step aside. I have no desire to trouble your divine Luo division for the time being. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Observing this, the members of the divine Luo division rushed forward, eager to subdue him at once. However, South Quan was well prepared. With a mere glare, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth. plunging the approaching team member into disarray. "Xiao Zhang!" Su Wanshan exclaimed, his hands scalded and blistered. Yet he stood his ground, declaring, "This individual is beyond your capabilities. Stand back, form a formation, and I shall hold him off. Xiao Shui, request reinforcements." As he spoke, he produced an ancient talisman adorned with a red background and golden patterns from an unknown source. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman ignited spontaneously. "Summon the divine!" Amidst the curling smoke, Su Wanshan transformed into a figure clad in green with a red face, stroking his magnificent beard, exuding an aura of authority without anger. "Fetch me a blade." Su Wanshan raised his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the broadsword was in his grasp, as he brandished it with vigor, proclaiming, "Though I lack a steed, I can still slay the vile spirits that plague this land." His voice took on a peculiar tone, almost as if he were performing in a play. "What a nuisance!" South Quan frowned deeply. "It seems I must first deal with you before I can take him away." As he hastily evaded, his palm-sized form, though somewhat cumbersome, exhibited remarkable agility, moving with an ethereal grace akin to a dream. Without a steed, the martial saint found it challenging to keep pace with this adversary. The broadsword cleaved downward, shattering stone and splitting earth. "Captain, be cautious. Even a tombstone cannot be so carelessly severed." Bai Nian warned. Gain source point 1 negative. Su Wanshan furrowed his brow. "Mark this down." On the periphery of the battlefield, other members of the Divine Luo Division swiftly repositioned themselves, coordinating to establish a formation. "You have forced my hand." South Quan sensed the dire situation, his eyes darting. "Ah, such dense negative energy. I see now. You have come to rectify the uncontrollable instance, haven't you? Huh? It appears that fate favors me. Even the heavens assist." As he spoke, South Quan clapped his hands, producing a sound that resonated like a dream. Unbeknownst to anyone, he employed some arcane method, causing the already concentrated negative energy within the cemetery, previously subdued by the Divine Luo Division, to surge once more, enveloping the area in a ghostly mist. Thus, the balance of yin and yang became severely disrupted, and with the instance spiraling out of control, if not addressed promptly, this place would soon transform into a realm of spirits. The members of the Divine Luo Division felt the effects as well. The negative energy infiltrating their bodies, rendering their faces pale. Blue, ghostly flames ignited, and the howling winds echoed like the wails of the damned. Bai's face swelled unnaturally, clutching his arm, trembling in the sudden chill. "It's so cold." At that moment, Bai Nian, being a mechanical construct, remained largely unaffected. Yet he observed the cemetery, which was becoming increasingly lively, and felt a slight apprehension. "Cease your antics, vile spirit." Su Wanshan, unable to land a blow, grew furious, his previously reddened cheeks now flushed deeper. "Do you understand that your actions will bring about untold suffering?" "Why should that concern me?" South Quan sneered. "Please, continue your pursuit." "Ha!" Su Wanshan was infuriated, smoke billowing from his ears. "How dare you? Were it not for my lack of a steed, would you dare to act so arrogantly?" Whether due to Su Wanshan's own inadequacy or the inherent limitations of the summoning talisman, the martial saint he had called forth was unable to unleash its full potential. While its destructive capabilities were commendable, its speed left much to be desired. He had already lamented twice about being without a steed. Summon the martial saint to mount. Bai Nian, having appeared beside the beleaguered Su Wanshan at some point, swiftly lifted him and placed him upon his shoulders. Su Wanshan looked utterly bewildered, then erupted in anger. "You rascal Bai! What are you doing? Put me down at once. There's a limit to this nonsense. Isn't it just a matter of riding a horse into battle?" "I'm quite familiar with this, Captain, so do not worry." Bai Nian chuckled, and despite Su Wanshan's fury, he attempted to dismount. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Bai Nian's grip, leaving him astounded after summoning the divine. His strength was comparable to that of a mid-tier warrior. Moreover, he felt that Bai Nian's neck seemed even sturdier than the finely forged broadsword he wielded. "You scoundrel! Gain source point 1, negative, gained." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Nian dashed forward. "What the?" The speed was so astonishing that it momentarily stunned South Quan, who had been caught off guard and was now laughing at Bai Nian's antics. What sort of speed was this? It surpassed even his own dreamy state. Bai Nian reveled in the abundance of source points, feeling quite pleased that he had recently optimized his mechanical structure and now possessed combat capabilities on par with a lower-tier warrior. With attributes that were exceptionally balanced, mechanical puppets, aside from lacking intelligence, had virtually no weaknesses. Bai Nian's speed far exceeded that of South Quan. "Captain, strike him." "Understood." The broadsword, infused with divine power, swept down, cleaving through the very negative energy before him, revealing a stark gap. With the enhancement of the mechanical human-shaped warhorse, Su Wanshan unleashed a blade of energy that stretched nearly a meter long, soaring like a rainbow, his vitality surging. South Quan, unable to evade in time, was cleaved in two, a look of terror etched upon his face as his remnants disintegrated into motes of light. Chapter 31. Mental Assault. Meanwhile, in a dormitory of a university in Cloud City, a strikingly handsome young man awoke abruptly, gasping for breath. "Damn it! The Divine Luo Division, and that Bai with his anxiety. I shall remember you." This young man was none other than South Quan, who was also the leader of the Dream of South Quan. This fellow had a rather juvenile demeanor, often neglecting his studies to indulge in novels and fanciful thoughts. Upon fortuitously becoming a player, he was exhilarated for quite some time, believing himself to be the protagonist of destiny, which inflated his ego significantly. Coupled with his subsequent tasks, his luck had been exceptionally good, acquiring a legacy from a powerful figure left behind in a certain instance, and thereafter he had soared to great heights. No way! This matter cannot simply end here. Otherwise, how can I continue to carry on? West Mountain Cemetery. Is it the sudden defeat was difficult for someone who had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far to accept? After raking his fingers through his hair, he utilized the dwindling dream essence to reconstruct a somewhat ethereal dream body avatar. To dare treat me thus? South Quan scoffed. Once again, succumbing to slumber, the dream body avatar hesitated briefly, seemingly wary of being physically awakened by Bai Nian again. It chose to evade the dream transfer technique and instead floated out the window, merging into the night sky. Throughout this process, the other 7 roommates in the dormitory lay as still as if lifeless, quietly resting in their beds without a hint of movement. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of their chests, one might have thought they were indeed deceased. However, even in slumber, the fatigue evident on their faces suggested their condition was far from optimal. West Mountain Cemetery. After vanquishing South Quan, Su Wanshan's brows relaxed slightly, yet the situation remained dire. The instance had already spiraled out of control, exacerbated by South Quan's secretive machinations, elevating the danger to a level equivalent to a top-tier threat, and it continued to escalate. Spirits were beginning to coalesce. Ghostly walls, mental labyrinths. The members of the Divine Luo Division, caught unawares, found themselves in disarray. Fortunately, they were trained professionals, and the situation was still somewhat under control that Su Wanshan, still in a summoning state, contemplated Bai Nian's terrifying speed from earlier and, filled with bold ambition, moved slightly, activating his horsemanship technique in an attempt to salvage the situation. However, Bai Nian showed no signs of response. Now a mechanical puppet, his body was rigid and devoid of sensory perception, rendering Su Wanshan's horsemanship technique ineffective. Ahem, Bai Nian. Su Wanshan cleared his throat, awkwardly broaching the subject. Ah. Yes. By the way, Captain, this counts as helping you with your task, right? Is there truly no compensation? Can we discuss that after the task is completed? All right. Bai Nian, accumulating negative source points, moved his long legs swiftly throughout the cemetery. The newly manifested spirits were dispatched by Su Wanshan, who, empowered by the divine summoning, vanquished them, while the dense negative energy gradually dissipated under the martial saint's divine might. By the way, Captain, with such dense negative energy present, and ghosts emerging, do you think zombies might show up later? No. As Su Wanshan continued to exorcise the spirits, he explained, if this were 10 years ago, there might have been a chance of encountering zombies. But now it's different. What is different? Su Wanshan replied with a hint of melancholy. Do you think our great Xia has been promoting cremation for no reason in recent years? Bai Nian paused for a moment, So the promotion of cremation was indeed due to past zombie disturbances? Su Wanshan nodded. That is partially true. Bai Yin then queried. And what of that fellow with the male reproductive dreams? What was his origin? It is the dream of Nanku. Su Wanshan sighed. This is a rogue organization formed by players, whose members possess certain abilities related to dreams. They can infiltrate the dreams of ordinary people, gradually replacing them over time, stealthily acquiring everything about them, that if it weren't for the fact that such abilities can drastically alter one's temperament, even leading to schizophrenia, we might not have discovered them at all. After gaining a rough understanding of this organization, with the assistance of the spirit charm and Bai Yin, the humanoid mechanical warhorse, the out-of-control instance at Shishan Cemetery was gradually brought under control, and it seemed that resolution was imminent. By the way, Captain, I have another question. Ask away. As the chaos of the instance was about to be resolved, Su Wanshan was in a rather good mood. It's just that when you transformed, your tone of speech seemed quite different. Almost like you were singing. Why aren't you singing now? After accepting this setting, it actually sounds quite nice. Su Wanshan fell momentarily silent, then, with a bit of effort, replied, I can only sing those few lines. Bai Yin was taken aback. Impressive. But what is up with your strength? Weren't you just a newcomer to being a player not long ago? Have you perhaps inherited the legacy of the extreme path? Bai Yin was unaware of what an extreme path practitioner was, and was about to concoct a flimsy excuse when suddenly, the sky showered down a silvery moonlight, casting a somewhat hazy, dreamlike glow upon the world. The moonlight coalesced into a heavenly ladder, from which a figure with hands in pockets sauntered down nonchalantly. Shinlisi, and you? I shall remember today's humiliation, but do not think this matter ends here. The figure was none other than Nanku, who coldly sneered. I shall become your nightmare. Be careful when you sleep from now on, lest you sleep your life away. Ha 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 ha. With that, Nanku spread his arms wide, as if wanting to embrace the heavens, and ecstatically proclaimed his self-invented, grandiose slogan for the Nanku dream. Your life, my dream. Ha ha. Amidst his boisterous laughter, Nanku's form began to fade, seemingly due to exhaustion of power that Su Wanshan. Bai Yin set Su Wanshan down, scratching his head uncertainly saying, This guy came all the way back just to throw out a threat? Su Wanshan silently nodded. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. However, after some contemplation, Bai Yin clicked his tongue and remarked, Indeed, he is not quite right in the head. But, is this guy really that pathetic? Doesn't that slogan translate to your life, my dream? He can't possibly think we don't understand English, can he? Bai Yin did not intentionally lower his voice. In fact, he had instantly optimized the vocal mechanism in his throat, producing a sound that was exceedingly loud. The raucous laughter in the air abruptly ceased, and Nanku, now furious and embarrassed, exclaimed, What do you know? This is my... Bai Yin suddenly leaped with one foot, his puppet body unleashing an incredibly powerful force, soaring 7 or 8 meters high. Then, with a series of rapid jumps, he ascended further. Nanku was momentarily stunned, initially thinking Bai Yin intended to attack him, and scoffed. I acknowledge you have some strength, but if you think you can harm me, you are gravely mistaken. With that, Nanku activated his ability, intending to deliver a mental shock to Bai Yin, causing him to plummet and land in a most unfortunate manner. Under normal circumstances, falling from this height, if Bai Yin were even slightly unlucky, he could be gravely injured, as Nanku considered this. The mental shock collided with Bai Yin at this height and distance. There was no way for Bai Yin to evade. Yet, to Nanku's astonishment, Bai Yin absorbed the full brunt of his mental attack, his movements remaining unchanged as he continued his advance, stepping from left foot to right foot towards him. Not even the calmness in his gaze wavered, remaining eerily tranquil, even lifeless. How is this possible? How can you possess such a high mental attribute? Nanku exclaimed in horror. Bai Yin, however, could not comprehend. Mental attributes. Had he done something just now? Could it be that he had been subjected to a mental attack? How absurd! Bai Yin was currently a mechanical puppet, devoid of a brain. Where was he charging at? As Nanku was engulfed in shock, Bai Yin had already leaped beside him, reducing his jump frequency to linger there. What do you want? Nanku suddenly found himself in a bit of a panic. Bai Nian's mental attribute was so high, and his physical prowess far surpassed his own. He could not rule out the possibility that Bai Nian might possess mental attack capabilities as well. He no longer had any dream essence, and could not escape immediately. If Bai Nian decided to strike at this moment, his true form could very likely suffer harm. I came up to tell you something. Bai Nian leaned in close to Nan Ke's gradually dissipating ear and whispered, "Buddy, your previous English sentence was grammatically incorrect, Nan Ke." He was not mistaken. Bai Nian had indeed come up to launch a mental attack. Moreover, the effect was exceedingly significant. Nan Ke's form, already fading, exploded into fragments, directly obliterated by the pressure. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian cheerfully waved, regardless of whether the other could see him. Come play with me again next time. Chapter 32. Gene Locks. Aren't they also locks? Su Wanshan looked at Bai Nian, who had fallen from the sky, half of his body embedded in the ground, with a complex expression. "The last time I saw you, you were just an inexperienced novice. I never expected that after merely one instance. You would become so powerful." Bai Nian extracted himself from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his legs, and was about to fabricate an excuse when he heard Su Wanshan say, filled with emotion, "Extreme path practitioners. I hadn't seen it coming. You are indeed such a person. You must have unlocked 2 gene locks by now, right?" Bai Nian paused for a moment, contemplating vaguely, then muttered, although he did not fully understand. "Since you think so, then I suppose that must be the case." Though he still had no idea what an extreme path practitioner was, it seemed more plausible than being merely a mechanical puppet. Su Wanshan's expression grew even more intricate. "Previously, Xiaoxue analyzed you and concluded that with your personality, even in instances you wouldn't attempt anything dangerous. I never expected you to become an extreme path practitioner. Unlocking 2 gene locks in one instance. Are you really pushing yourself that hard?" Bai Nian scratched his head, a bit shyly replying, "Actually, it's not that bad. He was merely risking the lives of others." Shortly after entering the instance, he had been negotiating a shift with the statue. Gain source point 1, positive. Gain source point 1, positive. Gained. Su Wanshan suddenly granted Bai Nian a positive source point, and upon checking the details, it read either admiration or respect, and the speed was quite rapid, indicating the profound impact the identity of extreme path practitioner had on him. Bai Nian was more than happy to let the other indulge in his assumptions. After all, although he was not yet one, he could feign it for now and learn more later. Moreover, gene locks also seem to be locks. I wonder if they can be pried open with a wire. Su Wanshan patted Bai Nian on the shoulder, remarking, "To become an extreme path practitioner indicates that you indeed possess a commendable character, and your disposition is more resolute than we had anticipated. However, I must remind you not to become arrogant just because you have unlocked 2 gene locks that I have researched extreme path practitioners. Although this profession progresses rapidly, each unlocking of a gene lock comes at the cost of one's life. If not careful, one could face dire consequences. Furthermore, rapid growth in strength can easily lead to an imbalanced mindset. You must pay attention to this and not forget your original intentions." Bai Nian nodded earnestly. "Although I have no original intentions, since you grant me positive source points, if you say I have them, then I shall." Subsequently, Su Wanshan advised Bai Nian further, and out of curiosity, inquired how he had unlocked 2 gene locks. But Bai Nian, still not fully understanding this profession, evaded the question. Eventually, Su Wanshan formally invited Bai Nian to assist in handling 2 other instances that had spiraled out of control within their jurisdiction. Upon learning that Bai Nian had become an extreme path practitioner and successfully unlocked 2 gene locks, Su Wanshan's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, and fearing Bai Nian might refuse, he quickly added, "Rest assured, there are subsidies." Bai Nian cheerfully agreed. Then, after a moment of thought, found an excuse to leave Su Wanshan and sought out other members of Shenlisi for conversation. Su Wanshan watched Bai Nian as Lu Lishue's voice came through his earpiece. "Captain, why not directly invite him to join Shenlisi? With an extreme path practitioner on board, our jurisdiction would face much less pressure, wouldn't it?" Su Wanshan shook his head slightly. "If he were another profession, I might have genuinely extended an invitation, but an extreme path practitioner, that wouldn't he do? Why not? I once encountered an extreme path practitioner in an instance. They are all romantic souls, full of love for life. Isn't that a good thing? No, precisely because of that, they cannot be allowed to join Shenlusi. Su Wanshan spoke with a hint of melancholy. They are too free-spirited. The great terror of life and death allows them to grow in strength rapidly. But it also makes them exceedingly carefree. Such individuals would not appreciate being bound by rules. Lu Lixue on the other end of the earpiece fell silent for a moment before agreeing. Indeed. Working can indeed be quite vexatious. However, this does make me understand a bit why he previously didn't seek a proper job, but instead stayed in a rental, writing those unprofitable novels. According to your words. Captain, someone like him simply cannot endure the pressures of the workplace. Were it not for his lack of funds and other abilities, I would even suspect he might venture to open a shop and become his own boss. The books he writes, though they do not perform well, one can still perceive a boundless imagination, a rich and formidable inner world. Su Wanshan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, individuals of the extreme path are suited for this kind of existence. Unrestrained and carefree. With that, Su Wanshan chuckled lightly again. But this is also advantageous. In the future, if the dungeons go awry, we can seek his assistance, alleviating our pressure. He was quite curious about what Bai Nian was discussing with the other members of Shenluo Division. So he walked over to as he approached. He saw Bai Nian embracing a member of Shenluo, his chest thumping loudly, proudly declaring, "Brother, do you know what my profession is? An extreme path practitioner." "So, how is that? Am I impressive or what?" "Impressive." The admiration and envy evident in the eyes of that team member only made Bai Nian smile wider. "I've also unlocked 2 genetic locks, if you don't believe me. Go ask your captain. He could tell at a glance." Su Wanshan. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired source point 1 positive. Acquired. Subsequently, Bai Nian joined Su Wanshan and the others to address 2 more instances of dungeon mismanagement. With Bai Nian's addition, the efficiency of Shenluo Division improved further, and Bai Jiao, filled with anxiety and excitement, observed the extraordinary powers up close, sparking an abundance of inspiration, which he diligently noted down in his little notebook. During this time, Bai Nian also took a moment to log into the player forum to gain a better understanding of what an extreme path practitioner is. This was a paid article. And although Bai Nian had previously lost all the points he had fraudulently acquired by posting nonsense, it was of little concern, as he had brought wire. An extreme path practitioner. So this is what the profession entails. According to Bai Nian's understanding, the so-called extreme path practitioner is actually quite similar to an extreme sports athlete. Their method of advancement is particularly unique, involving various extreme challenges that induce the secretion of a significant amount of endorphins within their bodies, breaking through their genetic locks in the midst of life-threatening terror. Each time a genetic lock is unlocked, the extreme path practitioner undergoes a comprehensive transformation. As far as is currently known, there are 5 genetic locks within the human body, corresponding to the 5 ranks of A, B, C, D, and E. Furthermore, the cultivation process requires almost no accumulation, as long as one is daring enough to gamble their life, and if fortune smiles upon them. It is even possible for an extreme path practitioner to reach their peak within a single day. Each breakthrough propels the practitioner directly to the zenith of that rank, overwhelming nearly all other professions of the same tier. Once all 5 genetic locks are unlocked, the extreme path practitioner attains the status of A-rank elite, possessing peak combat power. Su Wanshan assumed that Bai Nian had already unlocked 2 genetic locks, thus acquiring the peak combat power of D-rank. But in truth, Bai Nian was akin to a C-rank mechanical puppet. It is worth mentioning that the process of unlocking genetic locks is perilously dangerous. A moment's inattention can lead to death. Which is why the number of extreme path practitioners is not very high. Of course, one may also choose to change to another system midway. Once a genetic lock has been unlocked, even if only one is opened, it will significantly enhance the individual's innate talents, making the transition to another system far more efficient. But still, why does this setup seem so familiar? The strong sense of VU made Bai Nian's teeth ache. What setup? Have you thought of some good setup? Bai Jiao, intrigued by the keywords, eagerly leaned in. Let us talk about it? No, wait. Bai Nian's mind sparked, and he suddenly asked, "Brother, do you want to become stronger?" Bai Jiao was taken aback. "Does it require spending money?" No need. As long as you speak up, I'll let you give it a try. What do you need me to do? Just stand still. As Bai Nian spoke, he drew out the wire and aimed it at Bai Jiao. With Bai Nian's strength, the wire effortlessly pierced into Bai Jiao's body. Then, something miraculous happened. Chapter 33. Wire pierces acupoint. Genetic lock opens. Bai Nian blinked. How does it feel? Do you sense a sudden surge of power? Bai Jiao carefully focused. Something is indeed surging out. But it's not power. Bai Nian was taken aback. Not power. Then what is it? It's my blood. The miraculous event did not occur. It was entirely reasonable that a person would bleed when punctured. Bai Nian scratched his head. That is not right. Aren't genetic locks supposed to be locks? Why didn't it open? What do you mean? It's nothing. Bai Nian frowned in contemplation. Why didn't it succeed? Is it because my skill level isn't high enough? Or did I fail to find the lock hole? After some thought, Bai Nian concluded that it likely wasn't due to insufficient skill level. The skills he had learned through the skill learning blueprint, while unable to be upgraded through the expenditure of source points, would still improve with each attempt. For instance, when he opened a door lock, the skill would reach level 1, and attempting to unlock an electronic device would elevate it to level 2. Therefore, if genetic locks were indeed locks, he should be able to open them, and his skill would subsequently level up. Theoretically, this should hold true, yet the reality was, it did not open. It must be that I couldn't find the lock hole, right? Does the human body even have such a thing? Or is it because Bai Jiao isn't human? After pondering for a moment, Bai Nian attempted to poke Bai Jiao's nostrils, ears, and mouth with the wire. Still, nothing happened. Bai Nian's gaze shifted to Bai Jiao's waist, scanning back and forth. Bai Jiao became furious. What on earth are you thinking? That area is not something you can poke with wire. I was just trying it out. No way. Absolutely not, Bai Jiao exclaimed in shock. Even though we are poor, don't let yourself go. Such preferences should not be altered. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired. Bai Nian was instantly displeased. What kind of talk is that? I am a perfectly upright man. Then what exactly do you want to do? I suddenly thought of an idea and was wondering if the human body has anything akin to lock holes to study together with you. Study. Why are you using me as a pincushion? Why don't you poke yourself? Aren't you not human? Look at the way you're saying it. Does poking myself not hurt? Bai Jiao was astonished. So you just poke me? Of course. Bai Nian replied as if it were the most natural thing. Poking you doesn't hurt me. You've got a problem. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired. Bai Jiao exasperated. Are you out of your mind? Where would a human body have lock holes? Even if there were, how could it possibly be in those locations? Do you have no brain? Those areas are already open. How can they be considered lock holes? Bai Nian stroked his chin. It does seem that way. So where do you think resembles a lock hole? Bai Jiao rolled his eyes. Exasperated. How would I know? I'm not a medical student. But compared to those places, aren't acupoints more like lock holes? Upon hearing this, Bai Nian's eyes lit up. You're absolutely right. Come, let me poke you again. Wait, I'll first search for an acupoint chart online. Get lost, no poking. That's not up to you, Bai Nian, confident in his strength, ignored Bai Jiao's protests and found the most easily locatable acupoint, the Zhongfu point. You don't want to? Bai Jiao's expression went blank. Then he was overjoyed. Damn, there really is a surge of power. Wow, it feels amazing. How did you do that? Visibly, Bai Jiao's physique became more elongated, and even the shape of his muscles became apparent. However, this change was not overly exaggerated. Unless seen up close, it was not very noticeable. The commotion drew the attention of the other members of Shenluo Division, and Su Wanshan curiously inquired, "What is going on? What happened?" Leader Bai Jiao excitedly began to report truthfully, but was silenced by Bai Nian, who awkwardly chuckled. "It's nothing at all. I was just discussing new book concepts with him and just came up with a great idea that I'm sure will be a hit." Su Wanshan opened his mouth. "Ch. You're really not forgetting your roots." Even though Bai Jiao had unlocked a genetic lock due to Bai Nian, he still could not resist him. Bai Nian leaned in close to Bai Jiao's ear and whispered, "Why are you spilling everything? This is our little secret, understand? Didn't you say to cooperate with the leaders? If he asks, I must respond. This guy was just that straightforward. Bai Nian, exasperated, said, such an important secret, how could you just blurt it out? What if they come to us for enhancements in the future? Will I still be able to carry bricks? Will you still be able to write? Bai Jiao was taken aback. Bai Nian continued, and it's not that we can't say it at all. But for such a significant secret, shouldn't we charge some intelligence fees? If you give them nothing and answer whatever they ask, how are they any different from those free-loading readers? Are you out of your mind? Once Bai Nian framed it this way, Bai Jiao immediately understood, solemnly stating, you're right, sharing a secret is fine, but it must come with a price. Free-loading is disgraceful. Bai Nian nodded in satisfaction. A promising disciple. He glanced at the skill panel on the system. Lock-picking LV. 3. Eureka moment. Instantly, he felt even more satisfied. Bai Jiao LV's anxiety intensified, and his energy surged to a level far greater than before, showcasing a speed and strength that astonished Su Wanshan. However, upon recalling that Bai Jiao LV was a manifestation of Bai Nian's own obsessions, it became evident that an indescribable and profound connection must exist between them, that the original body grew stronger. The manifestation should also become more powerful. Such occurrences were not without precedent. Thus, Su Wanshan refrained from further inquiries, simply instructing others to quietly record the new data point 20 minutes later, overwhelmed with excitement. Bai Jiao LV's expression suddenly changed, his previously upright posture becoming somewhat hunched, his face etched with profound fatigue. My strength, it's gone, and I feel so exhausted. Gone? Bai Nian paused, bewildered. What is happening? I don't know. And I'm so tired. Am I going to die? I haven't earned enough to buy a grave yet. I don't want to die. Oh, I'm so anxious. Bai Nian. He poked Bai Jiao LV once more. Ow, ow, ow. I feel invigorated all over. 15 minutes later. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. No, I can't die. I'm so anxious. Bai Nian looked utterly perplexed. Was it possible for a gene lock not only to be activated through unconventional means but also to deactivate itself? Was this gene lock so intelligent? Moreover, why had the duration shortened? Surely this wouldn't come with any side effects. Bai Nian felt a twinge of concern, quietly abandoning the idea of unlocking his own gene lock after the transformation. Thank goodness you're here, my good brother, Bai Nian sincerely expressed. Chapter 34. Striking it rich. The task subsidy will be directly credited to your account shortly. Thank you for your hard work. No trouble at all? It's all in a day's work for the people. With Bai Nian's involvement and the remaining 2 side quest incidents not being overly complex, nearly everything was resolved in just one night. The reason it wasn't completely resolved was due to some details that couldn't be managed in such a short time. Both parties were quite satisfied with their first collaboration, with the former receiving subsidies, accumulating a wealth of source points, and even upgrading a skill, while the latter had significantly reduced their workload, a true win-win situation. Naturally, Bai Nian was the one to gain the most. Bai Jiao LV returned to the detention room, not to type, but to collapse onto the bed and sleep soundly. Bai Nian had attempted several times, but the duration of Bai Jiao LV's gene lock activation was decreasing, and the fatigue experienced after it closed was becoming increasingly intense. This made Bai Nian more hesitant to experiment on himself. At the very least, he needed to conduct several trials on others first. Watching Bai Nian depart, Su Wanshan contemplated for a moment, summoned Lu Lixue, and after discussing with her, inquired about her current living conditions and any additional needs she might have. Provided it wasn't too unreasonable, they would be willing to accommodate her out of respect for Bai Nian. Bai Jiao LV did not disappoint them, his sole request being for internet access so that he could write and update on his own, as well as check reader comments through the author's backend. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Bai Nian's transformation was nearing its conclusion, that he did not intend to continue the transformation but awaited the restoration of his flesh and blood. Although the mechanical puppet body was formidable, its sensory capabilities were nearly non-existent. However, it did have its advantages that at the very least during the transformation he would not be affected by the various hormones produced by his flesh and blood body. After removing the mask, Bai Nian took a shower, feeling refreshed as he stepped outside with his gold nuggets. When he returned to the rental apartment after a day of labor, he had already utilized the extreme state of his mechanical puppet, relying on its immense strength and sturdy physique to crush the gold nuggets into various shapes, forming them into irregularly sized gold lumps. Otherwise, the nuggets all looked identical, and Bai Nian dared not sell them directly. Now, even if there were any markings, they should not be recognizable. Had conditions and time permitted, he would have considered investing in a home metal casting setup to remold these nuggets. Nevertheless, this approach should suffice. Carrying the heavy gold, Bai Nian's heart raced with excitement. I've struck it rich. With so much gold, it must be worth at least several $100,000, right? While Bai Nian wasn't well-versed in gold prices, he knew that such an amount of gold nuggets would certainly fetch a substantial sum. His physical body had undergone a physical enhancement once, and while his strength was still below the 5th rank, he was undoubtedly stronger than the average person. Before long, Bai Nian arrived at a gold shop. Exercising caution, he refrained from visiting the larger, more affluent jewelers. Although they could easily purchase all of Bai Nian's gold and would likely offer a fair price, he preferred to complicate matters slightly by selling the gold in smaller amounts to various smaller shops. Although this might lead to some potential complications, such as inciting greed, it was not a significant issue. Worst-case scenario, Bai Nian could transform and subdue the seller, calling the police afterward, perhaps even earning a commendation for bravery. Wealth creation starts today. Wearing a newly purchased mask and sunglasses after a busy day, Bai Nian visited over 20 small gold shops, selling off portions of the irregularly shaped gold lumps, averaging 320 yuan per gram. He was undoubtedly being taken advantage of, but it hardly mattered. In any case, Bai Nian was now wealthy. As he gazed at the $1 million balance displayed in his mobile banking app, his excitement was palpable. Selling to over 20 gold shops with varying excuses, ensuring that I take a hit to guarantee information security. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Meanwhile, inside a skyscraper in Cloud City, Miss, all the gold nuggets you consumed in the instance have been fully recovered. All of them? The teapot, taken aback, exclaimed. Are you certain it's all? Yes. The impeccably dressed female bodyguard handed over a tablet, displaying a meticulously edited video. Your remaining teammates in the instance have been contacted by the boss's arrangements, and they have all agreed to meet. The banquet is set for tomorrow afternoon. This should be your 6th and final teammate, who will convert the remaining gold nuggets into different forms for batch sales. The video was composed of several different clips, flowing seamlessly. It captured by Nian entering each gold shop, his deliberately altered and peculiar voice, along with the discussions held with the shop owners, all detailed meticulously. All recovered. The teapot stood speechless. Currently, her only unseen teammate was the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, who had disappeared on the first day of the mission. Yet, the teapot knew well that the gold nuggets in possession were not the entirety of what had been collected. The one who had amassed the most gold nuggets should have been the mountain god. Could it be that the mountain god is also a player? If the mountain god were indeed the case, the absence of the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior thereafter, combined with the gold nuggets acquired by the latter and the mountain god, would account for the last portion of gold nuggets consumed in her instance. The teapot pondered, her delicate face suddenly flushing. She had been going to the restroom with the mountain god every day. While the latter had not acted toward her in any manner, she had been seen naked. Or could it be that the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior completed a task assigned by the mountain god and was rewarded with the offerings of gold nuggets? But why would the mountain god reward him with the gold nuggets I offered? I've never heard of deities rewarding other devotees with their own offerings. As a member of the Shinto Bureau, even without selling the gold nuggets, identifying her would be quite easy, and the individual claiming to be the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, although he still hadn't revealed himself from the moment he pulled out the gold, his identity could almost be confirmed. Those gold nuggets were specially made. Her father could afford to hire veteran players for her private training, so planting extraordinary marks on the gold nuggets was hardly an issue. Such marks, not only could they survive being crushed, but even if they were remelted, they would persist. Furthermore, if multiple gold nuggets were forcibly combined or melted, the marks would trigger and be sensed by the spellcaster. If left untouched and sold as originals, they would also be detected by individuals already deployed by their organization. Observing the video, depicting the other's cautious demeanor, the teapot's heart raced, and her face grew increasingly flushed. The composed female bodyguard seemed oblivious to the teapot's growing embarrassment, continuing, "Miss, rest assured, we will contact him as soon as possible and do our utmost to ensure his attendance at tomorrow night's banquet." The boss will also be present, and, wait, don't contact him yet, the teapot hastily interjected. This person is a bit special. I want to speak with him personally. Have you managed to find any information on him? Yes. The bodyguard nodded, while he requested not to disclose personal information. His obvious wariness during the transaction revealed his inexperience. We have traced his identity through the bank card number he used for the transaction. Send me the information, and let my father know that I will handle this matter myself. No problem. Miss. The teapot opened the collected information about the other party. Bai Nian, an orphan, 22 years old, a college graduate, lacking stable employment, relying on publishing novels on online platforms for a living, with a pre-sale bank card balance of. The teapot's gaze lingered on the subsequent line. Yesterday, on a project construction site contracted by Shanshui Real Estate, he spent the entire day moving bricks. Memories of their first encounter surfaced, the image of him in filthy clothes caked with dust. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. What connection does he have with the mountain deity? Has the mountain deity ever mentioned me to him? Chapter 35. Poetic Elegance of Jiang Zhuwe after perusing Bai Nian's personal information. The teapot fell into contemplation. Instead of reaching out to Bai Nian immediately, she pondered carefully and first downloaded the app of the platform where he was writing. Subsequently, she casually rewarded him with a golden token, a sum of 100,000 RMB. Ignoring the all-site broadcast of astonished netizens exclaiming amazing over such a large reward, the teapot opened the book he was currently serializing. My achievement system has major issues? She wished to delve deeper into his character through his writing. With a swipe of her finger, she noticed he had promptly updated a chapter to express his gratitude and instantly published 50 chapters of stored manuscripts. After a moment's reflection, the teapot joined the reader group he had established. There were only about 30 members in the group, which felt somewhat meager. Once inside, she immediately shared a screenshot of her reward and commented, "The author writes splendidly." The group leader, the author by Jiao Lu, quickly responded, tagging the teapot, and exclaimed, "Thanks to the wealthy patron. I'm starving, need some food." He also appointed the teapot as a group administrator. The teapot was taken aback. So it is indeed that guy. Bai Nian believed himself to be sufficiently cautious. However, he had been an ordinary person before his journey, having only seen gold on television. Even his meager counter-surveillance skills were gleaned from novels. The results were evident. They proved ineffective, and his identity had been compromised, and no matter how careful he was. There were still unseen eyes monitoring his actions, and someone was editing videos in the background. Yet Bai Nian remained blissfully unaware. The wealthy were prepared for contingencies, something a poor wretch like him could scarcely fathom. At that moment, he was indulging in a feast at the mall. Having earned money, he felt it necessary to treat himself, right? I should run a better place, buy a new phone, and get a new computer. Ah, the feeling of having money is simply delightful. Bai Nian was in high spirits, and of course, he hadn't forgotten his anxious brother. By Jiao Lu, a remnant of the original's legacy, though his anxiety had become obsessive due to special circumstances. Was indeed a good person. With no desires beyond writing novels, Bai Nian decided to reward him with a silver token, certain it would bring him joy for a long time. What? Bai Nian suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Who in their right mind is rewarding this broken book with a golden token? Who is this throwing down 100,000 on a flop? Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. It was Su Wanshan. "Hello, Captain Su, what is up again?" "Brother, it's me." On the other end, Bai Jiao Lu could hardly contain his excitement. "A wealthy patron has rewarded us with 1,000,000 coins. We rich, brother." Bai Nian. "Oh, and a boss rewarded a silver token. But that boss hasn't joined the group, what a pity." Bai Jiao Lu excitedly continued, "Brother, I need to hurry and write more chapters to express gratitude to the wealthy patron. You're sharper than I am. Go chat with her in the group that we brothers must unite. You want me to entertain a client?" Bai Jiao Lu. "What on earth do you mean by entertaining a client? I meant for you to engage the wealthy patron in conversation. Be mindful of your words, and don't offend her. That is a golden token. We could pocket 50,000 from that. How long would it take to earn that with your brick lifting and my writing? Hurry!" Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback, but Bai Jiao Lu had already hung up. Although Bai Nian had exhausted Bai Jiao Lu by continuously unlocking his genetic locks, he was not human, but a specter formed from Bai Nian's obsessions. Though tired, it was a fatigue he could overcome, and he needn't fear sudden death. Coupled with his mid-tier strength, his typing speed surpassed that of the original Bai Nian, and his mind, high on excitement, was sharply focused, making his writing efficiency unparalleled. All right then, Bai Nian clicked into the group chat. A familiar ID made him pause. Teapot. Bai Nian's vigilance surged. Had his identity been exposed? After a moment's contemplation, he added her as a friend and tentatively sent a message. Big shot. I plan to write a storyline about the mountain deity's temple. Shall we discuss the plot in advance? The teapot replied. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior? Gained source point 1 negative. Gained, Bai Nian. How did you find me? The teapot did not conceal the truth. She revealed. Those golden beans are specially crafted and embedded with extraordinary marks. Even if their shapes are altered, identification remains unaffected, and all the gold shops in the city fall within their control. This left Bai Nian feeling overwhelmed that this the power of the wealthy. Damn, he should have taken the time to reshape those golden beans, but it was too late to lament. His identity had already been compromised. What do you wish to do? Bai Nian inquired. I wish to meet you in person. There are some matters I wish to confirm. The teapot stated directly. Rest assured. I mean you no harm. I merely have a few questions. Can't we ask them here? Some things are better discussed face to face. Very well. Where shall we meet? At Half Mountain CAF. Bai Nian donned his mask once more. Transforming into a mechanical puppet, he also set Su Wanshan as an emergency contact before setting off for their meeting. Half Mountain CAF was an upscale establishment Bai Nian had never heard of during his time as a member of the lower class. Yet he thought nothing of it. The taxi driver would know. Arriving in an unfamiliar city, he could simply ask the driver anything, whether it be about hidden clubs or cough, although there was a chance of being swindled. There were still resources available. The teapot had seen Bai Nian's profile, so she naturally recognized his appearance. This CAF was a property she had casually acquired, and she had long forwarded Bai Nian's photo to the front desk. As soon as he arrived, he was ushered into a private room. Please, take a seat. The teapot, already awaiting him, said, Would you like something to drink? At that moment, she showed her true face, unmasked. 3 words to describe her. Long, black straight hair, young, beautiful, and wealthy. She radiated an irresistible charm. Unfortunately, Bai Nian, being a mechanical puppet, no longer harbored such worldly desires. Otherwise, he would have surely expressed his admiration, considering his earlier impressions. Bai Nian, unfamiliar with coffee, randomly ordered a cappuccino while internally marveling. To be fair, she is indeed stunning. Hello, Bai Nian. The teapot introduced herself gracefully. My name is Jiang Jiyue, and it's a pleasure to meet you. You're too early to be pleased. Cough, it's nothing that an old joke slipped out unconsciously. Bai Nian cleared his throat and then sincerely complimented. Jiyue. What a beautiful name, filled with poetic charm. Jiang Jiyue paused for a moment. Isn't my name a medicinal herb? Bai Nian scratched his head. A medicinal herb? I thought it was a line from a poem. What poem? Jiang Jiyue suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It's the one that goes, in every place of Jiyue. There's one person missing. Oh, did I say place? Jiang Jiyue. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian's eyes lit up. Your name is wonderful. It makes me think of several other similar names. He began counting on his fingers. Zhao Xianglu. Ziyin Yishan Jin Dangwu. Jiang Jiyue. She suddenly regretted having arranged to meet Bai Nian alone. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Jiang Jiyue took a deep breath. Bai Nian, I have some questions I wish to ask you. Bai Nian nodded, taking a sip of his cappuccino, and said, Go ahead, I will speak freely. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Is it possible for us to chat a little longer? Bai Nian felt quite embarrassed. The mechanical puppet didn't require water. His body lacked that function. So the coffee he had just sipped leaked. Why? Bai Nian stammered, but he certainly couldn't say. He wet his pants, hoping to buy time for the sofa and his trousers to dry. How utterly ridiculous. Chapter 36. I adore filling out surveys. First of all, I am truly grateful for your contributions in the instance that if it weren't for you, we could not have completed the task so smoothly. You're being too polite. As I always say, one must fulfill their obligations when compensated. Bai Nian replied with a forced smile. He was, in fact, reluctant to come, Yet his identity had already been exposed. The moment he arrived, he was greeted with generous gifts of golden tokens and promptly joined the readers group, unabashedly adopting the username Bubble Teapot. Bai Nian realized that his personal information lay bare before others. While he remained wholly ignorant of their identities, that he could choose not to agree to a meeting. But what would follow, moreover, it was not just his own exposure. Those golden tokens, even if remelted, would retain their extraordinary markings. With a hint of greed, exposure was merely a matter of time. Meeting sooner would lead to resolution sooner. Given his current mechanized puppet form, which boasted combat strength comparable to that of a C rank, and having designated Xianshan as an emergency contact, he surmised that no significant issues would arise. After all, the surface world is a harmonious and law-abiding society. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was not this. But rather, Bai Nian was in a state of discomfort and could not leave for a while, lest he become the subject of gossip. Note, this did not pertain to his seat being tested for its salinity. Jiang Zhiyue, perceiving Bai Nian's expression, assumed he still harbored mistrust towards her, and said, "You needn't be so anxious. I genuinely mean no harm, that I merely wish to ask a few simple questions." "You misunderstand. I am not anxious," Bai Nian replied, aware of her insinuation and shaking his head slightly. His mechanized puppet body was encased in a layer of silicone, rendering his expression somewhat stiff. Bai Nian earnestly stated, "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I have recently adopted the persona of a stoic, aloof protagonist, hence my somewhat rigid expressions." Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback, glancing instinctively at her wristwatch, which showed no fluctuations. Could it be that he genuinely felt this way? Her wristwatch was a technological marvel from a sci-fi metropolis in the inner world, though it was merely a child's toy within that city. It was nonetheless an impressive device, borrowed specifically for her meeting with Bai Nian. This wristwatch, once activated, could precisely monitor a target's heart rate, gaze alterations, and hormonal fluctuations to ascertain whether they were lying. It was a portable high-tech lie detector. However, it could only monitor one target at a time, and if too many people were present, it could potentially skew the results, which was why it was considered a child's toy in that sci-fi metropolis. Nevertheless, its capabilities remained formidable. Without undergoing specialized training in that great city, even a C-rank powerhouse would struggle to lie flawlessly before this wristwatch. "Very well," Jiang Zhiyue conceded upon seeing the wristwatch's lack of response. "Accepting this premise before inquiring, may I ask what the mountain god instructed you to do?" "To seek my own demise," Bai Nian sighed, uttering not a single truth. The process was perilously treacherous. Even now, I shudder at the memories. The specifics are not convenient to disclose. Suffice it to say, I nearly perished. He speculated that Jiang Zhiyue had indeed confirmed the identity of the arrogant figure, as that individual worked within the divine administration, making them easy to locate. Bai Nian had even encountered them during his previous collaboration with the divine administration, though they had failed to recognize him. Thus, he resolved to refine his extreme path seeker identity, that as for whether any extraordinary means would detect his statements, what he was currently articulating was a preset rune program, conveyed through the voice apparatus embedded within his throat. The program was indeed genuine. No matter who attempted to discern it, he had not lied. And indeed, this was the case. Jiang Zhiyue glanced at her wristwatch again, noting the values remained steady. Mechanized puppets, devoid of physiological changes, were hardly suspect. "I apologize. I had no idea you had sacrificed so much for us," she expressed regretfully. "If you do not mind, I could offer you some compensation afterward." "Oh, that would be rather embarrassing," Bai Nian grinned curiously. "How much?" Jiang Zhiyue replied, 1 million. "You are quite direct," Bai Nian exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Thank you, generous benefactor. I am Jiang Zhiyue. Acquired source point 1, negative. Acquired. Additionally, there is another matter." Jiang Zhiyue hesitated momentarily. "Were those golden tokens given to you by the mountain god? Please do not misunderstand. Those tokens were specially crafted, and you only received them once. And not in such abundance." "Indeed," Bai Nian replied with conviction that he had retrieved them from the mountain god, who had been present on his first day of duty, making his claim entirely valid. "But why?" Jiang Zhiyue, observing the wristwatch's unwavering values, seemed puzzled. What I mean is, those tokens were offerings I presented to the mountain god. Why would he give you his own offerings? Well, Bai Yin fabricated a response. I completed the task the mountain god entrusted to me flawlessly, and he appeared to be in a rather jovial mood. He asked me what I desired, and seeing him adorned in gold, I inquired if I could simply ask for money, and he obliged. I suppose this counts as a reward for a side quest. Zhang Zhiwei appeared taken aback, but upon reflection, given the mountain god's demonstrated personality, such behavior didn't seem too surprising. Aside from this, did the mountain god mention anything else to you? No. Then, will we be able to meet the mountain god again? I cannot say for certain. Bai Yin had been spinning tales with a blend of honesty. The lie detector on Zhang Zhiwei's wrist seemed to have malfunctioned. Showing no response whatsoever, Zhang Zhiwei bit her lip. Last question, is the mountain god a player? Absolutely not. Without a doubt, Bai Yin affirmed decisively. Not only was the mountain god not a player, but neither was the person who later became the mountain god. Very well, Zhang Zhiwei sighed in relief, then smiled. Bai Yin, thank you for coming today. That I know my actions may have seemed somewhat presumptuous, but there are certain matters I needed to clarify. I will ensure that 1 million is transferred to your account shortly. Bai Yin cheerfully replied, not a bother at all. To receive 1 million for simply completing a survey. Should such opportunities arise again, do not hesitate to contact me. I must confess, I do enjoy filling out surveys. Zhang Zhiwei continued. There is one more thing. Tomorrow evening, my father will host a banquet at the Wind and Rain Pavilion to discuss certain matters with my teammates, including De Zhuang and others. Would you care to join us? Bai Yin nodded. Of course. Why not? Is there still a survey process involved? Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired. It is wonderful that you can come, Zhang Zhiwei stated. I won't keep you any longer to be by the way. Would you like me to send a driver to take you home? Is our conversation concluded? Bai Yin pressed urgently. Do not leave just yet. How about we continue discussing for another $100? You can deduct it from the payment you were sending me. He felt a dampness beneath him. How could he dare to leave? Young people today would go to great lengths to ensure their phones were formatted after a car accident. And here he was sitting in a puddle. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Zhang Zhiwei, puzzled, sat back down. I can chat. But what would you like to discuss? Bai Yin's mind raced. Well, what are your thoughts on the current developments in the online literature scene? I actually haven't looked into that. Neither have I, As time slowly passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired. Do you have anything else to say? Zhang Zhiwei hesitated to ask. Yes. Why don't you think of a topic? Zhang Zhiwei. Acquired, if there is nothing else. I need to consider this. Bai Yin interjected loudly. Regarding what you mentioned earlier about tomorrow's banquet, I need to think it over. If you are busy, you can leave me here to contemplate. Zhang Zhiwei. Had he not just agreed? Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired. Very well, I shall take my leave then. You may stay for as long as you wish. This CAF is my establishment, so if you need anything, just inform the staff. Finally, Zhang Zhiwei added, I hope you will give this matter serious consideration. It will not bring you any harm. Chapter 37. 5 consecutive draws from the negative reward pool. After exiting the private room, Zhang Zhiwei promptly sought out her personal bodyguard to discuss matters. She observed the constantly changing values on her wristwatch, feeling a surge of astonishment. The lie detector was functioning correctly, and her bodyguard had not lied. Perhaps they were merely puzzled by her actions. So, was it true that Bai Yin had not uttered a single falsehood? Not only that, but he had expressed unreserved sincerity, sharing everything without hesitation, each word veritable. Of course, the latter part of their conversation had surely undergone some alterations, but at that moment, Zhang Zhiwei had not been watching the wristwatch. She was well aware that Bai Yin's request to remain was not for the reasons he had stated. Yet the specifics were becoming increasingly irrelevant. In the private room, Bai Yin sat quietly, motionless. One cannot treat others as fools. I wonder if what he will also be attending tomorrow's banquet. I am curious to see what expression he will wear upon seeing me. Bai Yin pondered within his heart. The patch has already been applied. The ascension to extreme path requires little accumulation. With sheer luck and a modicum of courage, one can achieve rapid promotion. Indeed, I have disappeared for nearly 7 days, and none can find fault with that. However, my identity has already been registered as extreme path within the divine Luo division. If I do not reveal myself, they remain oblivious to my being mountain god. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Nian retrieved his phone and sent a message to Su Wanshan inquiring about Jiang Zhiyue's identity. Before long, Su Wanshan replied, Jiang Zhiyue, the sole legal heir of the Jiang Group. Her father, Jiang Rushing, is the highest-ranking director of the Jiang Group, a seasoned player who, having lost his spouse at a young age, remains unmarried. It is rumored that he is quite fond of his daughter. Upon reading Su Wanshan's message, Bai Nian felt somewhat taken aback that he was aware of the Jiang Group's extensive reach, spanning various industries and wielding formidable power, making it a pillar of the economy in Yun City, if not the entire province. Medicine, technology, the internet, real estate, catering. Their business was vast, akin to a super enterprise one might only encounter in novels. A seasoned player, fond of his daughter. So, the banquet tomorrow may feature some intimidation tactics. After contemplating thoroughly, Bai Nian declared, It is time to fortify myself. He glanced at the system interface. Source points, 2217 positive, 5649 negative, system. Initiate a lottery. 7 hours later. Sir, we are about to close. May I ask? The manager approached the private room with an awkward expression. Bai Nian had been seated there for nearly an entire day, remaining utterly still like a lifeless figure after Jiang Zhiyue had departed. Ah, has it grown so late? Bai Nian finally regained his senses. The mechanical puppet body was impervious to fatigue. Sitting for extended periods posed no issue. Moreover, he lacked sensory perception. Bai Nian was uncertain of what he had accomplished during that time. However, given the duration, he must have achieved something, especially with the air conditioning in the room. I apologize. I became a bit lost in thought and inadvertently lost track of time. The manager maintained an awkward yet polite smile. It's perfectly fine. Yet internally, he grumbled. What could one possibly contemplate for an entire day? Gained source point 1 positive. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. The solitary positive source points stem from the manager's curiosity. Ahem. Bai Nian cleared his throat and stood up. Then I shall take my leave. Please take care, sir. The manager smiled as he bid farewell to Bai Nian, only to glance down and discover an indelible indentation where Bai Nian had previously sat, surrounded by an array of irregular marks. After 7 hours, the stains had dried, but Bai Nian had overlooked that it was coffee. Even when dry, it would still leave traces. The manager was left in a state of bewilderment, hesitating to approach and ascertain what the substance was, instead following orders to contact Jiang Zhiyue immediately after Bai Nian's departure. Miss, that guest has left. He just left. Jiang Zhiyue was quite surprised, muttering in confusion. Why did he stay so long? Was it that difficult to decide? Well, miss, the manager hesitated. I believe I understand why that guest lingered for so long. You do? Why? He perhaps might have, what himself? Gained source point 1 negative. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. On the way home, negative source points began to flood in, leaving Bai Nian perplexed. Could it be that manager from earlier? Ah, this fellow seems to have quite a rich emotional life. I suppose I shall have to frequent this CF more often. Bai Nian chuckled, then recalled the lottery experience he had just undergone, feeling a twinge of trepidation. That negative prize pool was rather terrifying. The 5 consecutive draws were shocking. Typically, Bai Nian drew one at a time, regardless of whether the outcome was positive or negative. The draw process from both prize pools always evoked a sense of immersion. Previously, Bai Nian believed that was the extent of it. However, he was mistaken. Today marked his first experience with 5 consecutive draws, consuming 5,000 negative source points. The dark red world became increasingly vivid as a result. The setting sun, shattered edifices, and boundless malice. The bodies of those dark red figures grew more corporeal, each one cursing and exhibiting the worst of humanity. Bai Nian faced a significant psychological impact from this unprecedented experience, rendering him momentarily stunned. During the 5 consecutive draws, those dark red figures no longer transformed into prizes mid-attack, but instead struck him directly. And even if he were hit, they would not be transformed into prizes. They would continue their assault. Bai Nian felt utterly overwhelmed, trapped in the lottery space while being relentlessly pursued by countless dark red figures. Forced to flee. Thankfully, this predicament did not last long. While the dark red figures inflicted pain, they were not lethal. The agony ignited Bai Nian's fury, and a formidable hammer materialized in his grasp. It was then that Bai Nian suddenly grasped the truth. It seemed that in the case of consecutive draws, to claim a prize from the negative pool, he must defeat or even eliminate the dark red figures. It appears I must practice my combat skills henceforth. Bai Nian returned his gaze to the system panel, grinning. At least the rewards are commendable. The prizes from the 5 consecutive draws were as follows. Skill Blueprint, Beginner 1, Skill Upgrade Scroll 1, Universal Skill Learning Chart 1, Same Name, Equipment Synthesis Scroll 1, Summoning Talisman, Inferior 1. The Summoning Talisman was evidently of the same kind Su Wanshan had utilized, while Bai Nian had also drawn the other prizes before. I've drawn the Skill Blueprint. My luck is commendable, and I have a lead on the identification technique. Let me consider the theoretical framework for the skill, and this Skill Upgrade Scroll. Chapter 38, Crafting Skills Identification Technique, Skill Upgrade Scroll. Effect, this scroll can be consumed to designate any skill, elevating its level by 1. Note, the effect's post-upgrade will be optimized based on the host's original usage method. Designate any skill. Bai Nian mused, opting to enhance the lockpicking skill. This skill cannot be upgraded via the scroll. Please reselect. He then selected Skyward Leap. Theoretical skills cannot be upgraded via the scroll. Please reselect. Bai Nian clicked his tongue in frustration. What happened to any skill? Is this a case of consumer fraud? However, if these 2 skills were off the table, he was left with no option but to upgrade Spirit Nurturing Mechanism Art. This skill had already reached level 3, and further upgrades necessitated the expenditure of 10,000 positive source points. A target that felt exceedingly distant given his current savings. Should he successfully upgrade, it would be akin to achieving 10,000 positive source points worth of work with merely 1,000 negative source points, a rather lucrative deal. Bai Nian confirmed the skill selection. Will you consume the Skill Upgrade Scroll to enhance this skill? Yes. Scroll consumed. Skill Upgrading. Based on the host's previous usage method, the upgrade direction involves optimizing mechanism materials, enhancing the mechanism structure, refining runes, optimizing. Following a series of system prompts, a wealth of new knowledge flooded into Bai Nian's mind that IT was still anchored to his understanding, but now underwent in-depth development. There were even many concepts he had previously been entirely unfamiliar with. Spirit Nurturing Mechanism, Art LV4 Max. The human body, or rather life itself, is one of the most exquisite mechanisms, Bai Nian murmured. And with a thought, his body began to transform beneath the effect of the multiform mask. First was the exterior. His handsome visage remained as before, yet now appeared even more vibrant. After all, he was currently a mechanical puppet, a bionic skin crafted using nanobiomimetic techniques. Refined through mystical forging methods, runes could simulate muscle fibers, offering exceptional elasticity, significantly enhancing the body's explosive power. Then came the internal structure. This mechanism was astonishingly supported by 206 mechanical components mirroring human skeletal structure. These bones were made from specially crafted alloy materials, gleaming with a metallic sheen, indistinguishable from normal human bones at a glance, yet internally housed countless intricate mechanical structures, gears turning, mechanisms engaging. Of course, the remaining components were not internal organs, but rather a far more complex and exquisite mechanism structure, resembling a work of art. The perfect fusion of runes and mechanical components allowed the bionic flesh to balance cushioning and explosive power, achieving a harmonious blend of rigidity and softness, with combat prowess reaching the mid-tier of Grade C. Thank heavens for the multiform mask. Otherwise, the mere preparation of mechanical components to create such a puppet would consume an immeasurable amount of time. Bai Nian sighed. The Spirit Nurturing Rune had evolved into the Spirit Endowing Rune, retaining its previous advantages while also granting simple sentience to those mechanical puppets upon which it was inscribed, allowing them to grow over time. As the master of the Spirit Endowing Rune, Bai Nian had the ability to control those mechanical puppets endowed with sentience. Regrettably, I lacked the inclination to invest time in producing numerous mechanical puppets. Bai Nian shook his head slightly. Setting aside the time cost, the preparation of materials alone would be beyond his means. Even with his current fortune of 2 million, that the art of mechanisms is indeed an expensive endeavor. However, it is worth noting that what Bai Nian practices is no longer the orthodox art of mechanisms. His advancement to level 4 in the divine mechanism technique has surpassed even the foundational skills of the heavenly craftsmanship. It is not that the heavenly craftsmanship lacks the capability to produce more formidable mechanical puppets. Rather, the very nature of mechanical constructs necessitates the incorporation of additional components for enhanced strength. Consequently, this results in an increase in the size of the puppets. While mechanical puppets may achieve sentience through runes, their level of intelligence remains limited. Unless they are programmed with predetermined rune scripts, they can only follow relatively simple commands. Instead of spending time delving into this aspect, it would be far more effective to implement a more thorough transformation, creating larger and stronger mechanical puppets, or perhaps to explore wearable mechanical gear to augment personal combat abilities. With keen insight, Bai Nian mused that if he had sufficient time and resources, he could potentially forge mechanical puppets that rival those of the highest caliber. Currently, he can only transform to an intermediate level, which is not the ultimate limit of the divine mechanism technique. Due to his physical constraints, Bai Nian can only achieve this level of strength for the time being. The frailty of flesh, the ascendance of machinery. Truly, the ancients did not speak falsely. But wait, it seems the ancients never actually uttered that phrase. Bai Nian pondered over his current mechanical body, chuckling to himself. It appears I can now perform some rather unique operations. What a delightful surprise. With this newfound capability, his confidence for tomorrow's banquet grew significantly. According to the player forums, being at an intermediate level already places him among the elite of casual players. After all, while players can quickly strengthen themselves by exchanging game currency for attributes and through skill points, there are limits to this method. The path of cultivation requires substantial time for accumulation. After all, not everyone can ascend as swiftly as Bai Nian has. Next, he turned to the task of drafting theoretical skills. Now, how should I frame the theory for the appraisal technique? He retrieved the skill drafting blueprint and began the process. Observing to gather information is somewhat akin to physiognomy, isn't it? But I am no expert in physiognomy. After a brief search online, he grasped the concept and began to reflect before setting pen to paper. Skill name, appraisal technique, skill principle. Since ancient times, the existence of physiognomists has been noted in Daxia. The fundamental principle of physiognomy lies in comprehensive observation and analysis of the target to arrive at a general judgment, which holds significant reference value. That as the saying goes, judging by appearances, first impressions are paramount. Hence, theoretically, I can obtain some information about the target through observation. Moreover, as the frequency and duration of contact increase, along with my own experience in reading facial expressions, the information I gather will likewise become more abundant. Bai Nian continuously contemplated, refining and perfecting his skill theory, even providing examples to support his assertions. The theoretical framework nearly filled an entire page of the blueprint. As for skill consumption, none. He struggled to conceive what this skill might require in terms of consumption. Abstract concepts would likely render the basic skill drafting blueprint ineffective. While suggesting a consumption of observation time seemed reasonable, it contradicted the very essence of the appraisal technique, which cannot yield immediate information. Skill theory assessment in progress. During the assessment, terms such as physiognomy, comprehensive observation and analysis, judging by appearances, duration of contact, and personal experience glimmered with a faint light, prolonging the skill assessment time frame considerably. It appeared that the system itself was in a state of hesitation. Just as Bai Nian believed he had failed in drafting the skill, the blueprint suddenly transformed into a beam of light that surged into his body. Assessment successful, theory established, skill acquired, appraisal technique. Bai Nian blinked in surprise. It actually worked. Let's test its efficacy. He surveyed his surroundings. The conditions of the rental apartment were rather unimpressive, and each item was familiar to him. While drafting the skill, he had been astute enough to specify target rather than others, thus allowing his appraisal technique to extend beyond just people. With this thought, Bai Nian directed his gaze towards an object. Use Kong Shui Fu instant noodles, clearly a counterfeit product purchased from a certain online retailer. Price. Ingredient list, production date, expiration date, average taste, Paper bowl contains trace harmful substances. Consumption is not advised. Bai Nian chuckled. Look at me, reduced to eating instant noodles. Do I really care about its health implications? Chapter 39. Our focus is redemption. At present, the information obtainable through this skill is quite limited, largely consisting of what Bai Nian already knows. However, this skill is growth capable. As Bai Nian appraises more targets, his experience will increase correspondingly. Over time, the information he can acquire will become more comprehensive and accurate. Time to boost my proficiency. Bai Nian eagerly turned his attention to other items within the apartment. Secondhand laptop. Mom's figurine of a character from an anime. Unified green tea. As Bai Nian appraised each item, the information he gleaned became increasingly detailed, and eventually, he even uncovered details that he had previously been unaware of. He genuinely reveled in the joy of discovery. So this is what it feels like to be a top student solving problems. It's so intuitive. This is simply exhilarating. The appraisal technique continued to evolve, and Bai Nian also discerned numerous safety hazards in his rental apartment. There is certainly merit to the adage you get what you pay for. It seems it's time to find a new place to live. With 2 million in hand, Bai Nian planned to purchase a well-decorated apartment, one that requires no additional effort to move into. Having researched extensively for his writing, he was familiar with the local real estate market that a loft-style apartment typically costs around $300,000, with higher prices for better renovations. However, this posed no issue for Bai Nian, as he currently possessed ample funds. This will also provide an opportunity to enhance my appraisal technique proficiency. I might as well forego sleep tonight. With this in mind, Bai Nian stood up and ventured out for a jog. He had spent nearly 7 to 8 hours in the CAF, and now darkness had fallen. Yet, modern urban life is far removed from ancient times. Bustling with office workers finishing their day, young couples, street performers singing or dancing, and crowds gathering to watch. Though night had descended, the absence of daytime heat made the atmosphere even more lively. As Bai Nian jogged, he intended to find a real estate agency to inquire about available loft apartments in the vicinity. The streets were abuzz with people, and under the influence of his appraisal technique, he absorbed a multitude of information, which grew increasingly detailed, facilitating rapid skill advancement. Additionally, as he jogged, he occasionally garnered positive source points, which upon inspection revealed an abundance of admiration, making Bai Nian suddenly realize that his handsome visage might indeed be an asset. Numerous young women cast lingering glances in his direction. Naturally, the source points he acquired were not solely positive. There were also instances of jealousy. Being overly handsome is not without its drawbacks. Well, those who aren't envied are mediocre. It seems I need to venture out more often. Amidst these dual rewards, Bai Nian found himself running even further. Before long, he had traversed 4 city blocks, amassing hundreds of both positive and negative source points. Moreover, due to the sheer number of people he encountered, Bai Nian's appraisal technique accumulated sufficient experience to evolve to the level where he could recognize individuals by name and possess some knowledge of their personal information. Once he reached this level, the progress of his appraisal technique became less apparent, as if he had encountered a bottleneck. That should suffice for today. This level of appraisal technique should be adequate for tomorrow's banquet. Oh! He suddenly spotted someone. It was a striking young woman, possessing an alluring figure, clad in a short skirt and thigh-high stockings. Though he did not recognize her, his appraisal technique still gleaned some information. Li Jiao, height 168 cm, measurements 89-62-86, a high-end escort, considerable income, reasonable rates, not yet working today. Escort? Bai Nian paused momentarily. Having been immersed in the author community for some time, he understood what that entailed. Fascinating. Bai Nian approached Li Jiao. An idea struck him. Hello. He greeted her directly. Who are you? Li Jiao appeared somewhat puzzled. Source point 1 positive. Source point 1 positive. Source point. Undoubtedly, Li Jiao was quite pleased with Bai Nian's appearance. Their first encounter was filled with admiration. Bai Nian wasted no time. A mutual acquaintance recommended me. Do you have time tonight? Li Jiao was taken aback, but did not exhibit the shyness Bai Nian had anticipated. Instead, she covered her mouth and giggled. If it's you. Of course, I have time. Source point 1 positive. Source point. This time, the source points were all filled with relief and anticipation. As Li Jiao assessed Bai Nian, she felt incredibly fortunate to enjoy the company of such a handsome man. with financial compensation involved, and even more so, that he had approached her first, leading her to believe she had hit the jackpot. Then let's not delay. We should head to a room right away. Bai Nian replied cheerfully. Dear brother, you are quite eager, aren't you? Buddy, let's go, Li Jiao said, directly linking her arm with Bai Nian's, without a hint of shyness. I know of a splendid hotel nearby. Being adults, and given that Bai Nian had mentioned a mutual acquaintance upon their meeting, Li Jiao naturally thought nothing of it. As they walked, they agreed upon the price, and Li Jiao's positive source points were ceaseless. Before long, they had booked a room. Upon entering, Li Jiao immediately began to undress, prompting a chuckle from Bai Nian, who urged her not to rush. Li Jiao looked puzzled, but Bai Nian continued, It's still early. I just remembered I haven't eaten today. Would you accompany me for a meal first? After a moment of hesitation, Li Jiao nodded. After all, the payment had already been made. They descended to find a rather nice restaurant and ordered their dishes. During the meal, Bai Nian served Li Jiao, gently wiping the corners of her mouth. His eyes filled with tenderness. Li Jiao stared at Bai Nian, entranced. Gain source point 1 positive. Gain source point 1 positive. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Brother, I'm full. Shall we head back? Li Jiao murmured, her gaze complex. But it's still early, Bai Nian replied, pulling out his phone. I bought movie tickets. How about we catch a film? Li Jiao's expression grew even more complex as she softly replied, In the cinema, Bai Nian gently took Li Jiao's hand. Although the new body still lacked any real sensation, it was capable of simulating human warmth. Li Jiao shivered slightly. The source points continued to stream in, both positive and negative. As the movie concluded, Li Jiao rested her head on Bai Nian's shoulder and whispered, Where shall we go next? Let us stroll through the streets for a bit, Bai Nian suggested. They left the cinema, walking like a couple along the bustling street, that if one disregarded their identities, they could easily be described as a match made in heaven. Big brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for your sister, a little girl selling flowers said to Bai Nian. He smiled, purchasing all her flowers and presenting them to Li Jiao. Holding the flowers, Li Jiao lowered her head, tears shimmering in her eyes as she softly said, Brother, perhaps I should return the money to you. A flurry of emotions, touching, shame, and regret, rushed through, and Bai Nian chuckled. No need, no need. Didn't we already agree? His mechanical body harbored no romantic notions. Those earthly desires were absent. At that moment, he employed identification technique on Li Jiao and noticed her information had changed slightly. She wished to turn over a new leaf. Seeing that things were progressing nicely, Bai Nian suggested, Let us return to the hotel. Back at the hotel, he said, You go take a shower first. I'll head downstairs to buy a few things and return shortly. All right. With that, Bai Nian left the hotel and did not come back. After a shower, Li Jiao emerged to find the room empty, her expression one of bewilderment. Brother, are you there, brother? I'm done with my shower, brother. She messaged Bai Nian, only to discover she had been blocked and deleted. Bastard, where the hell are you? Li Jiao cried. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Bai Nian's system back in saw an unprecedented surge in source points, with nearly 200 negative points accumulating in mere minutes, showing no signs of slowing down. Source points: 3517 positive, 1134 negative. Bai Nian chuckled, as just Li Jiao alone had contributed nearly 2,000 source points. And the count was still rising. Our main focus is redemption. Chapter 40. No need. I have graduated. The matter of redeeming Li Jiao was merely a trivial interlude. Bai Nian found it amusing and did not dwell on it too much. As for deceiving feelings, he had paid after all. But then again, discussing money hurts feelings, while discussing feelings costs money. How true that is. Bai Nian mused, his system panel displaying a continuous increase in negative source points. As he refrained from seeking out real estate sales by this time, it was already past midnight. Although the sales industry had no fixed closing time, their daily tasks mostly involved sitting and making calls, hoping to find potential clients. Even at this hour, as long as there was a client, they would rise to attend. However, Bai Nian had no intention of continuing this pursuit, while doing so would certainly net him another wave of source points. The crux of the matter was that Bai Nian lacked the contact information for real estate sales agents. Given his previous living standards, sales personnel would never think to reach out to him. Of course, Bai Nian also did not return to his rental apartment. Instead, he continued jogging through the city that he no longer needed sleep, and running through the streets allowed him to hone his identification technique while collecting source points. Why return? Thus, Bai Nian ran through the city all night, transitioning from night jog to morning jog without a hitch. In the early morning, he remarked, "This woman has quite the tenacity." Looking at the system panel, he was astonished that Li Jiao had granted him a full night of negative source points, and it was still ongoing, though the frequency had significantly decreased. By the way, after acquiring the identification technique, Bai Nian could know who provided him with source points simply by focusing on a specific source point income record. This made him inwardly scoff, as his system functions were limited, and if he desired more features, he would have to think outside the box. Whose system is it anyway? Returning to the matter at hand, Bai Nian observed the sporadic influx of negative source points from Li Jiao and mused, "Is she still cursing me in her dreams? Well, that would make me feel my money was well spent. It also gives me an unsettling feeling." He had initially planned to engage in similar activities more frequently in the future, but now he realized he needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. With that thought, Bai Nian arrived at a real estate agency. Early in the morning, several weathered electric bikes were parked outside the agency, where a group of men and women in suits were gathered, playing music on a loudspeaker and performing morning exercises. Bai Nian found it unremarkable that he approached and turned off the speaker. "Excuse me, sir?" The lead dancer, a young man in a suit with a flat top, looked puzzled at Bai Nian. "We were just doing our morning exercises." Under the identification technique, Bai Nian discerned that this fellow was Lu Dinglong, one of the managers of the agency. Real estate sales were quite amusing. A single agency could have 3 or 4 managers. And at times, the number of managers in a store could exceed that of the regular employees. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. Everyone looked utterly perplexed. They did not recognize Bai Nian, nor had they ever seen him around. It's no wonder, as Bai Nian had sprinted across nearly half the city that as the night deepened, the streets grew emptier, and the city needed rest, prompting Bai Nian to quicken his pace, running swiftly. Consequently, many revelers returning from a night out were taken aback by the sight of Bai Nian sprinting, as if they had seen a ghost. "I wish to purchase a house." Bai Nian calmly stated his requirements. A loft apartment, duplex, fully furnished, ready for immediate move-in, with full payment, preferably to conclude the deal today. Do you have any available? Coming to buy a house early in the morning, and proactively seeking them out, and paying in full? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Dinglong's face lit up with a broad smile, his enthusiasm palpable. "We definitely have that. Sir, do you have any preferences regarding the floor or specific neighborhoods? Our company is the largest real estate agency in Yunqing, with the most abundant listings." He welcomed Bai Nian into the office, personally retrieving various property brochures and using the company's software to search for options that met Bai Nian's criteria. "Sir, do you only want an apartment? Please don't misunderstand. Buying only an apartment might be a bit of a loss, as apartments only have a 40-year lease. If you want a ready-to-move-in option, we have residential properties for sale, brand new, fully furnished. Take a look at this neighborhood. It has just been completed. Although it might seem a bit remote now, the pricing is relatively affordable, and considering Yunqing's geographical advantages. With the airport to the east and Dianchi Lake to the west, future developments will surely head in this direction. We also received insider information that a new school will be built nearby in the coming years, covering primary, middle, and high school education. If you buy now, it will become a school district property in the future. Gain source point 1 positive. Gain source point 1 positive. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Lu Dinglong spoke eloquently, but he wasn't genuinely considering Bai Nian's interests. Instead, he aimed for higher commissions from residential listings. The other staff members either envied or resented him, occasionally chiming in. Though some listened intently, being a manager, Lu Dinglong certainly had commendable sales experience, and the few attentive staff members bore a naive look in their eyes, clearly fresh graduates just entering the workforce. Bai Nian shook his head slightly. "I'm only interested in the apartment." Although the duplex lofts measured around 40 to 50 square meters, their usable space was nearly doubled, all while maintaining the same price. In contrast, the residential properties with similar usable areas were priced at least double. Bai Nian simply sought a change of residence, and a fully furnished duplex apartment sufficed. There was no need to buy a residential property. Please consider it carefully. This area may potentially become a desirable school district in the future, and consequently, property prices are bound to rise. No need for that. I have already completed my education and recently obtained my diploma. Even if they were to establish a school, I would not be attending. Who said anything about you needing to go to school? Lu Dinglong's expression grew somewhat rigid, yet he maintained a professional smile. What I meant was, your future children could, Bai Nian replied earnestly. It is often said that a tiger father begets no dog son. Although I am born in the year of the rabbit, given that I can afford to buy a house outright right after graduation, I am confident my children will also find a good school through their own efforts. If they cannot, I shall consider a paternity test. I might suspect they are not my biological offspring. Is that really how it works? The phrase about tiger fathers begetting no dog sons is not meant to be interpreted this way. How absurd to suggest that children should solely rely on their own efforts to find a school. No, sir, please listen. Bai Nian immediately stood up. If you won't sell, then I shall inquire elsewhere. At that moment, a saleswoman with a slight baby fat and a sprinkling of freckles approached, grabbing Bai Nian's arm. Sir, this way, please. I will take you to see the properties. Lu Dinglong quickly interjected. Xiao Ling, allow me to escort this gentleman. You are new here, and there are many details you might not be able to articulate clearly. Bai Nian shot him a sidelong glance. You are being excessively verbose. Let her assist me if it suits me. I will pay immediately. He then turned to the saleswoman named Lu Ling. Is it possible to complete the payment and hand over the keys today? Bai Nian's commanding aura, reminiscent of the protagonist from novels, was on full display, enhanced by his impeccably handsome face, causing Lu Ling to gaze at him in awe. That is certainly feasible. Lu Dinglong looked on in astonishment as the two departed, while the other salespeople in the office observed him with a mix of schadenfreude and envy. Glancing at the pair's retreating figures, filled with admiration, buying a house outright must yield considerable commissions. Chapter 41. Don't use a car knife to kill me. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. However, this adage is incomplete. There is an unspoken addition. If you throw in a bit more money, you could even persuade the grinding stone to push the ghost. While not entirely accurate, the essence remains. Sometimes possessing wealth indeed facilitates many endeavors. Bai Nian, resolute in his decision, accompanied Lu Ling to a nearby sales office to view a model apartment and promptly made the payment with his card. When he is free from indecision, he experiences no difficulty in making choices. This decisive action sent Lu Ling into a frenzy of delight as she rode Bai Nian on her electric scooter, continuously seeking topics for conversation. Yet, Bai Nian proved somewhat challenging to engage with. Nevertheless, under the allure of his wealthy persona, Lu Ling found him to be charmingly humorous, that in any case, both positive and negative points were accumulating, and along the way, she made every effort to throw him flirtatious glances. Bai Nian, in turn, responded enthusiastically. After all, points are to be earned. After completing the full payment, the processing of the property deed would take some time. However, the exquisitely decorated new apartment was ready for immediate occupancy. Bai Nian had visited the real estate agency in the morning, and by midday, most matters were settled. Lu Ling volunteered to drive Bai Nian to view the new apartment on her electric scooter. Mr. Bai Nian, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me, whether it's regarding the property or personal matters. She even began to entertain some inappropriate thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bai Nian fell into a brief silence, contemplating Lu Ling's ample frame, pondering that perhaps being wealthy is not entirely advantageous. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted his thoughts as the electric scooter's tire exploded. Bai Nian, having anticipated this, swiftly stood up, grasping the back seat of the scooter to prevent it from toppling over. Lu Ling, gripping the handlebars, looked somewhat bewildered. Mr. Bai Nian, Bai Nian immediately remarked. Just take a look at my physique. Lu Ling glanced back. While Bai Nian's frame was somewhat slender, the fitted t-shirt beneath his jacket clearly revealed the contours of his muscles. Yet even so, it shouldn't weigh too much. Lu Ling blushed deeply. Bai Nian savored the rare awkwardness of the situation for a moment before saying, You did explode the tire while trying to help me. so allow me to assist you in replacing it. Oh, that wouldn't be appropriate, Lu Ling exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she waved her hands repeatedly. No need for that, the tire isn't. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Had Bai Nian not known the truth, one might have thought she was responsible for the tire's misfortune. Dear lady, I am not negotiating with you. I am simply informing you. Bai Nian maintained a serious expression. Lu Ling? After speaking, Bai Nian steadied the electric scooter, allowing Lu Ling to dismount before bending down and effortlessly lifting the scooter. Lu Ling. There was truly no need for such exertion. Yet this Mr. Bai Nian was not only youthful and handsome, but also wealthy and remarkably strong. Although his actions might seem a bit peculiar, they were undoubtedly impressively assertive. Lu Ling's face flushed even deeper. Mr. Bai Nian, Bai Nian gently hushed her, carrying the scooter with an expression of deep affection. Thank you for your hard work. You need not say anything. I already understand. Lu Ling. She gazed at Bai Nian's sincere demeanor, as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the scooter, casting a soft glow upon his handsome face, causing her mind to race with thoughts. Scooter. Having carried me for so long, today let me carry you for once. You need not say anything. Our bond has transcended words. Lu Ling. How absurd to suggest such a thing. What is wrong with your mind? The dramatic fluctuations of Bai Nian's fortunes were vividly reflected in the income records of his system background at this moment. Bai Nian found amusement in the situation that he was responsible for the damage to the scooter. So naturally, he would help repair it. This way, he could refuse Lu Ling's advances without causing her embarrassment. Although that was a delicate matter, Lu Ling trailed behind Bai Nian, who bore the damaged scooter. Aware of the astonished and curious gazes of passers-by, wishing he could sink into the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Nian, realizing that this display would assist in collecting points, deliberately slowed his pace, even feigning a breathless demeanor. Lu Ling. Mr. Bai Nian, perhaps you should set the scooter down. We could simply push it. No, that won't do. Bai Nian feigned seriousness. I made a promise to the scooter that it must allow me to carry it once. It has never complained of fatigue while carrying me. So, I too must persevere. Lu Ling wore a look of embarrassment. This was akin to publicly defecating on the street. Mr. Bai Nian, might I suggest that there is a possibility this is my scooter? She intended to approach the matter more subtly, hoping to persuade Bai Nian to set it down. We can simply push it, no need for. Upon hearing this, Bai Nian suddenly halted, his expression one of shock. You make a valid point. Since it's your scooter, it should be your responsibility to carry it. Lu Ling's face fell, and she forced a smile, waving her hands. No, you should carry it. Are you out of your mind? At 2 in the afternoon, Bai Nian finally entered his new apartment, that as per his request. The decor mirrored that of the model unit, and all amenities were in place, ready for immediate occupancy. Mr. Bai Nian, your new home is ready. If you require anything in the future, simply contact the property management downstairs. That if there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. Lu Ling hurriedly exited, eager to distance herself from any further association with Bai Nian, though she had incurred no losses throughout the day and even earned a handsome commission. Having Bai Nian cover the scooter repairs, the mental toll was something only she could comprehend. Who would want to be entangled with him? This transaction should have been handled by Lu Dinglong. How infuriating! Bai Nian cheerfully watched her depart, then gazed out at the breathtaking view from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 18th floor, extending his arms and reclining on the pristine sofa, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. This will be my new home. After indulging in this moment of bliss, Bai Nian sat up, realizing how hasty a mechanical puppet cannot truly feel anything. How foolishly joyous. Shaking his head slightly, he planned to venture out later to purchase some personal items. He would return to the rental to officially vacate the premises, as he had little to bring with him. Aside from the computer he had purchased during summer work, which held sentimental value, everything else was rather dispensable. After gazing at his new abode for a while, Bai Nian prepared to head out, forgetting his keys. Perhaps he should stock up on some paper clips. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed that a new tenant seemed to be moving into the adjacent apartment, currently struggling with numerous bags and boxes. The packages were still affixed with delivery slips. Bai Nian cast a cursory glance and, through his identification skill, discerned that the individual before him was named Mu Ning. 2 years his senior, single, and an individual who frequently engaged in physical exercise. Although the information was scant, Bai Nian paid it little mind. "Hello," he inquired with curiosity. "I reside in 1804. Might you be a new arrival?" "Indeed, Moningreppliet." Momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "I live in 1805 and just moved in today. Do you require any assistance?" Bai Nian asked. "Of course, I appreciate it." Mu Ning's sentence was left unfinished as Bai Nian continued. "But please don't misunderstand. I was merely inquiring. Not genuinely offering help. I still need to head out to buy some things. Do you need anything?" Mu Ning opened his mouth in surprise. "Acquired source point 1 negative." "Acquired," Bai Nian cheerfully remarked. "There's a supermarket not far downstairs. You can purchase whatever you need yourself." Mu Ning accident. Bai Nian waved goodbye with a smile and stepped into the elevator. Watching Bai Nian depart, Mu Ning took a deep breath, sensing that his new neighbor was somewhat peculiar. Yet he dismissed the thought, deciding to simply avoid interaction in the future. Before long, Mu Ning had moved all his boxes into 1805 and shut the door behind him. Snap! Mu Ning clicked his fingers, and the boxes began to move of their own accord, rapidly disassembling and reassembling into various pieces of furniture, exuding an antique charm that filled the once barren apartment. Even the floors and walls were reclad, and a thin layer of amber-colored crystal enveloped the glass, amidst the faint glow and the soft clicking sounds. The entire apartment underwent a remarkable transformation, showcasing the exquisite beauty of its mechanisms. Chapter 42. The Appointment Source Points. 3157 positive, 3415 negative. Negative source points are still considerably easier to accumulate than positive ones, Bai Nian mused. Having only drawn from the negative source points once, he had already amassed enough for another 3 draws. One must admit, I might possess some unique talent in this regard, Bai Nian thought with delight. After completing his shopping for daily necessities, it was nearly dinner time, and he was set to attend a banquet at Fengyu Pavilion. To enjoy a complimentary meal in such an upscale establishment feels rather splendid, it's a pity. Though, Bai Nian shook his head slightly, I certainly can't go without transforming. In his mechanized puppet state, he possessed formidable combat prowess, yet lacked specific fighting techniques. Relying solely on strength and speed, he could easily overpower many players. His primary advantage lay in sheer brute force. Moreover, Bai Nian's mechanical body was far more resilient than flesh and blood, and he could refresh his state if a confrontation were to arise. He could potentially outlast even higher-ranked opponents. Unfortunately, he lacked the senses of taste and smell, and felt no pain. Any sensations inherent to a corporeal body were absent in his mechanical form. I should modify my body structure, he decided. Learning from past experiences, Bai Nian constructed a hollow, sealed space within his body, akin to a storage compartment, intending to use it to store food later. While this alteration would diminish his combat capabilities, the impact was manageable. As long as I don't engage in combat, it's fine. If I must fight, I can simply expel the food from my stomach, splattering it across my opponent, delivering a dual assault of physical and psychological impact. Bai Nian chuckled to himself. I truly am a little genius. Upon exiting, Bai Nian instinctively glanced at Mu Ning's closed door, contemplating whether to knock and ask if he wished to join him for dinner. However, he reconsidered. One should not be too greedy. After taking a shared bicycle downstairs and donning his headphones to listen to the navigation prompts, Bai Nian made his way to Fengyu Pavilion. An hour later, Bai Nian arrived at Fengyu Pavilion. After returning the shared bike, he approached the grand entrance. According to the information provided by Su Wanshan, Fengyu Pavilion was a property of the Zhang family and one of the most prestigious venues in Yunqing, boasting a wide array of entertainment options and skilled technicians. It was a reputable establishment. Massages were certainly available, along with dining options. These wealthy individuals truly know how to enjoy themselves. Who on earth brings their daughter to a place like this? Bai Nian muttered under his breath. His identity had long been known to the Jiang family, and the doorman recognized him as one of the guests invited by the chairman, thus welcoming him inside with utmost respect. This way. Sir, the chairman and the young lady will arrive shortly. The doorman escorted Bai Nian to a private room. Upon entering, he found that several of his teammates had already gathered. Hello, everyone. Bai Nian greeted them with familiarity. Thanks to his identification skill and a week spent together in the dungeon, he immediately recognized several faces. The arsonist was a bespectacled office worker, a single man of considerable age. That the Zhuang was a robust northeastern man aspiring to establish himself in Yunqing. Also single. The Bible sequence was a handsome university student, likewise single. Nai Weihe, whom he had encountered previously while executing a mission with Shen Luosi, was present too, though the latter failed to recognize him. Remarkably, none of the five could muster a partner. Names aside, with the aid of his identification skill, Bai Nian was confident he could recognize them in any state, even if they were to be incinerated, as long as he had seen them before. He would know them instantly. Truly, I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. Upon seeing Bai Nian, Nai Weihe displayed a look of shock, his pupils dilating before dawning comprehension, followed by a complex expression. After all, there was detailed information about Bai Nian within the ranks of Shen Luosi. He had entered the dungeon for the first time, just as they had, yet had disguised himself as a seasoned player. And none of them had noticed. However, Bai Nian's method of concealing his player ID was indeed misleading. Yet, how could a novice player possess such techniques? Was it a beginner's skill he had drawn? This guy not only had good fortune, but also displayed considerable audacity. Perhaps communication with the mountain god was feasible for anyone, given the nature of that deity. Had he been bolder during their time in the dungeon, not so cautious, perhaps, he would have become the extreme wayfarer instead. Nai Weihe nodded slightly at Bai Nian, becoming lost in his thoughts once more. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired, Bai Nian chuckled. Nai Weihe was quite polite. He immediately offered a reward upon arrival. At that moment, everyone was unmasked, revealing their true selves. Bai Nian was the last to arrive, following Zhang's father and daughter. Before his arrival, the others had already exchanged names and identities that ASA male. Bai Nian's identity was quite apparent. Brother Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The Bible sequence stood up, eyes gleaming with excitement. You're truly alive. That's wonderful. Acquired source point 1, positive. Acquired source point 1, positive. Acquired. Bai Nian smiled. Yes, I am Bai Nian. This lad was quite charming. I'm Bible sequence. My name is Yang Boj. Brother Nian, shall we exchange contact information? Certainly. After a brief moment of silence, the other two also began their introductions and exchanged contact details. Once Bai Nian was seated, the conversation resumed. The arsonist, also known as Xiao Fong, expressed some concern. I never expected Bubble Teapot to be the Jiang family's young lady. I wonder what they want from us. They wouldn't be trying to reclaim those golden beans. Would they? Since returning from the dungeon, I've quit my job, if that's the case. The Zhuang shot him a sidelong glance. What are you thinking? The Jiang family is prosperous. How could they possibly care about such trivial sums? The Bible sequence provided a rational analysis. According to the typical narrative, there may be coercive tactics employed next, with the Jiang family exerting pressure on us through various means, including but not limited to threatening our families in the real world, forcing us to comply. Listening to the Bible sequence's logical breakdown, Xiao Fong and de Zhuang's expressions grew increasingly grim. Conspiracy theories tend to resonate with players, especially since they were privy to the extraordinary. After the Bible sequence finished his analysis, he turned to Bai Nian and asked, Brother Nian, do you think my analysis is accurate? I think you should refrain from analyzing for now. Why? Bai Nian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Let me clarify. Our backdrop is a modern metropolis. Fenyu Pavilion is a legitimate establishment, and we are in a private room designated for dining and discussions. Do you think there might be surveillance here? The three exchanged bewildered looks. Acquired source point 1 negative. Acquired. Bai Nian stood up, leaning on the table. You must have been here for some time, right? You've had quite a few conversations just now. Haven't you? Bai Nian strolled leisurely around the private room. The Jiang family is wealthy and powerful, has connections with the authorities, and is backed by players. You've just shared so much, he grinned ominously, leaving everything unsaid, focusing entirely on creating an atmosphere. The three inevitably fell into a state of panic, their minds racing with unfounded speculations. Acquisition of source point 1, negative. Acquisition of our personal information, family background, social circles, before the Jiang Corporation. They are indistinguishable from transparency. Bai Nian stepped forward silently, his voice ethereal and vague. Offering no conclusion, merely outlining potential conditions for them. Now he wore a look of exasperation, but refrained from further comment. Compared to the others, he had a deeper understanding of Bai Nian, knowing that there was no malice behind his actions, just a penchant for mischief. Xiao Fong had already begun to tremble lightly due to her own overactive imagination, her face awash with uncontrollable fear. Bai Nian approached her stealthily, his fingers curling like claws beside her face. Rua! Ah! The three of them shrieked in fright. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of. Negative source point notifications flooded the screen. Naui helplessly remarked, Bai Nian, please stop scaring them. Mr. Jiang, we have all arrived. Will you not join us? Ha ha ha! The door to the private room swung open, and Jiang Zhiyu entered, followed by a refined middle-aged gentleman. This elegant man was none other than Jiang Rushing, a director of the Jiang Corporation. I apologize, everyone, that an urgent matter arose at the company, which delayed me for a moment. Thank you for your patience, Jiang Rushing stated. Though no one in attendance would believe such pleasantries, they were nonetheless required. You need not be overly anxious. Rest assured, there are no surveillance cameras here, or else no friends would dare dine with me, Jiang Rushing said with a smile. The three stared at Jiang Rushing in terror. And no surveillance. How did you know what we were just discussing? Though there are no cameras, Jiang Rushing tapped his temple. Chuckling, I possess a certain intuition. This young brother Bai Nian is quite impressive, yet he has made an incorrect guess that we truly harbor no ill intentions towards you. We simply wish to discuss a business opportunity with you. Chapter 43. My tolerance for alcohol is limited, so this is what a cultivator looks like. I can finally see one alive. Bai Nian sat in his seat, curiously observing Jiang Rushing. According to the information provided by Su Wanshan, Jiang Rushing, a veteran player, was a cultivator, possessing formidable strength at the upper tier of the Ding rank, equivalent to the late stage of foundation establishment. Proficient in talisman crafting, alchemy, weapon forging, and spellcasting, he was a force to be reckoned with. On the surface, he was the chairman of the Jiang Corporation, a top-tier entrepreneur, and a significant taxpayer. Behind the scenes, he was also a leader of a grassroots player organization. Of course, this organization was registered with the Divine Luo Bureau and often collaborated with them. In either capacity, he was a law-abiding citizen. Bai Nian was particularly curious as to why, being a cultivator, he did not personally instruct Jiang Zhiyu in her cultivation. This way, Jiang Zhiyu would not be so passive during instances. As for the possibility of revealing his own identity, Bai Nian was not particularly concerned. The mechanism arts of the heavenly artisan style were inherently fantastical, and having already upgraded it to level 4. With its combat power at the mid-tier of the B rank, it could easily shield him from the perception of upper-tier cultivators. May I inquire, Chairman Jiang, what business do you wish to discuss with us? De Zhuang asked cautiously. Jiang Rushing smiled. There is no need to rush. We can discuss business while enjoying our meal. With that, he raised his hand slightly, and 5 small booklets floated into the air, landing before everyone amidst their astonished gazes. As this is our first meeting, I have prepared a modest gift. I hope you will not find it lacking. The trio exchanged glances, their breaths quickening. Now he expressed his surprise. Mr. Jiang, this gift seems rather extravagant. Jiang Rushing replied. You are all teammates of my daughter in the instance. The last task was particularly well handled by you on her behalf. So today, aside from discussing business, I also wish to express my gratitude. But, Jiang Rushing gently shook his head. It is not extravagant at all. She is my only daughter. If I were not concerned about affecting your future paths, I would have considered giving you something even more substantial. Also, please do not be so formal. You may simply call me uncle. Bai Nian looked down to find a foundational cultivation technique. Its name remarkably simple. Basic Qi cultivation method. Goodness, they hadn't even begun negotiations, and he was already being gifted a cultivation manual. Truly generous, Bai Nian reached out to touch the cover. Detected skill, Basic Qi cultivation method. Would you like to spend 10 positive source points to learn? Learn! A wealth of knowledge surged into his mind, and in an instant, Bai Nian comprehended and mastered the technique. Basic Qi cultivation method LV. 1 max. He then pushed the booklet back, smiling. I apologize, Uncle Jiang, but I cannot accept this technique without having contributed. He had researched the methods of skill acquisition on player forums, discovering that players learn skills differently than he did. Aside from skills gained from instance rewards, players needed to genuinely invest time to learn any skill, the only distinction being that their learning involved progress bars or proficiency levels. That Zhuang and Xiao Fang were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Bai Nian with a hint of indignation. "You refuse it, so noble. What do we do?" Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of... To Bai Nian's astonishment, Jiang Rushing actually appreciated his actions. After a moment's hesitation, Sheng Jing Su gritted his teeth and also pushed the basic qi cultivation method away. "What Brother Nian says is correct. Besides, I haven't been much help to Sister Jiang in the instance. Rather, I received quite a bit of assistance. Were it not for Sister Jiang, I might have starved in the instance. Uncle Jiang, I cannot accept this gift." The group was taken aback. Jiang Rushing's eyes sparkled with unmasked admiration. Bai Nian paused, feeling a twinge of irritation. "What is the matter with you, little brother? Just a moment ago, you were being praised, and now you turn around to compete for source points with me? Do you possess a system as well? If you have a system, figure it out on your own. Why mimic me?" The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat awkward. Zhuang and Xiao Fang looked at the basic qi cultivation method, unsure whether to accept or decline. Ultimately, it was Jiang Zhiyu and Nai Wei who stepped in to mediate, allowing everyone to accept it. Soon after, the server presented an array of exquisite dishes and fine white wine. The elegant dishes resembled works of art, bursting with color and flavor, enough to whet anyone's appetite, yet Bai Nian felt no desire to eat at all. The subsequent proceedings were simple: dining and casual conversation. Jiang Rushing, having long occupied a high position, bore no airs, resembling an ordinary father, allowing everyone to gradually lower their guard. As cups were raised and emptied, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively. Including Nai Wei, everyone would rise to toast and exchange pleasantries. Only Bai Nian's demeanor was somewhat different. Zhuang: "Uncle Jiang, I toast to you, Bai Nian. Munch munch Xiao Fang." "Uncle Jiang, I, Bai Nian. Munch munch Sheng Jing Su." "Uncle Jiang, honestly, I never expected to dine with such a prominent figure in my lifetime. Ha, I toast to you." Bai Nian: "Munch munch. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of." While others were toasting, chatting, and forging connections, Bai Nian was solely focused on his meal. "I'm just here to eat." Nai Wei felt a bit awkward, wanting to subtly remind Bai Nian. But the round table was too large, and the seating was quite dispersed, making it impossible to reach him. Zhuang, clearly inebriated, furrowed his brow and slurred. "Bai Nian, what is wrong with you? Don't you know to toast Uncle Jiang?" Xiao Fang, already tipsy, chimed in. "Exactly, you look like a starving ghost. Even if you can't drink, you should at least have a sip. It's so rude not to." Bai Nian's earlier behavior nearly cost them a chance to obtain the cultivation method for free, leaving them somewhat resentful, as evidenced by Bai Nian's source point income records. Fueled by liquor, they spoke up. Bai Nian glanced up at them. Although he had no need for food, he still wanted to prepare some ammunition for potential unforeseen events. Jiang Rushing chuckled and gestured. "Ah, Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, you mustn't say that. Drinking is meant to enhance the mood, not to create animosity. That if one cannot drink, then so be it. We shall not force anyone." Although everyone was raising their glasses to him, as a Ding-rank upper-tier cultivator, how could he easily become intoxicated? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Nian stood up earnestly and declared, "Though I am not particularly adept at drinking, I believe you make a valid point." With that, Bai Nian reached for a bottle of white wine beside him, twisting off the cap with a flick of his thumb. "Uncle Jiang, I apologize. I have never attended such a banquet before and am not well acquainted with these customs. I shall punish myself with 3 bottles. The crowd?" Bai Nian raised the bottle and tilted it back. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The bottle was transparent, allowing everyone to witness the movement of Bai Nian's throat. As the liquid within descended rapidly, not a single drop escaping. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of source point 1 negative. Acquisition of... He swiftly polished off the second bottle. The same occurred with the third. Bai Nian even gave the wine bottle a slight shake, causing a whirlpool to form within the liquid. The crowd was left dumbfounded, Even Jiang Rushing instinctively adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his face a mask of disbelief. After all, even a cultivator wouldn't dare to drink so recklessly. What the hell? That's white liquor. My apologies. Bai Nian set down the bottle, but instead of sitting down, he opened another one and earnestly addressed to Zhuang and Xiao Feng. Although I'm not much of a drinker, I must thank you for your reminders. Otherwise, I might have... never mind that. It's all in the drink. I toast to you both. I'll finish this, and you may partake as you wish. With that, he downed 2 more bottles. Only then did he sit down with an air of nonchalance, as if he hadn't just consumed 5 bottles of white liquor. The onlookers were left gaping. Even Zhang Zhiyou's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean you're not much of a drinker? Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Chapter 44, can I be the security team leader? The once lively atmosphere came to a standstill. Naiwahi, after a moment of contemplation, turned to himself and hastily stated, "The food is nearly gone. Let us discuss serious matters. Indeed, let us talk business. I concur. It is time to address the main issue." Gained source point 1 negative. Gained. After witnessing Bai Nian's drinking capacity, the previous proceedings could no longer continue. Who would dare to drink with Bai Nian at the same table now? 5 bottles of white liquor consumed, and not only was he unfazed, but his breath remained utterly undisturbed. To be fair, Jiang Rushing, a cultivator of the late Foundation establishment stage, would not consider himself capable of such feats. It wasn't a matter of being unable to drink, but rather, Bai Nian drank too swiftly, and no matter how strong one's digestive capacity, one must be afforded some time for digestion. Who could withstand that? Jiang Rushing even began to suspect that Bai Nian had been eating so voraciously to avoid the smaller wine glasses. Ahem. Jiang Rushing cleared his throat and said, "Then let us discuss serious matters." Contrary to Bai Nian's expectations, Jiang Rushing did not leverage his identity and resources to request that everyone become Jiang Zhiyou's bodyguards. Instead, he sought only one thing, and even that was not a demand. "I need each of you to collaborate with Zhiyu to complete tasks within the dungeons." The crowd responded with puzzled expressions. That was precisely what they intended to do. Before the first dungeon, they might have harbored some small thoughts, wondering if they might be fated protagonists. However, after experiencing the Mountain God Temple dungeon, no one held such notions any longer. Among them, Naiwahi possessed an official background, and thus had access to information and resources far exceeding theirs. Moreover, Jiang Zhiyu was the heir of a top-tier conglomerate, her social standing surpassing even that of Naiwahi. Having only interacted a few times, they had already received hundreds of thousands in cash and a set of foundational qi cultivation techniques. Even if Jiang Rushing did not say it, they would still do their utmost to protect Jiang Zhiyu in future dungeon scenarios, as their identities were recorded within the Jiang group, that if anything unfortunate were to befall Jiang Zhiyu while they were unharmed, even a fool would know the consequences. Furthermore, they were newly minted players at this juncture. Clinging to the Jiang group's resources would likely yield greater rewards than their own exploration and conquest of dungeons. Jiang Rushing continued, "Should you agree, you will receive support from the Jiang group. Both in reality and within the dungeons, we can offer considerable assistance. By the way, Uncle Jiang," De Zhuang suddenly inquired, "you are a cultivator, so why did you not teach Miss Zhiyu to cultivate earlier? This would significantly enhance her survival rate within the dungeons." De Zhuang's question echoed Bai Nian's own doubts. Naiwahi explained, "This is because the difficulty of the dungeons is, to a certain extent, linked to the player's strength. The system, or rather, the world consciousness that transformed us into players, assesses our overall strength based on our personal data, the items we carry, and even the supplies in our bags when matching dungeons. If one is too strong, it may lead to an increase in dungeon difficulty. Moreover," Jiang Rushing continued, "the initial dungeons possess a high degree of unpredictability. No one can ascertain their content in advance. Cultivating beforehand could result in conflicts with the hidden extraordinary systems within the task chain of that dungeon. For instance, if the ultimate goal of your task chain is to become a disciple of a certain sect, but you have already cultivated in another system prior, you may be viewed as a spy by that sect, unnecessarily raising the task difficulty." "So that was the case," Bai Nian mused, continuing to listen. The foundational Qi cultivation technique, I grant you, carries none of these risks. Even if I were not to bestow it upon you today, you could still acquire this technique through trade with the indigenous people of the inner world and future dungeons. It is one of the most widely circulated techniques in the inner world. Zhiyu has already begun her cultivation and has successfully developed a sense of Qi, but Bai Nian understood what he was implying. He had already learned the foundational Qi cultivation technique and was aware from player forums of the cultivator system. While not top tier in combat prowess, it was nearly unparalleled in terms of functionality. Moreover, cultivators possessed a significant advantage over other professions. Cultivators enjoy incredibly long lifespans. Jiang Rushing, at the late Foundation establishment stage, had nearly 300 years of life left. However, every advantage comes with a drawback. This profession is advantageous in every aspect, but the cultivation process is exceedingly time-consuming. Were it not for the player panel allowing rapid progress through progress bars or proficiency, it is likely that no one would choose the cultivator profession. Dungeon difficulties would only escalate, and if one's growth were as slow as a snail's, what difference would it make from waiting for death? One could perish before finishing a solitary seclusion session. Player development favors expedience, and cultivators initially lack combat strength, placing them at a disadvantage among players that if early cultivation were to increase the difficulty of the initial dungeon, it would be an even greater loss. Thus, Jiang Rushing had been training Jiang Zhiyu solely in the realm of ordinary individuals. Jiang Rushing stated, "I have only this one daughter. Should you agree to my terms? Then in the future, the majority of resources you need to grow stronger will be provided by the Jiang Group. Furthermore, I can arrange for your family and friends to work within the Jiang Group. Wealth, property, social standing, I can offer all of this." He did not make an ironclad promise. Some resources cannot merely be bought with money. Aside from Bai Nian and Naiwa He, the others' eyes sparkled with fervent interest. Bai Nian, however, remained unfazed. Jiang Rushing had made his intentions clear. What can be given can also be taken. Nevertheless, Bai Nian raised his hand. "Can I be the security team leader?" Everyone, including Jiang Rushing, stared at Bai Nian in bewilderment. What an extraordinary opportunity. And you want to be the security team leader? Well, that is permissible, but Jiang Rushing inquired with curiosity. "Why do you wish to be the security team leader?" "You should know I can offer you a better position." Bai Nian counted on his fingers, contemplating. What is a security position? Free meals and lodging, plus a salary, with the job description simply being to patrol. An elderly man of 60 can be a security guard. And I, at 20, can avoid 40 years of unnecessary detours. Why would I want such a good job? I can't learn anything, and I'm not suited for any work. Uncle Jiang, you've checked my background. You must know I've tried looking for jobs before, only to find either sales positions or phone customer service, earning only 2,000 to 3,000 a month. You get what you pay for, right, Uncle Jiang? The crowd fell silent. While the reasoning was sound, they couldn't help but think. Gain source point 1 negative. Gain source point 1 negative. Gained. Could you not have a little ambition? Since they've offered such an opportunity, they naturally do not expect you to create any value for the enterprise. Bai Nian continued. However, being the security team leader would be different. With my strength, managing the entrance would be more than sufficient. I could even assure you, even if your company building were to vanish, the entrance would remain. Jiang Zhiyu. Is such a guarantee even valid? She could almost visualize a scenario. One day, a dungeon spirals out of control, precisely within the confines of the Jiang Group S building. The difficulty is extraordinarily high, bordering on cataclysmic. Their group collaborates with the divine authority, exhausting great efforts to resolve the dungeon crisis, only for the building to collapse as a result, amidst the ruins. A single door still stands Bai Nian before it, his stature upright, saluting solemnly. Leaders, the entrance remains intact. I have not failed my duty. This is simply absurdly humorous. Gained source point 1 negative. Gained? Jiang Rushing rubbed his temples, feeling that communicating with this youth was exceedingly laborious. The others felt the same. Even De Zhuang and Xiaofeng discreetly shifted their chairs a little further away, even though they were already not very close to Bai Nian. If you wish to be the security team leader, that is acceptable, Jiang Rushing stated, then turned to the others. However, one thing. The reason I provide all of you with this support is in hopes that you will cooperate deeply with Zhiyu in the upcoming dungeon tasks. Bai Nian suppressed the urge to ask, how deep must this cooperation be? Heartfelt thoughts, if transformation were permitted, then a mere few centimeters would pose no issue. However, if it were to delve deeper, oh my. How bizarre. Chapter 45. The demon contract with Bai Nian's presence. The atmosphere of this gathering began to take an unexpected turn. The attendees could no longer indulge in pleasantries and swiftly got to the crux of the matter. During the meal, Jiang Zhiyu engaged in light conversation. Yet when it came to serious matters, she remained silent, quietly sipping her tea, occasionally glancing at Bai Nian and providing scattered negative source points. Jiang Rushing promised numerous benefits. In addition to status and wealth, he would assemble a dedicated think tank to assist everyone in analyzing and formulating survival strategies for the dungeons, that he even offered items that could aid them without escalating the difficulty of the tasks, including, but not limited to, portable firearms. Upon mentioning firearms, Bai Nian instinctively cast a glance at Nai Weihe, only to find the official's expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this all along. That it made sense. The dangers of dungeon tasks were considerable, and players acquiring weaponry didn't seem particularly unusual. Moreover, it was impossible to prohibit, as players possessed personal backpacks, and without special means, one could not investigate the contents of another's backpack. Forced inspections were impractical. A misstep could compel players endowed with extraordinary powers to engage in unsavory actions. Furthermore, Jiang Rushing's invitation to Nai Weihe to attend this gathering, despite knowing of his official background, spoke volumes. Jiang Rushing earnestly regarded those present, raising 3 fingers. My conditions are quite simple. First, as previously mentioned, we must collaborate harmoniously to conquer the dungeon. Second, under the premise of ensuring personal safety, we must strive to ascertain your specific locations within the realm. Third, you must grant me access to your backpack. If you all agree, you will each receive a commission of 1 million upon the completion of each dungeon, and compensation for injuries will be provided according to their severity. Should misfortune befall you, your families will be granted a substantial settlement, alleviating any concerns. Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback. Among the 3 conditions, the pivotal one, to act as Jiang Zhiyu's bodyguard and protector to the best of one's ability in times of danger, was notably absent. He had considered the possibility of being a personal bodyguard. After all, with his shape-shifting mask, he could undoubtedly achieve a perfect disguise. As he pondered, Bai Nian suddenly realized Jiang Rushing's implication was clear. Those who had already disclosed personal information, should they harbor ill intentions within the dungeon and lead to Jiang Zhiyu's demise, would face dire consequences upon exiting. Even if they meant no harm, if they emerged unscathed while Jiang Zhiyu did not, it was highly likely that Jiang Rushing would seek retribution. Stating 3 conditions, he had, in effect, proposed 4, the most critical of which pertained to Jiang Zhiyu's safety, left unspoken, yet easily inferred by anyone not lacking in intellect. The commission, the settlement, and various items and skills were all offered by the Jiang Corporation. However, the generous terms Jiang Rushing provided hinged entirely on Jiang Zhiyu's well-being. Only if she remained unharmed could they hope to receive all that was promised, should any misfortune befall her. Indeed, a doting father, Bai Nian mused inwardly. Naui nodded first, stating, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, the Jiang Corporation has always maintained a cooperative relationship with our Shenzhou division. The first 2 conditions you proposed align with my intentions, and I shall adhere to them. However, regarding the 3rd condition, I apologize, Mr. Jiang, but as you know, there are regulations in our organization preventing me from agreeing to this here." Jiang Rushing smiled and nodded. Of course, that I'm genuinely pleased that you could represent the Shenzhou division today. You may discuss this matter with Captain Su upon your return. Regardless of the outcome, I will not press you." "Understood," Naiwahi replied, concluding his remarks. The other 3 were visibly tempted. Even as players, establishing ties with the Jiang Corporation could spare them decades of struggle. Not only would this benefit their standing in the outer world, but it would also slightly lower the difficulty of dungeon tasks. Of course, this lowering referred to their enhanced preparation for the tasks ahead. May I inquire?" Xiaofang hesitated. "What if we refuse?" "Nothing will happen," Jiang Rushing chuckled. "We live in a harmonious society. Such thoughts are unwarranted. However, I have only one daughter, Jiu. Should you choose not to agree, I hope you will forfeit this task chain and opt for a random reassignment." Naturally, Those who choose to forfeit will not leave empty-handed. They will receive a commercial property in the developing area by Shana Real Estate, along with $10 million in cash and an employment opportunity within the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Rushing was genuinely earnest, given his position. He needn't have orchestrated this banquet or promised so much. Excluding the Xinjiang division, the other players, including Bai Nian, were mere ordinary individuals in their reality, and he could easily resort to underhanded methods. The absence of such an approach likely related to Jiang Zhiyu. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Fang chose to forfeit, opting for the property and cashed out to Zhuang, and Sheng Jingshu decided to accept the proposal. Jiang Rushing smiled. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. He donned a quaint ring on his finger, and a scroll of unknown material appeared seemingly out of thin air. If you all agree, please sign this contract. Bai Nian scrutinized it closely. Perhaps due to his still rudimentary appraisal technique, he discerned nothing. However, the ring appeared to be a legendary storage ring. Now he expressed surprise. Mr. Jiang, is this? Indeed, it is a demon's contract. Rest assured, this contract serves merely as a notarization. Demons are bound by their contracts. The contents of this agreement reflect our earlier discussion precisely. The scroll will now float to the Zhuang, Sheng Jingshu, and Bai Nian, unfolding before them. The text was unfamiliar to Bai Nian. Yet oddly, he comprehended its contents at a glance, aligning perfectly with Jiang Rushing's previous statements. Jiang Rushing continued, although the repercussions for breaching this contract are severe. As long as you abide by its terms, it imposes no constraints upon you. Furthermore, this contract is mutually binding. Should we default, we too will face penalties. At the mere mention of demon, Sheng Jingshu instinctively gulped, cautiously inquiring, what sort of penalty? Jiang Rushing smiled. Your soul may be claimed by the demon. Bai Nian raised an eyebrow. Thinking this must be a highly valuable item, he replied, I apologize, Uncle Jiang. This item is far too precious for me to accept. I maintain my stance. No reward without effort. I cannot accept this. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Why would you refuse? We're asking you to sign the contract. Bai Nian chuckled and stated, besides, I don't believe I've agreed to those conditions, have I? De Zhuang was taken aback. But didn't Uncle Jiang agree to let you be the head of security? Bai Nian shrugged nonchalantly. Employment is a two-way street. Both the company and the employee must choose one another. While I do wish to be the head of security, I'm merely considering it for now. Source point 1 negative. Source point 1 negative. Source point, Chapter 46. Let me share a secret. Bai Nian would never agree to sign the contract. While Jiang Rushing's conditions were indeed respectful, the contract was presented by the other party, and Bai Nian's current appraisal technique was insufficient to discern its true nature. He could only rely on Jiang Rushing's assertions, which were mere words without tangible evidence. Previously, Bai Nian might have fallen for such a ruse, but after the Golden Bean incident, he had grown more cautious. It was akin to a novice invited by friends to play a game of goose, only to be deceived by seasoned players, revealing his identity only to be betrayed moments later. One must learn from past mistakes. Additionally, even if Jiang Rushing's words were genuine, Bai Nian could not comply. Firstly, he was not a player and lacked a player's backpack, inherently unable to meet the third condition, that is for why Jiang Rushing insisted on the use of their backpacks, previously mentioned. While dungeons, players, personal panels, and backpacks might sound like elements of a game, the inner world was indeed a realm of reality. The difficulty of dungeon tasks fluctuated based on the player's overall capabilities that a low-level player, if equipped with advanced skills and items, might be perceived by the system or the consciousness of the inner world as capable of handling more complex challenges, thus leading to an increase in dungeon difficulty. The reasons behind this are rather abstract and do not adhere to any precise rules of the game. Instead, they are one of the many experiences distilled by countless players who have sacrificed their lives over the years. Initially, players possess only 3 backpack slots, each capable of holding only one type of item. For instance, in the Mountain God Temple, the arrangement of food and water in one slot, precious metals for trading in another, and weapons in the last, represents the most cost-effective combination for novice players. However, should a single player fill all 3 slots with the same type of item, be it solely weapons or entirely food, it would adversely affect their personal data score. While this remains a conjecture among players, The general understanding aligns closely. Carrying only one type of resource may allow for some deviation without increasing the difficulty of the dungeon. This is the rationale behind Jiang Ruxing's request. Although such behavior seemingly diminishes a player's overall data, it actually enhances the overall strength of the team. Nevertheless, it is quite rare, almost non-existent, for solitary players to adopt this strategy, as trust among individuals is exceedingly fragile. Jiang Ruxing himself would never risk his daughter's life on ephemeral verbal promises or the ineffectual contracts of the outside world. This demonic pact, even he has invested heavily in, at this moment, Bai Nian's refusal caused a barely perceptible furrow in Jiang Ruxing's brow. It was not dissatisfaction with Bai Nian's attitude, but rather, Jiang Zhuing's initial dungeon was already set for 6 players. As a member of the Divine Luo division, Naohi's choice not to sign the contract was inconsequential, and Xiao Fang's voluntary withdrawal fell within Jiang Ruxing's expectations, with Jiang Zhuing included. 4 players would still form a competent team. However, by Nian's dissent, Jiang Ruxing's brow relaxed. Very well, then let's proceed as previously discussed. 10 million and... Uncle Jiang, you misunderstand. Bai Nian gently shook his head. I cannot accept this 10 million. As I cannot guarantee I will be randomly assigned to the next dungeon. He truly could not make such assurances that he had yet to comprehend the mechanics of his own system. Jiang Ruxing's brow furrowed in earnest this time as he adjusted his glasses. Saying, "What do you mean, young brother Bai Nian?" Bai Nian shrugged. Just the literal meaning. Source point 1 negative. Source point 1 negative. Source. Bai Nian himself was reluctant to refuse, given the substantial sum. However, his circumstances were limited. Being a non-player who could still enter dungeons was remarkable enough. Expecting Bai Nian to possess a player's backpack was unrealistic. If you are dissatisfied with the price, we can negotiate further. Jiang Ruxing pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Zhuing's safety was paramount. That's not it. Bai Nian lightly shook his head, preparing to fabricate some clever remark, only to catch Naohi gazing at him thoughtfully, leading to a sudden epiphany. Primarily, I dislike the feeling of being constrained by rules. I trust you understand this, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Ruxing appeared puzzled, while Naohi wore an expression of as I suspected. Bai Nian chose not to elaborate, for he too was unclear on the specifics. With the guise of being an extreme path seeker, many matters indeed became considerably more convenient. However, to avoid further inquiries and potential complications, Bai Nian abruptly clutched his head, feigning discomfort, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, this alcohol is hitting me a bit hard." The group was momentarily stunned, then rendered speechless, thinking, "Who told you to drink so recklessly? Consuming spirits like that is hardly sensible. Now look. You're feeling the effects." Source point 1 negative. Source. Bai Nian continued to hold his head. "I feel a bit unwell. I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang, but due to some rather unique circumstances, I cannot accept your terms. However, I cannot take advantage of your kindness without offering something in return. My upbringing forbids me from such conduct. It's just that today was rather impromptu, and I didn't prepare any gifts. How about this? I'll share a little secret with everyone as a token of goodwill. Sound good?" As Bai Nian spoke, he swayed slightly as if truly inebriated, standing up. Jiang Ruxing raised his hand. Before he could finish, Bai Nian clasped his head with both hands, exerted a slight force, and with a rip, removed his own head. The group was initially dumbfounded, then shocked, ultimately horrified. "Ah!" The trio from the Bible sequence screamed and jumped. Jiang family members and Naohi stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, rendered speechless. Source point 1 negative. Source point 1 negative. Source. Only negative source points flooded the screen, truly a moment where silence spoke volumes. Indeed, the Level 4 Divine Mechanism art not only allows the body to simulate human anatomy without compromising combat effectiveness, but also achieves an astonishingly lifelike quality. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this contraption is detachable. Holding his head, Bai Nian grinned, and from the severed edge of his neck, a pale red liquid, tinged with a faint metallic scent and the aroma of alcohol, gushed forth, quickly soaking his hand and dampening a significant area of the floor. The onlookers were horrified beyond measure. Who could possibly bleed so profusely? My apologies, I may have indulged a tad too much. The amount is somewhat uncontrollable. Bai Nian feigned embarrassment, shaking his head and adding, Uncle Jiang, I'll just wash up a bit. Please continue your discussion. That I truly regret soiling your floor. That I did mention I'm not good with alcohol. No, no problem. Jiang, rushing, his complexion somewhat pale, managed a strained smile. Just drink a little less next time. Bai Nian nodded, swaying as he made his way to the washroom. That as the sound of running water filled the air, everyone's minds conjured an image of a headless figure meticulously washing its own head in the restroom. Moments later, Bai Nian emerged holding his head, and whether at his shoulders or below, the torn edges, apart from not bleeding, appeared indistinguishable from actual flesh. Jiang Ruxing's mind was in turmoil. As a high-ranking cultivator, even his spiritual perception could not discern any clues. That truly was a physical body. After losing a hand, I feel much better. Bai Nian cheerfully reattached his head. However, after taking just 2 steps, it once again rolled off in a wobble. The group. Bai Nian picked it up and reattached it, this time supporting the severed edge with both hands, his expression somewhat pained. Uncle Jiang, do you have any tape? Might I borrow some? I seem to have trouble healing this. Yes, Jiang Rushing replied dryly. I'll have someone bring it right away. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Bai Nian beamed. Jiang Zhuing, her face pale, interjected. Dad, we've eaten quite enough for today. Perhaps we should conclude the gathering. Everyone, do consider that matter thoroughly. We can discuss it further later. The trio from the Bible sequence nodded vigorously. We feel the same. Bai Nian's smile widened. With this, they likely wouldn't trouble him in the future. Right? Source point 1 negative. Source point 1 negative. Source point 1 negative. Source, Chapter 47. The fortune teller observing the thick bandage wrapped around Bai Nian's neck, Jiang Rushing felt a jolt of unease. As Jiang Zhuing began to speak, the others nodded fervently in agreement, adding to the already strange atmosphere. Jiang Rushing's smile became somewhat rigid as he said, In that case, let us conclude today's meeting here. Simultaneously, he conveyed a message to De Zhuang, the trio from the Bible sequence, and Xiao Fong, arranging for their next gathering while instructing them not to inform Bai Nian. Bai Nian remained oblivious to this. And even if he were aware, it mattered little, for he would never sign that demonic contract. Without signing the contract, Jiang Rushing would never place his trust in him. Engaging in clandestine tactics, Bai Nian could detach his own head just from drinking. What could he possibly do? Source point 1 negative. Source, merely recalling the previous scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. Jiang Rushing, a high-ranking cultivator, had witnessed many spectacles, yet he had never encountered anything quite like this. Each recollection left him feeling a disturbance in his Dao heart. Now he swallowed hard, taking note of the incident, and promptly reported it, being able to sever one's own head and remain unscathed. What a formidable figure! What had this individual gained during the last dungeon run? Bai Nian declined Jiang Ruxing's generous offer of a ride home, opting instead to walk. Primarily, he harbored little trust in the Jiang group. The vehicle they would send would undoubtedly be extravagant. But Bai Nian could only speculate on its opulence, that as he was now a mechanical body. Aside from appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person, his weight remained peculiar. Furthermore, with time still on his side, Bai Nian hoped to seize the opportunity to accrue some source points on his way back. To speak candidly, if Bai Nian were solely focused on accumulating source points, he might find greater efficiency in becoming an online streamer or venturing into the entertainment industry. However, Bai Nian has no intention of pursuing such paths. Uncle Mo's influence on him is indeed quite significant. Moreover, his current efficiency is not particularly lacking. Source points, 3201 positive, 4551 negative. After a meal, Bai Nian collected over 1,000 negative source points and even acquired a rudimentary cultivation technique, albeit the most basic one. Yet, it must be said, the rewards were quite substantial. Is that fellow really so emotionally rich? Why is he still providing me with source points? Bai Nian mused, slightly puzzled as he reviewed his earnings. Setting aside the negatives, the sources were mostly cleared at AS for the positives. He had garnered very few positive source points during this meal, with nearly all subsequent entries being negative. Additionally, he had spent 10 positive source points to learn the basic qi cultivation technique. Yet, surprisingly, his positive source points had increased by several dozen upon inspecting the records. The source was distinctly revealed under the identification technique. Li Jiao. Could it be that I owe her some romantic debt? Bai Nian scratched his head. Please don't mess with me, big sister. I paid for it at the time. After further examining the records of negative source points, Bai Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems there is still considerable animosity. I reckon in a few days, she will have nearly forgotten about it. With that incident cast aside, Bai Nian jogged toward the Shinto division branch. He needed to check on Bai Jiao's anxiety. On his way, Bai Nian passed by a footbridge. There, he spotted an elderly man in tattered robes seated on a small stool. Beside him stood a sign that read, "Can divine and predict," with an iron-clad mouth. Before him lay a red cloth adorned with words such as fate, career, and fortune, at the center of which was a rather unrefined Bagua diagram. A fortune teller. Bai Nian felt a spark of curiosity and paused, thinking, I still possess a skill learning chart, and it is general purpose. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two about fortune-telling? If he mastered this art, he would no longer have to worry about incidents like the Golden Bean incident recurring, that by calculating the odds, anticipating threats, and strategizing from afar. How impressive! At that moment, the fortune-teller was engaged in a reading for a young man. Bai Nian stood by, hands clasped behind his back, listening with keen interest. Young man, your fate is in conflict with metal. You cannot travel westward. Should you venture west, calamity shall surely ensue. Moreover, your facial features. The fortune-teller appeared regretful. Alas, it seems this disaster has already befallen you, hasn't it? The young man responded. What? The fortune-teller continued his calculations. If I am not mistaken, your journey westward is not too far. Correct? Currently, you have merely suffered a financial loss, a minor setback, but if you are not cautious, it may lead to significant consequences. A financial loss, the young man pondered briefly, then exclaimed in astonishment. Master, you are truly remarkable. You could deduce this. He. The old man stroked his beard with a chuckle. I possess knowledge of both the heavens and the earth. Through simple calculations, I can discern your past and present. Today is merely a minor setback, yet caution is advised. One misstep could cost you years of your life. Although the old man's robe was somewhat tattered, his appearance was not unpleasing, and his demeanor exuded an indescribable aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. Will my lifespan be shortened? The young man was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, Pray tell, master, how can I avert this? Detected skill deception. Would you like to consume the skill learning chart, general purpose to learn it? Bai Nian? Is this old man a fraud? Bai Nian suddenly felt hesitant. He, being an honest person, saw no reason to learn deception. Yet, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he chose to observe further. Upon realizing that this Taoist was a charlatan, Bai Nian began to find the situation amusing. It was evident that prior to Bai Nian's arrival, the old trickster had already been misleading the young man for some time, who now seemed entirely convinced by the old man's words, perhaps because the young man had reflected and found the fortune-teller's claims to be accurate. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. The old fraud feigned difficulty. The young man quickly responded, Master, I understand the rules. How much should I offer as incense money? To his surprise, the old man glared. Do you take me for a charlatan? I, a wandering sage, cannot be compared to those street swindlers. Then, I do not accept incense money. My fortune-telling is determined by fate. Today, we have fate, so I shall give you a reading, and that is all. As he spoke, the old man sighed. It is not that I do not wish to inform you, but revealing the secrets of heaven brings divine retribution. The young man looked troubled. Then, Master, can you tell me if I can reconcile with Meow Meow? The old man calculated again, stroking his beard in contemplation, and after a moment sighed, She is not your true match. Forcing this will lead to inevitable suffering for both parties. The young man froze, as if drained of energy in an instant. His expression shattered and sorrowful. So, that is how it is. Thank you, master, for enlightening me. The old man subtly shook his head. Foolish child, if you truly wish to rekindle your bond, I do possess a method. The young man's spirits lifted instantly. Please, master, do tell. The old man shook his head in resignation. I can share the method, but altering fate requires considerable energy. The young man insisted on offering incense money once more. The old man glared again, but the young man was resolute, insisting on payment. After some back and forth, under Bai Nian's watchful gaze, the old man begrudgingly accepted a symbolic fee of 20 yuan. Bai Nian. All this effort for a mere 20 yuan. Chapter 48. Excellent lighting. The old fraud accepted the money and leaned in to whisper the method for rekindling the bond to the young man. Initially puzzled, the young man's face gradually brightened with joy. Bai Nian could only wonder what they discussed. While the mechanical body boasted formidable strength, it lacked in perceptual abilities. He could not hear whispers. After the young man departed, the old fraud turned to Bai Nian and asked, "Dear young friend, do you have anything you wish to divine?" Bai Nian shook his head. "Master, I do not seek fortune." "Not seeking." The old man was taken aback. "So you linger here for no reason." Gain source points 1, negative, observing that Bai Nian had no intention of leaving. The old man inquired further, "Then what brings you here?" Bai Nian contemplated briefly before responding. "You see, I too am an enthusiast of metaphysics, self-taught for many years, and have achieved a degree of proficiency. Today, having encountered a master like you, I felt a sudden urge to engage in a friendly spar." "A spar?" The old man was intrigued. "May I ask how you wish to proceed?" "Naturally. I propose a contest of divination," Bai Nian declared. "I shall read for you first, and you can judge my accuracy." After much deliberation, Bai Nian ultimately decided to learn deception. Although he was as innocent as a blooming flower and had never told a lie, acquiring an additional skill would not be detrimental. Consumed skill learning chart, general purpose, acquired skill, deception LV. 0, not yet initiated. Fascinating. The old man chuckled, stroking his white beard. Face reading, bone palpation, 8 characters. Which aspect would you like to spar in? Face reading, for I was just observing you for quite a while, Bai Nian replied. Oh, did you discern anything? The old man grew more curious. Indeed, Bai Nian declared proudly. When it rains from the sky, it becomes slippery on the ground. Whatever your father's surname is, so too is yours. Am I correct? The old man. Gain source points 1, negative. Bai Nian continued. When you step outside and take a taxi, you must call for one. If you don't, you will walk, correct? The old man was utterly bewildered. Is this what you call face reading? Gain source points 1, negative. Gain source points 1, negative. The old man, incensed, seized the nearby sign and attempted to shoo Bai Nian away. Get lost, get lost. Gain source points 1, negative. Bai Nian fled. Elated, just admit that I was accurate. Ha ha, the old man cursed. You brat, don't let me catch you again. It was evident that the old fellow did not believe him, and thus Bai Nian's deception did not level up as a result. Bai Nian dashed down the footbridge, while the old man had no intention of pursuing. After a few curses, he returned to his stool, awaiting the next fated person to pass by, seizing the moment when no one was around. The old man casually calculated and pondered. The heavens indicate that I have a fateful connection with a disciple in Yun City, but it has been several days. When will my esteemed disciple appear? The old man once again contemplated the mysteries of heaven. Yet the feedback remained unchanged. Forget it. For the restoration of my celestial view to its former glory, I shall wait a little longer. Suddenly, comrade, it's him. The old man turned in shock. Bai Nian returned, accompanied by a city management officer. It really is you. The officer clearly recognized the old man and rushed over. You old fraud. Today you won to escape. What the hell? The old man's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet, grabbing his sign and hastily packing away his cloth, abandoning his stool to flee. But it was too late. With Bai Nian standing by, there was no chance he would let him escape. Soon, the old fraud was ensnared. Oh dear, my poor back. Gained source point 1, negative. Gained. After the old con man was subdued, he still tried to feign pity, attempting to evade responsibility. Spare me. I know exactly who you are. The city management officer yanked off the old con man's beard, which resembled that of a reclusive sage. Bai Nian was taken aback. It turned out the beard was merely a disguise. Upon closer inspection of the con man, once the beard was removed, he revealed himself to be a rather simple-looking middle-aged man. Under the identification technique, it was revealed that this fellow was named Zhang Biao, age 42. After subduing Zhang Biao, the city management officer gratefully addressed Bai Nian. This time, we owe it all to you. This guy has been swindling people in this area for a while now. We have received numerous reports, but he always managed to slip away. The moment you described him, I knew it had to be him, and now, seeing him, it is indeed correct. Gained source point 1, positive. Gained. Bai Nian saluted solemnly. Comrades, your hard work is greatly appreciated. It is thanks to your presence that our city remains a beautiful place. Do not thank me. I merely did what I ought to do. City management officer. Gained source point 1, negative. Bai Nian's response left him somewhat bewildered. Clearing his throat, the city management officer chatted with Bai Nian for a few more moments before taking Zhang Biao away. Zhang Biao, with resentful eyes, continuously provided Bai Nian with negative source points. Shenluo Division. Captain Su, I have come again. Bai Nian. Su Wanshan inquired curiously. Is there something you need? I came to check on Brother Jiao. Oh, he's busy typing. I'll take you over. Due to his identity as a Jidaoist, Su Wanshan's attitude towards Bai Nian was quite favorable. Additionally, given the information returned from Newo, Su Wanshan cast a curious glance at the tape wrapped around Bai Nian's neck. Gained source point 1, positive. Gained? On the way, Su Wanshan sought Bai Nian's opinion regarding Bai Jiao's situation. Bai Jiao has been very cooperative with our work. His ideological awareness is remarkably high. Moreover, since our Shenluo division's influence in Yun City is somewhat limited, I would like to apply to the higher-ups to grant Bai Jiao an identity, allowing him to become a member of our Shenluo division and assist in handling some out-of-control incidents in the future. What do you think? If he agrees, I have no objections on my end. Well then, I would like to thank you in advance for your contributions to the city's public safety. Su Wanshan hesitated slightly. Additionally, there is one more thing. I hope you can help with Bai Jiao's ideological work. What is it? We have granted Bai Jiao internet access. The two arrived outside the detention room, where they found Bai Jiao sitting restlessly, his emotions fraught with anxiety. Bai Nian reassured, Don't worry, Captain Su. I promise he will calm down soon. With that, Bai Nian entered the detention room. Jiao! Bai Nian! Bai Jiao exclaimed in surprise. You came to see me? Gained source point 1, positive. Gained source point 1, negative. Gained. As expected of a good brother, he immediately boosted his source points upon seeing him. After the brief surprise, however, Bai Jiao became even more agitated, frantically tugging at his hair. What should I do, Bai Nian? So many readers are criticizing our book. Are we really that bad at writing? Are we truly unfit to be authors? If the readers don't like it, they won't subscribe, and without subscriptions, there's no money to be made. Without money, should I go out and find a job instead? But the leaders won't let me out. What to do? I'm so anxious. Bai Jiao's concerns were not overly complicated. The book he was currently serializing had performed poorly. After all, it was an online novel. Poor performance must have its reasons. The sudden influx of 2 large donations led to a widespread announcement on the website, causing the dismal book's data to surge. An increasing number of readers resulted in a chaotic comment section. In simple terms, Bai Jiao's mental state had crumbled under the barrage of criticism. Jiao, I came to share with you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Bai Nian said earnestly. Which would you like to hear first? Bai Jiao paused. What is the good news? The good news is that our previous living situation posed too many safety hazards. Staying there for too long could adversely affect our health. So, using the research funds Captain Su provided, along with our previous savings, I found a new place to live. It's an apartment. And look, the environment is fantastic. The 18th floor offers fresh air and excellent lighting. They say it can be sweltering in the summer. Through the monitoring equipment, Lu Lixue remarked. Sweltering in summer, and you call that excellent lighting? Gained source point 1, negative. She wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. She just happened to be in the Shenluo division, and the protocol was such that Bai Nian had been informed prior to entering. Bai Jiao, however, did not think much of it. Looking at the photos on Bai Nian's phone, he was quite delighted. You've moved to such a nice place. That's wonderful, but what are research funds? Silly, of course. It has the funding for researching you. Bai Jiao. Quite reasonable indeed. Gain source point 1, negative. You actually have money. After a brief moment of confusion, Bai Jiao's spirits were lifted again. If we continue like this, Soon you'll be able to get a driver's license, buy a car, purchase a house, fall in love, get married, and have children. Bai Jiao fell into a delightful reverie. Gained source point 1, positive. Gained. After excitedly listing a multitude of imagined benefits, he then asked, "What's the bad news?" "The bad news is that the rent is a bit steep. It's 4,500 a month." Hiss, Bai Jiao inhaled sharply. "Your monthly rent is almost equivalent to the earnings from one of our books." As an author of a failing novel, Bai Jiao usually only received the base salary, which was around 1,500 a month, and that was only for 3 months. Indeed. Bai Nian patted Bai Jiao on the shoulders, saying, "I came to tell you. Jiao, we need to work even harder from now on. You right, get research, I'll work to earn money while also exercising. Together, we will build a bright future. Jiao, I know you're exhausted, and I understand the pressure you're under. But please help me out. You know I can't accomplish much on my own, that if you don't assist me, I might not be able to pay the rent at the end of the month and could be kicked out by the landlord. Forced back into that cramped, dark rental room. Our lives have just begun to improve, and I haven't given up. You must not give up either." Lu Lishu, if she didn't know that Bai Nian had bought that apartment outright, she might have actually believed his tall tale. Bai Jiao stammered, "I haven't given up? Then what were you just doing?" Bai Nian exclaimed loudly. "Was it just because of the reader's criticism? What's so bad about that? Writing novels is precisely like this. Pull yourself together, Jiao. Work hard on your writing, cooperate with the Shenluo division, and together we'll earn money and build a beautiful future." Gained source point 1, positive. Gained. Bai Jiao's eyes reddened, that he rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling as if he had been pumped full of energy. "I'm sorry, I want to act like this again. We will work hard together." We gained source point 1, positive. Gained. When Bai Nian left the Shenluo division, Lu Lixue and Su Wanshan regarded him with peculiar expressions. Bai Jiao's emotions had stabilized once more, and he returned to his intense, sleepless writing work. Meanwhile, Bai Nian, apart from gaining source points, had another reward. Deception LV1, mastered. Bai Nian pondered. Level 1 deception primarily enhances verbal persuasion. So how does one upgrade to level 2, and whom should I deceive? Chapter 49. Who doesn't have a side hustle? Bai Nian contemplated as he made his way to the apartment building. Based on the skill upgrade process for lockpicking, Bai Nian understood that skills learned through the skill learning diagram didn't necessarily mean he understood them. But he would definitely be able to use them as long as he successfully utilized it once. The skill would upgrade that the lockpicking skill had progressed from ordinary locks to electronic device locks, and then to genetic locks. Reaching LV3. Meanwhile, deception had ascended to LV1 due to his successful trickery of Bai Jiao. Now, where should I go to deceive next? Deceive others. That seems unlikely. Deceive animals? But the animals need to comprehend my intentions for it to be successful. Right? The so-called deception is essentially a means of bewildering others into being taken advantage of. The key word is bewilder. This includes but is not limited to language, expressions, eye contact, and body movements. Bai Jiao is a nightmare creature. Theoretically not human. Yet in reality, aside from possessing a somewhat unique physique and slightly unusual emotions, he is not much different from a normal person. Bai Nian pondered as he took the elevator to the 18th floor. Casually pulling out a paperclip from his pocket to unlock room 1805, that upon entering, Bai Nian did not cease his contemplation, walking into the apartment and sitting on the sofa. What should I do? Bai Nian sat on the sofa, arms crossed, deep in thought. You, the sudden voice startled Bai Nian, who turned around in confusion. Why are you in my home? As Bai Nian shifted his gaze, he noticed that the decor of his home was awry, and an instinctive surge of anger welled up within him. Sneaking into my house is one thing, but to recklessly renovate it. You. As he spoke, Bai Nian's voice dwindled to a whisper, that he suddenly regained his composure. Mu Ning, who appeared bewildered as if engrossed in a puzzle, exclaimed, "This is my home. How did you get in?" Here, indeed, was Mu Ning's residence. Your decor is rather impressive, I must say. Which company designed it? Could you provide me with their contact details? I'm considering a similar setup for my place. Bai Nian replied awkwardly. It's not from any design company. I did it myself. No, wait. I'm asking how you got in. Mu Ning instinctively took over the conversation, only to realize the absurdity of the situation, that he abruptly leaped to his feet, irritation evident in his tone. Speak up. How did you enter? Source point 1, negative. Acquired. Mu Ning glanced at the door, then at the straightened paperclip clutched in by Nian's hand, utterly astonished. His door was equipped with no ordinary lock. Although it appeared unremarkable from the outside, it had been intricately modified with mechanisms that he had devised. Unless one were to forcibly break in, no one could enter without his consent. Even breaking in wasn't a simple task. His entire apartment was riddled with concealed traps and mechanisms, boasting formidable defenses that even a cultivator's spiritual sense could not penetrate. How? Ahem. Well, you see, I forgot my keys when I left. Bai Nian noticed Mu Ning's gaze fixated on the paperclip and awkwardly tucked it away. Mu Ning retorted, I saw that. I'm asking you how you got in, and why you've invaded my home. Don't you have a place of your own? Well, I was lost in thought. You know, I got a bit carried away, and without realizing it, I just opened the door. I truly didn't mean to, but honestly, your home is quite lovely. I see. Well, it is. You should at least acknowledge who designed it. Mu Ning nodded slightly, a hint of pride in his demeanor, but then snapped back to reality, his anger flaring. That still doesn't justify your intrusion. You used a paperclip to pick my lock. Bai Nian scratched his head sheepishly. If you choose to think that way, then I have no defense. Let us just leave it at that. By the way, have you eaten? Not yet. What are you planning to eat? I just moved in, but I've scouted out some dining options nearby. Would you like me to recommend a few? Really? That would be wonderful. But shut up. Mu Ning trembled with rage. Stop changing the subject. Fine. Bai Nian sighed, tentatively rising. Then I'll take my leave? Absolutely not. Mu Ning glared. You're not leaving until you explain how you got in. I just used a wire. I don't believe you, that lock is. Well, it was just replaced with a brand new one, and when I bought it, they assured me of its top-notch security. How could it be picked with just a wire? That's not quite fair. Remember, everyone has their own area of expertise. Ahem. How about I demonstrate it once more for you? Noticing Mu Ning's increasingly dark expression, Bai Nian felt guilty for his misdeeds. I truly didn't intend for this to happen. If all else fails, Bai Nian's eyes shifted slightly as he pressed the wire into Mu Ning's hand. If it comes to that, you can try opening my door instead, and we'll call it even. What do you say? Do I look like someone who would pick locks and steal? What the hell does it even mean? Source point 1, negative. Source point 1, negative. Acquired. Well, I certainly don't appear that way. Bai Nian muttered under his breath. You don't. Mu Ning fumed. You've already broken in. How can you claim otherwise? You are exactly that kind of person. Moreover, what do you mean by everyone has their own area of expertise? What respectable individual would specialize in this? That's difficult to say. Have you ever heard the saying? What's saying? Well, everyone has a side hustle, right? Bai Nian replied, suddenly springing into motion, singing as he dashed towards the door. The raindrops outside are pattering, falling for 3 days and nights. Mu Ning. You get back here. Source point 1, negative. Source point 1, negative. Acquired. Bai Nian sheepishly returned, repeatedly apologizing and assuring Mu Ning of his sincerity. After much pleading, he was finally allowed to leave. Watching Bai Nian depart, Mu Ning wore a grim expression that he immediately checked the front door, only to find that the internal mechanisms remained untouched, which surprised him slightly. What utter nonsense! How could my mechanism lock not withstand even a lunatic skilled at lockpicking? Source point 1, negative. Acquired. Mu Ning muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the exquisite contraption resembling a Lu Ban lock. Reflecting inwardly, thank goodness I wasn't looking at the map earlier. Otherwise, he twisted the mechanism lock in his hand, and with a soft clicking sound, it rapidly transformed and suddenly unfolded that a mysterious light projected from within, forming a vast map. Southern Xian Domain. Mu Ning murmured, manipulating the mechanism lock again as the projected map began to zoom in and out, transforming from a rough outline into detailed mountains, lakes, and cities. Numerous markers appeared. Yun City. One particular marker expanded dramatically. Chapter 50. Show me your strength for 50,000. Upon returning to his own home in apartment 1804, Bai Nian secretly exhaled in relief, though a sense of embarrassment lingered. He felt that his earlier actions were somewhat dishonorable. I should bring something to apologize later. Bai Nian thought to himself that it was certainly not the right time to go back. Mu Ning was still fuming, evidence of which lay in the source point records from the system's backend. However, this trickery doesn't seem as formidable as I initially thought. I can deceive, but the other party can also respond. Is there a time limit? Bai Nian pondered, while simultaneously retrieving a garbage bag to remove the remnants of today's meal from his abdomen. No misunderstanding here. The process was not bloody at all. He had intentionally left a cabinet door on his stomach for such occasions, which he could simply open. Before long, Bai Nian's transformation period concluded. He chose not to continue his transformation, but instead reverted to his corporeal form. The restoration of his senses made him suddenly feel that being alive is truly wonderful. Let us take a look at the basic qi cultivation technique. Bai Nian rubbed his hands together with excitement. This was the genuine cultivation method. Although he had fully learned it by consuming source points, he had been unable to practice it while in mechanical form and could only wait until the transformation ended. After mentally reviewing the content of the basic qi cultivation technique and confirming there were no errors, Bai Nian sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, attempting to initiate his practice. First, I need to find the sensation of qi. Following the method outlined in the basic qi cultivation technique, he cleared his mind and sought to perceive the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 5 minutes later, is my aptitude really this poor? Bai Nian opened his eyes in disbelief. After all this time, I haven't experienced any sensation of qi. Of course, Bai Nian did not leave entirely empty-handed. Although he had not achieved the so-called sensation of qi, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him after clearing his mind through the secret methods of the basic qi cultivation technique. It seemed that cultivating immortality could indeed cure insomnia. I suppose I just need to put in more effort. I'll try harder. Bai Nian resolved, shutting his eyes once more, mentally urging, "System, upgrade me. Would you like to spend 100 positive source points to upgrade basic qi cultivation technique?" Yes. Free Qi Cultivation Technique LV2 Max. A myriad of insights flooded in, and Bai Nian instantly sensed the flow of Qi. Moreover, while the original version of the basic Qi cultivation technique required proper sitting posture, focusing the mind and emptying the heart, the upgraded version allowed for greater flexibility. Bai Nian could now practice lying down, standing, sitting, or even upside down, feeling the faint flow of Qi within him gradually strengthen. Bai Nian smacked his lips. While I no longer need to empty my mind, I still have to concentrate, and maintaining a position during practice feels a bit inconvenient. I might as well optimize it with my exceptional cultivation talents and intellect. System. Upgrade. Would you like to spend 1,000 positive source points to upgrade free Qi cultivation technique? Without a moment's hesitation, he selected yes, consuming the 1,000 positive source points. Immediately, the sensation of thousands of individuals standing at various angles, each conducting their own research and analysis, ultimately innovating based on Bai Nian's thoughts. Automatic Qi Cultivation Technique LV3 Max. Now, Bai Nian no longer needed to manage his cultivation actively. Whether walking, sitting, or lying down, his internal spiritual energy continuously circulated and grew stronger. The speed of his cultivation increased significantly, and should Bai Nian choose to engage earnestly, he could accelerate it even further. Excellent. This is how a mature cultivation technique should function. Bai Nian felt immensely satisfied with the outcome, considering the 1,110 positive source points spent to be exceptionally worthwhile. At this pace, it is likely that within a day's time, my cultivation will reach the level of the lower 5th grade. As for the middle grade, Bai Nian silently calculated. Given that he was merely practicing the foundational techniques of the Qi refinement stage, he could at most attain the middle grade of the 5th rank. This was only possible due to the enhancements made by Bai Nian himself. Otherwise, reaching the lower 5th grade would have been the pinnacle of his efforts. Moreover, due to the rudimentary nature of these techniques, they possessed no additional attributes, aside from prolonging life and slightly enhancing various qualities. There was only a basic method of object manipulation. The cost was high, the ceiling was low, and the complexity was considerable. Fortunately, the skills he upgraded using source points were fully mastered, eliminating the need for further practice. Bai Nian attempted to lift a cup of water, but since he had just begun his cultivation, the spiritual energy within him was too scant. He couldn't even raise the cup. Well, I suppose I shall take my time. With a yawn, Bai Nian washed up and went to bed, allowing the qi refinement technique to cultivate on its own. In a certain male dormitory in Yun City, Nan Ke sat cross-legged on his bed, interfering meddler of the divine Luo office. Nan Ke's gaze flickered slightly. The technique he practiced, the great dream heavenly art, was an extraordinary method, one that could be said to point directly to the Tao. However, its cultivation process was somewhat intricate, requiring one to enter dreams to refine the spirit. This involved the mental realm. While it was convenient to enter dreams with one's true self, it was susceptible to the erosion of dreams, leading to potential mental issues. Of course, there were ways to mitigate this. Besides extending the intervals between each session of cultivation, there was another method, the nightmare manner of the upper fifth grade, which was essentially a contingency left by the great being who imparted the great dream heavenly art to their disciples. The emergence of nightmarish creatures was, in fact, partially instigated by Nan Ke himself, that he could refine the nightmarish creatures of others into his own dream avatars through secret methods, thus entering dreams to refine his spirit without the adverse effects, allowing for rapid growth. Nightmarish creatures were also categorized by quality. The likes of Bai Jiao I could already be considered the highest grade of such creatures. Bai Jiao El, I must possess you. Nan Ke was determined to have Bai Jiao El. But despite mastering the South Ke dream, he still found it impossible to confront the divine Luo office head-on. Yet this did not pose a challenge for him. Nightmarish creatures possess relatively singular personalities. Even the highest grade among them has its flaws. I can devise a way to lure him out. Nan Ke pondered as he activated the great dream heavenly art. Throughout the dormitory area, both male and female dormitories began to fill with wisps of peculiar mist invisible to the naked eye. I have almost gathered enough dream essence. Meanwhile, within the divine Luo office, Bai Jiao I was typing away through the night, the sound of the keyboard echoing in the detention room, reaching a speed of no less than 5,000 characters per hour. Unceasing, without food or rest, he was a superlative typist suddenly. Bai Jiao El, hearing the ethereal voice resounding in his mind, Bai Jiao El felt a rush of panic and instinctively wished to report the situation. Do not be afraid. Listen to me. Nan Ke, concerned that the forthright Bai Jiao El would report him again, used a secret method to transmit his voice, speaking at an extremely rapid pace. Bai Jiao El, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. The last incident was merely an accident. I thought you were in danger when I saw you surrounded by the divine Luo office. To be frank, your very existence is partly due to my efforts. It would not be an exaggeration to say I am your creator. Just think, how could I possibly wish you harm? Bai Jiao I was taken aback, cautiously glancing outside the detention room at this hour. The personnel of the divine Luo office had not yet finished their shifts. Some dangers from uncontrolled instances would not manifest immediately. So the personnel had to keep a close watch between the intervals of such instances. After confirming that no one was monitoring him, Bai Jiao El inquired in his heart, "Why did you create me?" "Of course. It is because..." Nan Ke struggled to concoct a reasonable excuse and left it vague. "The reason for your creation is something you need not know for now. All you need to understand is that I genuinely have your best interests at heart. You cannot move freely within the divine Luo office, can you? Come to me. I, your creator, will never harm you. With the divine Luo office, they will always be wary of you. But with me, it will be different. Power, beauty, whatever you desire, I can provide. Furthermore, I can impart to you the great dream heavenly art, making you the vice leader of my South Ke dream, standing side by side with me, above all others." Bai Jiao El hesitated for a moment. "Above all others? Does your organization truly possess such scale?" Nan Ke faltered. "Not at the moment, but once you join me and align with me, the day of our ascendancy will surely not be far off. What say you?" Bai Jiao El pondered briefly. Being law-abiding, he had initially intended to report him. However, similar situations had occurred before, and the leaders of the divine Luo office could not trace Nan Ke through such exchanges. Moreover, Bai Nian had moved into a new place, and the monthly rent alone was several thousand, not to mention utilities and food. Bai Jiao El later discovered that the apartment's utilities were rather expensive. He worried that relying solely on their efforts might not suffice to cover these expenses. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Bai Jiao cautiously asked in his heart, "Is what you say true?" "Of course. I never lie. I do not believe you, unless you can prove it." "How would you have me prove it?" "Show me your strength with 50,000 Nanko."